Chapter 1958. Faya Empire, King City. This was a city surrounded by tall city walls with a golden palace in the center. It was very similar to Ailu Empire's King City. The only difference was that Ailu Empire's King City was located in the middle of a mountain range. It was surrounded by mountains and looked like a basin. Faya Empire's King City was located in half a forest. Why half a forest? This was because the front of the Faya Empire's royal city was a vast expanse of flat land. However, the left, right and back were filled with towering trees. It was as though the front of an O-shaped forest had been flattened. The Faya Empire's royal city was situated at the front of the flattened forest. Therefore, Faya Empire was located in half a forest. At this moment, in a palace in Faya Empire's King City, Vaya with a golden crown was standing at the front. He was looking at the wall in front of him with his back facing everyone in the palace. In the hall, Hinajuku Mikoto, Ikaros, Yagiya, Yukaina, and the other girls were standing to the side, as if they were just here to watch a show, as if it had nothing to do with them. Kaya was standing in the middle of the palace. The old man in black with his hands and chi shackled was kneeling beside Kaya. He was facing Vaya, who had his back facing everyone. Other than the girls, Vaya, Kaya, and the old man in black, there were two other people in the palace. One of them was about the same age as Vaya. He looked to be in his 40s or 50s. He wasn't considered old, but he was definitely older than middle-aged. One of them was about the same age as Kaya, looking to be in his 20s or 30s. His eyes kept sneaking furtive glances at the group of young girls. His eyes flashed with surprise, greed, wickedness, and other emotions. His clothes were luxurious, but his face was incomparably pale. It was clear that he had overindulged himself, and was a man who couldn't be helped up to the wall. Naturally, the group of girls noticed that this nouveau riche, a rich young master, who gave off an extremely bad first impression, was peeking at them. But other than Yakuya and Yushin, who were treated this way for the first time and frowned in disgust, Hinajuku and Mikoto, who weren't treated this way for the first time, only glanced at it and completely ignored it. As for Ikaros, that goes without saying. Even if this guy's performance was better than Kaya's, Ikaros wouldn't even spare him half a glance. She'd just stand there and not say a word. After maintaining this scene for an unknown amount of time, Waya turned around and looked at the group of girls with a faint smile. "How's that little guy doing now?" The girls were stunned for a moment. Then Hinajuku and Mikoto realized who the little guy Waya was talking about was. Their faces darkened, and they smiled bitterly. "We don't know how Yin is doing." Chuju shook her head in front of Vaya and Kaya's shocked faces. "He left the capital of another era to deal with the Beast King. We don't know how he is, but he must be doing his best." "Is that so?" Vaya nodded. He didn't ask anything about the "to deal with the Beast King" part, as if he already knew everything. Then let's believe in that little guy. He's a super genius that Kite always praises. Chuju and Mikoto nodded heavily. Ikaros, Yakuya and Yushin also had different expressions, but the trust they had for Yen Liqiang was the same. She didn't know if Waya really trusted Wu Yen, or if she chose to trust Wu Yen because of Kate's praise. Either way, it doesn't matter. When it comes to trust, no one would trust Wu Yen more than the girls. Only then did Waya turn his head and look at the old man in black who was kneeling on the ground. The smile he had when he was facing the group of girls was gone. And there was no anger because his son was almost killed by the man in front of him. There was only a strange calmness that made one's heart palpitate. Waya didn't interrogate him, nor did he question him. He just stared at the black-clothed old man. Even though there wasn't the slightest bit of magic power surging from his body, the black-clothed old man felt a heavy pressure coming from him. It made his heart tremble, and his back was instantly drenched in sweat. Just like this, after a minute had passed, the black-costume old man was unable to bear this strange silence, and took the lead to speak. "I won't say anything." Clearly, no one had questioned him, but the black-clothed old man had said these words himself. Because if he didn't say such a sentence to strengthen his determination, the black-clothed elder was afraid that he would expose everything under the pressure of Waya's pressure. What the old man didn't know was that when he said it, Kaya curled his lips in mockery. A haze flashed in the eyes of the man who was beyond middle-aged. He needed to use words to strengthen his resolve. Wasn't that a sign that the black-clothed old man was beginning to waver? If Weaya had directly interrogated him, perhaps as a peak Eighth Order powerhouse, the black-robed old man might not have said anything. But now that the black-robed old man had wavered, it was hard to say what would happen next. Weaya really had his ways. As expected of the emperor of the Faya Empire. Won't say anything? Weaya shook his head regretfully. His words sent chills down the spines of those who heard them. Don't worry, I don't need you to say anything. I have plenty of ways to make the rat hiding behind you jump out. After saying that, Weaya waved his hand, and two armored knights with swords in their hands pushed open the door, and entered amidst the clanging sounds of footsteps. Looking at the aura on their bodies, they were actually two powerhouses of the Eighth Order. Take him down, hang him on the floating plaza, and cripple his do-chi. The weather has been pretty good recently, and I believe the fierce sunlight will cause him to lose his mind. When the time comes, bring him to Fan Ku's side. Hearing those words, Kaya's eyes immediately lit up. An alarmed expression appeared on the black-clothed old man's face. As for the middle-aged man and the unsightly man, one's expression became even more gloomy, while the other's entire body began to tremble, revealing an expression of fear. Fan Ku was a strange magician that Weaya had met in his early days before he became the emperor. Fan Ku was said to be unique because he didn't practice any series of magic, such as wind, water, fire, earth, thunder, ice, and other types of elemental magic that every magus would choose to practice, but Fan Ku didn't practice any of them. Instead, he liked to practice some side branches of magic that others rarely practiced. For example, curse-type magics were one of the magics that Fan Ku was most proficient in. If anyone offended this strange magician, it was best that they undergo a physical examination every day. Otherwise, who knew when he would secretly cast a few curses on them and torture them to death? Kaya had once seen Fan Ku take action and place a curse on a death row prisoner. The curse only had one effect, and that was itching. In the end, on that day, the death row inmate scratched his own body like a madman. His nails scratched his skin, and his flesh was dug out by himself. However, the death row inmate kept scratching himself. The next day, he scratched himself until he was covered in blood. He died with his eyes wide open. It was because Weaya had taken a fancy to Fan Ku's strange methods of torturing people that he invited him over after he became the emperor. In exchange for providing him with magic research materials, he left some troublesome matters for him to deal with. He believed that under Fan Ku's methods and under the intense sunlight, the black-clothed old man would definitely confess everything that had happened, even though he was in a state worse than death, right? Your Majesty, you can't do this. The pitiful black-clothed old man only had time to shout out this sentence before one of the powerhouses of the eighth step knocked him unconscious. The two of them then dragged the black-clothed old man away. In response, Weaya and Kaya didn't even show a hint of pity. The group of young ladies continued to ignore the matter, as if it didn't concern them. On the contrary, it was the middle-aged man who couldn't stand still and couldn't help but take a step forward. Your Majesty, since this person assassinated Prince Kaya, why don't we just execute him? Execute him? Weaya smirked coldly as if he had expected the middle-aged man to speak up for him. Devon, you need to know that it's easy to execute these people. However, the one I want to execute is the one who instigated them. Hearing this, the man called Devon, who was beyond middle-aged, felt his heart tighten. Uncle Devon, the other party is a traitor who tried to assassinate a direct descendant of the royal family. Don't tell me you don't intend to stand on the same side as us? Kaya said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. After all, you are a collateral descendant of the Faya royal family. Chapter 1959. A member of the Faya royal family. As soon as he said that, Hinajiku Mikoto, Ikaros, Yakuya, and Yukinori all understood. It turned out that the mastermind behind the plot to usurp the throne, disregarding the life and death of the Faya Empire, and secretly instructing the black-robed old man to assassinate Kaya, in an attempt to let the collateral branch take the throne, was this Devon. Standing beside Devon was a pale-faced man who had been sizing up the group of girls with a filthy gaze. He had an unbearable appearance. He was Devon's son Duratsi. Speaking of which, Devon was Weya's younger brother. Even though they had the same father but different mothers, they were still related by blood. And Devon's son, Duratsi, could be considered Kaya's cousin. However, this pair of father and son had a tragic ending. Back then, Vir and Divin were both princes of the Faya Empire. When the previous emperor was still alive, the relationship between the two had already been at odds. The reason was simple. Devon was a genius who could reach the peak of the 7th step before the age of 20, while Waya was a super genius who could reach the 8th step before the age of 20. Whether it was strength, talent, appearance, temperament, or wisdom, his half-brother Waya had always been a level above Devon. This made Devon jealous of his older brother, to the point of madness. Later on, Devon trained with all his might. Finally, when he reached the peak of the 8th step at the age of 45, he thought he could finally catch up to Waya. Who would have thought that Waya was destined to be a level above him? When Devon reached the peak of the 8th step, Waya immediately broke through to the 9th step, becoming a powerhouse of the 9th step. From that moment on, Devon understood that he had lost. He had completely lost to Waya. Just like how the current patriarch of the 3 great clans of the empire had to be at the peak of the 8th step. Only by suppressing the rest of the family would they be able to keep their subordinates in check. To become the emperor of the 3 great empires, the most basic requirement was to reach the 9th step. Therefore, from the moment Waya reached the 9th step, the next emperor of the Faya Empire was destined to be Waya's. Devon could only obediently become a branch family descendant, forever living in Via's shadow. However, Devon did not give up. Instead, he set his sights on the position of the next emperor. Collateral relatives did not have the qualifications to inherit the throne. However, he had just said that he wanted to become the emperor of the 3 great empires. The most basic requirement was to ascend to the 9th stage. As long as someone from the branch family reached the 9th stage, they would still be able to obtain the throne and become the emperor. Thus, after giving birth to his son, Duratsi, Devon had invested all his energy into him. He gave him all the good things and tried his best to obtain the good things that he didn't have. He followed Duratsi's every whim, and doted on Duratsi to the point that he was afraid of dropping or melting in his mouth. As a result, tragedy befell Devon. Because of Devon's pampering, Duratsi had completely turned into a hedonistic son of rich parents. Not only did he not work hard, but he often relied on his identity as a second generation to bully men and tyrannize women. It couldn't be said that he didn't commit all sorts of crimes, but he was extremely lecherous. In broad daylight, he would take advantage of women. Fortunately, Devon did not punish him. Instead, Kaya, who couldn't stand Duratsi's actions, suppressed him every day. Otherwise, the royal family's face would have been completely lost. Originally, this wasn't a big deal. Devon wasn't a good person, and he didn't care about his son's evil deeds. In order to ascend to the 9th rank, seize the throne, and return him to the direct line of descent, defeating Waya was enough. Devon didn't care about the rest. In the end, tragedy befell Devon. As a hedonistic son of a rich family, Duratsi had spent a great deal of effort to nurture him. He had even used all sorts of heavenly materials and earthly treasures to nurture him. But now, Duratsi had only reached the 5th step. Yes, 5th stage. Was this a genius? To reach the 5th stage before the age of 20, one could be considered a genius in the Spalier world. However, if one were to be placed in the cradle of geniuses, the Spalier World Academy, one would simply be laughed at. And this was only after Devon had thrown a lot of heavenly treasures into Duratsi's body. Otherwise, Duratsi might not even have reached the 3rd order by now. Was Duratsi's talent weak? Actually, it wasn't weak. Even if he couldn't compare to Kaya, thanks to his royal bloodline, Duratsi's innate talent wasn't much worse than Kaya's. If there was something to be blamed, it would be this unambitious, lazy person whose mind was filled with women. He had no intention of cultivating diligently at all, always half-heartedly doing his work, spending most of his time looking for women. In the Spalier world. No, it should be said that no matter which world it was, if one wanted to achieve great things, talent was important. However, hard work was not something that could be lacking. An expert could lack talent, but they definitely couldn't lack hard work. Thus, even if Duratsi's talent was greater than Kaya's, if he didn't cultivate hard, he wouldn't be able to stand out. Not to mention his talent was weaker than Kaya's. It was because of Durazi's cowardice that Devon could only harden his heart and send out a black-clothed elder to assassinate Kaya. As long as Kaya died, Weya, who only had one daughter left, would have no choice but to hand over the throne. This was the cause of everything. Devon had thought that the assassination would fail, but the black-clothed elder was his trusted aide. He wouldn't expose him. Even if Weya knew who the mastermind was, Devon didn't have any evidence, so he wasn't worried. However, Weya was still more skilled. Now Devon had no confidence that he wouldn't be exposed. Thinking of this, the gloomy Devon could only helplessly make a decision. He glanced at the girls standing to the side and ignored Kaya's mocking words. He changed the topic. Who are these ladies? The group of girls were all startled. They hadn't expected that the topic would suddenly involve them. Kaya's face was also full of surprise. Weya was the only one who took a deep look at Devon and said faintly, "These ladies are all guests from the capital of alternate generations. You might not understand, but you should know Wu Yan, right?" Wu Yan. Devon paused for a moment before his expression changed. Ailu Empire's Princess Sylph's fiancé? The youngest Type 9 powerhouse in history? These ladies are Sir Wu Yan's confidants. The capital of alternate generations is a faction established by Sir Wu Yan. Weya nodded. Even though only a few of us council elders know of its existence, with Sir Wu Yan and that lord around, the capital of alternate generations is the strongest faction in the Spalier world outside of the three empires. It's best if you get to know them. When Devon heard this, his expression changed again. As a member of the Faya Empire's royal family, Weya's younger brother and Kaya's uncle, Devon's status was second only to Weya. He knew about the Lord Weya was talking about. Yakumo Yukari, the sixth demigod in the Spalier world. Rumor has it that this demigod didn't join any faction. Her origins were mysterious and elusive. However, she was especially fond of Ailu Empire's Princess Sylph's fiancé, the youngest Tier 9 fighter in history, Wu Yan. She even supported him from behind. Because of the support of such a demigod, the higher-ups of Silveria who knew of Yukari's existence thought that Wu Yan was her direct disciple. That, coupled with his talent, allowed him to become the youngest Tier 9 in the history of Silveria. If these girls were backed by a demigod powerhouse and the youngest powerhouse of the ninth step in history, then Devon really couldn't ignore them. Just as Devon was about to say something, Hinajika suddenly spoke up from the group of girls. "Your Majesty, if you're done with your discussion, please give us some time. We have important news to tell you." Weya and Kaya's gazes froze. Devon's expression stiffened. Only Darazir was still looking at the girls with glowing eyes. It was easy to understand why Devon's expression froze. More accurately, Chuju's words were easy to understand. She was hinting for Devon to step down. Devon took a deep breath. He didn't say anything and just opened his mouth. "Since your Majesty and the ladies have important matters to discuss, then we'll take our leave." Weya and Kaya did not say anything, and the group of girls did not pay any attention to Devon, causing a trace of anger to flash in Devon's eyes. He pulled the reluctant Durazi and walked out. Chapter 1960. Bang! With the sound of the door closing, the door to the hall was also shut tight, isolating the two worlds and blocking out the sounds from the two worlds. 23WX. Almost immediately, Devon's expression darkened. He clenched his fists and snorted coldly, his voice filled with anger. Devon was truly angry. He was angry at the black-robed elder for not doing his job well. Nuya's methods were sharp. Of course, he was most angry at the group of young ladies for not giving him any face. Everything was going to go wrong. "Nuya, don't be happy too early," Devon said viciously. "You might have been able to suppress me in the past, but now that the magical beast army is attacking, even if you don't like me, you won't be able to focus on me. In this chaotic moment, I don't believe that I can't find a chance to pull you down from your pedestal." It had to be said that this sentence was both crazy and stupid. What was crazy about? Naturally, it was because Devon had decided to disregard the safety of the Faya Empire when the magical beast army was attacking the Faya Empire. He had even wholeheartedly wanted to harm his own people. What was stupid about that? He didn't even understand the principle of interdependence. Wasn't Devon stupid? From this point alone, Devon was destined to be inferior to Nuya. It was unknown if he knew his own limits, but after a series of vicious words, Devon didn't calm down. Not only did Devon not calm down, the anger in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. In the end, it was so strong that anyone with a bit of observation power could see it. Unfortunately, there was only one person present who was blind. Not to mention a bit of observation skills, he might even have a problem with his eyesight. "Hey, father." Durazzi spoke with some excitement. "I want those women." That one sentence completely ignited Devon's anger. "Idiot." To prevent his voice from reaching the hall, Devon lowered his voice. He turned all the anger in his heart into a low roar. "Do you think you can touch any woman?" Because Devon had invested too much energy in Durazzi, he had no choice but to leave. She had placed too much hope on Durazzi and doted on him. When she found out that Durazzi's life was ruined, she didn't care about him at all. Therefore, Durazzi had never been yelled at by Devon before. Hence, Devon's beast-like roar caused Durazzi's heart to skip a beat and his face to turn pale. With a plop sound, his legs went soft, and he fell to the ground. His face was filled with terror. Seeing Durazzi's cowardly appearance, Devon was both furious and disappointed. But when he thought of Devia's son, Kaya's excellence, his fury and disappointment turned into hatred. He clenched his teeth and coldly said, "Listen, I don't care which women you want to mess with, but you'd better not touch the women inside." After saying that, Devon didn't want to look at Durazzi anymore and turned around to leave. While walking, his mind was still spinning. Now, Devon knew that Chuju Mikoto, Ikaros, Yakuria, Yushin and the other girls were from the capital of alternate generations. Behind them stood the youngest powerhouse of the ninth step, and a demigod. Such a faction. Even if their low-end strength wasn't as strong as the three royal families, their high-end strength was something that even the three royal families couldn't help but be wary of. Devon felt that if he wanted to take Devia's place, using the capital of alternate generations would be a good idea. Thinking of this, Devon had an idea. But before that, Devon felt that he had to deal with another problem first. "You want to use my men to force me to jump out?" Devon smiled coldly. "You're underestimating my courage, Devia. A peak powerhouse of the eighth step might be precious, but I've already abandoned him." However, Devon, who was completely focused on the black-clothed old man and the group of young ladies, didn't notice that his cowardly son, who was so scared by him that his legs went soft, was looking at him with unprecedented resentment. Because of excessive indulgence, his incomparably pale face had an expression that all humans once had. It was a rebellious expression. "Don't touch." Durazzi spat out a mouthful of saliva and smiled evilly. "You say don't touch and I won't touch? Then I'll touch." The pitiful Devon spent so much effort to defeat Devia, only to end up with tragedy after tragedy when it came to educating his offspring. When he placed his hopes on him, he spoiled him without restraint, causing Durazzi to become a hedonistic son of rich parents. When he was disappointed, he abandoned him too thoroughly, causing this hedonistic son of rich parents to be rebellious and spoil his plans. At the same time in the palace. "What?" Kaya's shocked voice rang out in the palace. He turned his head with all his might and looked at his father, who had a bitter expression on his face. His voice began to tremble. "Father, is Lord Guardian Deity really not in the palace?" Devia didn't answer, but his expression grew increasingly bitter. Kaya's heart sank and his face turned ashen. "It's over." Devia didn't blame Ka for saying that because the situation was very unfavorable for them. It was so unfavorable that this stalemate could end at any moment. Moreover, it would end with the destruction of Fea Empire. "I always thought that the Beast King had used some kind of trick to lure the guardian deity away. Who would have thought that the situation would be worse than I imagined?" Wea gritted his teeth and took a deep breath. He then looked at the group of girls. "Since all of you have come to the Fea Empire, you must have been entrusted by the guardian god to help us. Am I right?" "Yes. Indeed, Miss Linya has something to do with it." Hinajika nodded and spoke her thoughts. If the pseudo-beast king leading the magical beast army knew that the pseudo-god-level beast king was being sealed in the capital of alternate generations by 5 demigod-level fighters, I'm afraid that he would immediately abandon the Fea Empire, and lead the magical beast army to attack the capital of alternate generations. Other than Miss Linya, we are here for ourselves. Before we came to Faya Empire, Yukari told us that it would be best if we could kill the Beast King. Even if we couldn't, we had to keep him here. We can't let him go to the otherworldly capital. Mikoto's voice was resolute, and her forehead flashed with electricity. Otherwise, if they affect the seal and allow the semi-divinity realm Beast Kings to break out of the seal, we'll be doomed. That's right. Ka had recovered from the sudden bad news and nodded heavily. Even though the guardian deity isn't here, and the situation isn't looking good for us, a demigod Beast King is still much easier to deal with than a demigod Beast King. Since the demigod Beast King is sealed by 5 demigods and Lady Linya is working hard for the sake of Silveria, we can't admit defeat to a demigod Beast King. Hearing Ka's words, the group of girls nodded in agreement. Actually, their thoughts were similar to Ka's. In order to deal with the Beast King so that the Misaka sisters and the girls in the capital of alternate generations could live a carefree and happy life, Wu Yen must be working hard in various dungeon worlds. Since that was the case, even if the girls couldn't do anything to the demigod Beast King, they had to stall the demigod Beast King. They couldn't let him go to the capital of a different era. That was the determination in the girls' hearts. Then, Wea couldn't possibly object and looked at the girls. Ladies, do you have any ideas on how to deal with the Beast King? The girls looked at each other, then Hinajiku and Mikoto stepped forward. Actually, we came up with a plan while we were on our way here. About half an hour later, Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, Yugiya, and Yushin came out of the palace and walked down a golden corridor. Hey, Yugiya couldn't help but speak up. Is that Beast King really that strong? So strong that we have to do this? He's definitely stronger than you think, Chuju said seriously. At least, I think even if the 5 of us work together, we won't be able to defeat him. Wow, Yushin didn't know he was that strong. Yushin looked at Mikoto. Is he stronger than Master? Mikoto opened her mouth and was about to say something when a group of people came out from the corner and blocked the girls' path. The one leading them was Doratsi with a proud smile on his face. Chapter 1961. The group of girls who were chatting stopped in their tracks and looked at the group of people who were blocking their way. The expressions on their faces all disappeared. Rushing out from the side, blocking the path of the girls was a group of people wearing armor with swords at their waists. They seemed to be from a knight regiment. There were about 20 of them, and each of them seemed to be above 30. Their aura was faintly discernible, and one could tell at a glance that they weren't people to be trifled with. Without needing to use the system's perception ability, the group of girls sensed the aura of these 20 knights and instantly saw through their strength. 18 peak of the 7th step. The remaining 2 stood beside Doratsi, one on the left and one on the right. They were slightly older than the rest of the knights. At first glance, they should be middle-aged or above. Their auras were more stable and obscure. From time to time, traces of light would flash across their eyes. Obviously, they were much more powerful than the rest of the knights. The level of these 2 middle-aged knights was indeed higher than the other knights, between level 70-72, reaching the 8th step. As for Darazir, the group of girls didn't even want to look at him. He was nothing more than trash. Of course, the more they didn't look at Darazir, the more Darazir became arrogant. He thought that the other party didn't dare to look him in the eye, afraid of offending him. This was the same as when he bullied people in the past. It was a fixed plot. Therefore, Darazir unscrupulously swept his fanatical gaze over the group of girls. Especially when his gaze swept over Ikaros and Shisien's protruding chest, the fanaticism in his eyes directly turned into lust, and he couldn't help but reach out his hands to the girls. This time, the girls couldn't ignore Doratsi anymore. Swoosh. Everyone's gazes converged on Doratsi's body. The faintly discernible pressure also converged on Doratsi's body through their gazes. This made Darazir's body stiffen, and he couldn't move. Seeing this, the 2 middle-aged knights of the 8th step standing on the left and right of Darazir raised their brows and glanced at each other. They seemed unwilling to stand out. That was only natural. As powerhouses of the 7th step and above, these knights more or less had their own dignity. The knights didn't mind protecting someone who was weaker than them. They didn't even mind obeying someone who was weaker than them. However, Durazzi wasn't just weak. He bullied the weak and feared the strong. He was abnormally lecherous. He was a hedonistic son of a rich family, such a person. Who would think highly of him? If he hadn't been ordered by Devon to protect this useless second generation, who was destined to be a good-for-nothing for the rest of his life. Not to mention the 2 Type 8 powerhouses, even the 18 peak Type 7 powerhouses would not be willing. It had to be said that Devon had indeed placed great importance on Durazzi. He had actually given his son 20 guards, 2 of which were powerhouses of the 8th step, and the rest were all powerhouses of the 7th step. This was already a treatment that ordinary princes could not enjoy. The guards in charge of protecting Derazir didn't seem to know that Devon was completely disappointed in Derazir. Even though he was unwilling, he had no choice but to stand out. Immediately, the 2 powerhouses of the 8th step stepped forward, as if protecting Durazzi behind them. They blocked in front of Durazzi, blocking the faintly discernible pressure from the group of girls. At this moment, Durazzi's stiff body finally loosened. He rubbed his shoulder and said with some doubt, "Have you been too tired recently?" This second-generation young master thought that the reason why he couldn't move was because his body became sluggish. Pucci, Chuju, Mikoto, Yakuya, and Yuxian were all stunned for a moment. Then they couldn't help but laugh. Clearly, they were prostrating at Durazzi's feet in all sorts of ways. When the group of girls smiled, their heroic, beautiful, and gentle appearances were displayed. This caused Durazzi's eyes to widen and his mouth to open. Drool actually flowed out of his mouth. The laughter of the girls stopped abruptly. Seeing Durazzi's sluggish appearance, they couldn't help but feel disgusted. Without saying anything, they turned around and left. In all fairness, whether it was Chuju, Mikoto, Yakuya, or Yuxian, although they were all kind, their tempers weren't very good. If it was any other time, they would have already flipped out. Why would they wait until now? Under such circumstances, Durazzi was actually able to make the group of girls not flip out. One could imagine how bad their impression of him was. Stop right there. When Durazzi saw the group of girls turn around and leave, he immediately called out, "Who allowed you to leave?" As soon as these words were spoken, the peak 7th order powerhouses standing behind Durazzi seemed to have gotten used to it. They leaped up and surrounded the group of girls in a flash. Looking at their practice movements, it was clear that they had done this many times in the past. Being surrounded like this, the group of girls could only helplessly stop again. Unable to hold back any longer, Yi Jia abruptly turned around and pointed at Durazzi. "How dare you block our way? How is it? Amazing, right?" Durazzi's nose was pointed towards the sky. He was so arrogant that no one could bear to look at him. It was as if he was the one who stopped the girls. "Let me tell you, this prince has taken a liking to you. Obediently return with this prince." "You're mocking me? You like me?" Shixian narrowed her eyes and looked expressionlessly at the smug Durazzi. "But Shixian hates you." Durazzi's smug expression froze on his face. "What a coincidence." Chuju also said with a smile, "I hate you too." "Hateful?" Mikoto opened her mouth in disgust. "If I can, I really want to punch you twice." Yi Jusha crossed his arms and smiled evilly. His words had offended everyone present. "Do you commoners also want to taste my pitch-black demonic spear?" Hearing that, the group of peak Type 7 powerhouses who had been expressionless and numb to do things for Durazzi were enraged. The 2 Type 8 powerhouses also frowned, while Durazzi was trembling in anger as he cried out, You dare to call me a commoner?" Jejuya laughed maniacally. Just as he was about to continue attacking Durazzi with his Chinibyu speech, he was stopped by Chuju. "That's enough. Don't waste your time on people like him." Chuju shook her head. "We still have things we need to prepare." Mikoto, Yi Jusha, and Shixian glanced at the furious Durazzi. Recalling his pale face and the way he was drooling just now, they also felt that it was a waste of time to stay with such a person. They nodded. "This prince is pissed to death. This prince is pissed to death." Because of Devon's endless pampering, he didn't discipline or guide him strictly. With his status as a branch prince, everyone outside has to give in to him, fear him, and even listen to his orders. When has Durazzi ever been treated like this? Because of this, after being yelled at by Devon for the first time, Durazzi started to have rebellious thoughts. Now that the group of girls are ignoring Durazzi's eyes were filled with hatred as he shouted, "Capture all of them. I will enjoy them immediately." Enjoy. What does that mean? It's self-explanatory. This time, other than Ikaros who didn't react at all, Chuju, Mikoto, Yijusher, and Shisien were also angered. But before they could do anything, one of the two Tier 8 fighters spoke up. "Prince Durazzi, Prince Kaya said before that if you use forceful means to coerce others, he won't let you go. Did you forget?" Durazzi shrunk his head back, fear flashed in his eyes. Kaya doesn't like Durazzi. He once said openly that if Durazzi dares to use forceful means to coerce others, he'll show him who's boss. If it wasn't for Kaya's words, who knows how many girls would have suffered at Durazzi's hands already. Durazzi also seemed to be afraid of Kaya, but when he saw the country-toppling beauty of these girls and recalled his father's yelling at him, Durazzi hardened his heart and shouted, "Who cares? At most, I'll just kill them after I'm done with them. I'll just silence them." The girls' gazes finally turned cold. Chapter 1962. Originally, Chuju Mikoto, Ikaros Yugiya, and the other girls didn't have a good impression of Derazir, but they didn't think of doing anything to him. This wasn't strange. Among the 5 young ladies, every single one of them was kind-hearted. Even Yijuya and Shisien, who were elves and wouldn't be affected by the deaths of strangers, wouldn't want to kill them just because they were disgusted by them a few times. Because of this, Derazir was able to survive until now. If Wu Yen was here and saw Derazir looking at his wives with such disgusting eyes, he wouldn't care about the Prince of Faya Empire's side family. He might even castrate Derazir on the spot. If Divin stepped out to stop him, he would take care of both of them. Waya, Kaya, and Faya Empire's side family wouldn't fall out with the capital of alternate generations just because of these 2 side family members. And now the girls were really angry. Derazir popped out of nowhere and said that he wanted to take them back and enjoy them. He even dared to silence them. The girls only met Derazir today. Not to mention offending him, they didn't even exchange a few words. Not only is this person a coward, his heart is also so vicious. Now the girls' impression of him was no longer bad. Instead, it was extremely bad. Derazir didn't know that he had offended someone he shouldn't have. He yelled at the guards beside him in exasperation. "What are you waiting for?" Hearing this, the 2 Tier 8 fighters and the group of Tier 7 knights looked at each other. Even though their eyes were filled with annoyance, they still obediently did as they were told. "Little girl, don't blame us." One of the Tier 8 fighters even said indifferently, "If you want to blame someone, you can only blame your bad luck." With that person waved his hand. A group of knights at the peak of the 7th step gathered together without taking any weapons. They didn't use any dochi and just grabbed them with their bare hands. Needless to say, when these people saw that the group of girls were so young, they all thought that they were pushovers. That's true. Mikoto lowered her head. His short brown bangs flashed with electric arcs. "If you want to blame someone, you can only blame your bad luck." As soon as she finished speaking, Mikoto abruptly raised her slightly angry face. Her body suddenly flashed violently with blue and white lightning. Beep, beep, beep. Amidst the loud sound of electricity, arcs of electric arcs the size of an arm suddenly flashed, as if a tornado was expanding in all directions. As the strong blue and white light flickered, it brushed against the ground and swept to the surroundings. It struck a group of peak Type 7 powerhouses who could not react in time. Beep, beep, beep. Ah! Another electric sound was heard, but this time, it came from the knights at the peak of the 7th step who were covered in violent electric arcs. Blue and white lightning leaped around the peak of the 7th step knights, mercilessly attacking their bodies, causing them to scream in agony. The 2 powerhouses at the 8th step had a drastic change in expression, but before they could say anything, the indiscriminate electric arcs that swept through the surroundings also shot towards their direction, causing their pupils to shrink. They hurriedly raised their swords and hurriedly circulated their do chi. Bang! Along with a neat overlapping sound, a muffled sound was heard. Thick electric arcs violently struck the swords of the two powerhouses at the 8th step. Humph! The two powerhouses only felt an unparalleled force from the swords in their hands, causing them to groan and stagger back a few steps. It wasn't until they retreated in front of Darcy that they stabilized themselves. Their eyes were filled with horror as they looked at Mikoto. Bam 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 bam. The group of peak Type 7 powerhouses fell to the ground one by one, emitting smoke all over their body. Their eyes rolled back, and with scorch marks, they fell to the ground, unable to get up again. From the beginning to the end, Darcy didn't react to what happened. His face was full of confusion, and he even cried out, "Why are you all down? Hurry up and get up to capture them." Hearing this, the two powerhouses at the 8th step really wanted to send Darcy flying with a kick. Don't you understand? They kicked an iron plate. The two powerhouses could only stare at Mikoto, who was stroking her bangs, her body flashing with blue and white electric arcs. "Who the hell are you?" "It doesn't matter who I am," Mikoto snorted coldly. She stretched out her hand and lightly tossed 2 shiny silver coins. It was clearly a simple action, but it caused the two powerhouses to have goosebumps all over their body. "Didn't you want to attack us? Then come face to face." Such a bold statement caused the two powerhouses of the 8th step to feel their chests tighten. Anger appeared on their faces as they felt like they were being looked down upon. They even forgot about the feeling of goosebumps. Instead, they raised their swords and charged towards Mikoto with a loud roar. As the saying goes, one is marked by the company one keeps. Although these two powerhouses and the 18 peak Type 7 powerhouses looked down on Darcy, they still followed his orders. Their actions of helping a villain cause trouble had already made them into jackals of the same lair as Darcy. Who knew if they had really been infected by Duratzi's disease of having no limit to intelligence? Even after knowing that they had kicked an iron plate, they still foolishly rushed forward. It had to be said that these two powerhouses of the 8th step were truly unbearable. No wonder they would walk together with Duratzi. In response, Mikoto wanted to make a move and ruthlessly deal a killing blow to the two powerhouses, but someone else beat her to it. Amidst the sonic boom, 2 figures that were almost identical turned into afterimages, their bodies shrouded in gusts of wind. In a flash, they appeared in front of the 2 Type 8 powerhouses and kicked out at their chests. Pung! Before they could even let out a scream, the 2 powerhouses of the 8th stage who were helping the tyrant were sent flying by this kick. They were less than a meter away from Duratzi as they flew out fiercely. Finally, they smashed into the wall at the end of the corridor. Their heads tilted as they fainted. Clap, clap, clap. Yi Juya clapped his hands lightly as if he was dusting off the dust on his hands. He curled his lips. "So weak. I feel the same." Shi Xian patted her skirt. Although she still had a half-asleep and lazy appearance, and even her tone was soft and powerless, the disdain and arrogance in her words were almost exactly the same as Yi Juya's. "Dealt with in one move. You all." Duratzi's mouth trembled as he looked at the guards who had fallen to the ground. Then he looked at the group of young girls who were looking at him with a smile that was not a smile. His face paled as he cried out in panic. "Get up! Get up! Protect me!" Seeing this scene, the gazes of the group of young ladies towards Duratzi changed from faint smiles to pity. He was destined to be a clown who would never amount to anything in his life. At that moment, Mikoto waved her fingers and walked past the guards, as well as Yagiya and Shi Xian, towards Duratzi. What are you trying to do?" Darcy's face was filled with fear as he looked at the approaching Mikoto. His legs trembled as he retreated step by step. He even tried to put up a brave front as he screamed, I am the Prince of Fia Empire. If you dare to touch me, Fia Empire will not let you off." However, Duratzi's threatening words didn't cause fear and panic like he had imagined. Instead, it caused Mikoto's expression to become dissatisfied. A trace of disdain slowly surfaced in her brown eyes. You. Duratzi's heart grew more and more panicked. He stumbled and sat on the ground. As he moved back, he kept shaking his head. Slowly, his eyes became moist. Even his pants were wet. Help! Help! So noisy. Seeing Doratzi's unbearable performance, Mikoto's disgust for a person reached its peak for the first time. With a shout, an electric current shot out from her body and heavily hit Doratzi's body. Beep beep. Ah! In the next moment, the screams of a pig being slaughtered echoed throughout the palace. Finally, it startled everyone and caused a complete commotion in the palace. Chapter 1963. Aha! When the screams echoed throughout the Fea Imperial Palace, no matter if it was the members of the Fea Imperial family living in the Imperial Palace, or those who happened to be in the Imperial Palace, or even the servants in the Imperial Palace, they were all shocked when they heard the screams. Those who were slightly slower were astonished. Why would such a blood-curdling scream be heard from the palace? Those with sharp senses immediately realized that something had happened. However, they didn't understand who dared to cause trouble in the palace. Devon belonged to the latter. Originally, Devon was still walking to his bedroom while thinking about how to establish a relationship with the capital of a different era to obtain the support of the capital of a different era to pull Wea down from his position. However, before he could come up with a result, an extremely tragic cry resounded, startling Devon. What's wrong? Devon stared blankly as he didn't understand who dared to cause trouble in the palace. But shortly after, his expression changed. The blood-curdling scream was extremely mournful. But Devon still recognized the owner of the voice. If it wasn't his useless son, who else could it be? Devon had a bad premonition as soon as he recognized his son's voice. Indeed, Devon had pushed all the blame for Doratzi's failure to live up to expectations. He didn't feel that it was his fault at all, and had given up on Doratzi. But giving up on Doratzi didn't mean that Devon wouldn't care about his son. After all, no matter how useless Doratzi was, Devon's blood flowed in Doratzi's veins. Devon only had Doratzi as his only son, and was counting on him to carry on the family line. Therefore, as long as Doratzi could bear children, nothing else mattered. And now, after hearing Doratzi's blood-curdling scream, Devon had a bad premonition. Devon knitted his brows deeply. Without hesitation, dense mana surged from Devon's body as he cast a speed-increasing wind-type spell. He darted toward the direction where the blood-curdling scream came from. Even though the palace was huge, but Doratzi's speed was terrifyingly fast after casting a spell. Furthermore, as Devon had been considering how to establish a relationship with the capital of otherworldly beings, he didn't travel too far and arrived at the scene in just 10 seconds. Shortly after, Devon's expression changed once again, and this time, it was a drastic change. The first thing that caught his eye was Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, Yakuria, Yuxian, and the other young ladies who were still standing at the scene. Around the group of girls, knights in armor and swords were lying unconscious on the ground. At the end of the corridor where the girls were at, there were two middle-aged knights who were embedded into the wall. Their eyes were rolled back, and it was obvious that they wouldn't wake up in a short period of time. In front of the group of girls, or to be more precise, in front of Mikoto, was Doratzi. He was foaming at the mouth, his eyes were lifeless, and his mouth was filled with saliva. The ground beneath him was completely soaked, and his body was emitting light smoke. He looked like a fool, and had also fainted. Devon's have. Even if Devon used his knee to think, he could roughly guess what happened. But that was the thing that Devon didn't want to see the most. If it was really as Devon thought, that idiot Doratzi didn't listen to him, and went to provoke the young ladies of the capital of otherworldly beings, then his plan to establish a relationship with the capital of otherworldly beings would be ruined by Doratzi. No, not only would it be ruined, it might even push this huge helper to the side of Wea. That was something that Devon didn't want to see even if he died. That idiot. Devon could only swallow his bitterness. As he listened to the sounds of footsteps and disturbances gathering around him, he gritted his teeth and rushed forward. Ladies, please stop. The group of young ladies who were looking at Doratzi's unbearable appearance with disdain raised their heads and looked at Devon, who was standing in front of Doratzi. Their expressions were unsightly. Seeing this, Devon's heart sank once more. He glanced at Doratzi, who was drooling and had a dazed expression. Even the floor under his crotch was drenched wet. The anger in his heart soared. He knew that he had lost a lot of face this time. Sure enough, Many people who heard the commotion gathered on both sides of the corridor. Looking at Doratzi's unbearable appearance and Devon, who was confronting the group of young ladies, they pointed and whispered as though they had expected this to happen. Actually, no matter who it was, as long as they knew how unbearable Doratzi was, they would be able to guess the whole process of the matter. Thus, the onlookers all pointed at Doratzi, their eyes and faces filled with disdain and disgust. Even Devon, who was standing in front of Doratzi, seemed to be standing up for Doratzi, was looked at with strange gazes, and the noise became louder and louder. "What are you all doing?" At this moment, at one end of the corridor, the spectators who had gathered there made a path in fear and trepidation. Wyatt and Kaya walked in from outside. Seeing this scene, their faces darkened. Obviously, if the crowd could guess what was going on, it's impossible for the emperor and prince to not guess it. "Ladies!" Kaya immediately stepped forward and hurriedly called out. "What's going on?" Chuju, Ikaros, Yagoya, and Yushin didn't speak. Only Mikoto, who crossed her arms, suddenly spoke. "This guy brought people to stop us. He threatened to take us back and enjoy us. He even said that he would kill us to silence us. That's why we took him down." When she said that, Wea, Kaya, and Devon's faces turned ugly. The three of them had thought that Doratzi couldn't hold back his lust, and had brought people to tease the group of girls. However, because Kaya had once suppressed Doratzi and warned him not to use forceful methods to force others, Doratzi had probably just been rude, and had been taught a lesson by the group of girls, who knew that Doratzi not only planned to kidnap the girls, he even planned to silence them. This isn't something that can be solved with a few lessons. "Uncle Devon." Before Wea could say anything, Kaya spoke first. "Your good son sure has guts." After being provoked by Ka's words, Devon's face became more and more unsightly. His anger towards Doratzi also became more and more intense. He took a few deep breaths and forced out a smile. "Ladies, it's my fault for not teaching him well. I apologize on behalf of my useless son." Devon still didn't think it was enough and continued with gritted teeth. "This is his own fault. He should take responsibility for it. That's why I'll leave this idiot to you ladies to deal with." An uproar immediately broke out in the crowd. Even the group of girls, Wea and Kaya, were stunned. What's the meaning of this? Is Devon not going to plead for his son? What they didn't know was that Devon had already given up on his son. Now, he was prepared to sacrifice his son in exchange for the favor of the girls. This wasn't surprising. To Devon, Doratzi was only useful for producing offspring. If Doratzi was to die, Devon might consider it. But Devon felt that the girls wouldn't directly kill Doratzi. Thus he made this decision. This way, not only would he be able to appease the anger of the girls, he would also be able to increase the favor of the capital of another generation. It would be more beneficial for him when he interacted with them in the future. Why not? As for what would happen to Doratzi, Devon didn't care. As long as he didn't die or get castrated, anything was fine. However, Devon was measuring the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. If Wu Yan was here, he would have given Doratzi an unforgettable lesson. But the girls were kind-hearted. Their anger had mostly dissipated after Mikoto taught Doratzi a lesson. Naturally, they had no interest in Doratzi. No need. Chuju frowned and waved her hand as if she didn't want to see Doratzi. "Take him away. Don't let us see him in the future." Hinajika's original intention was to let Doratzi off the hook, but this sentence made Devon's heart tighten. Could it be that these girls from the capital of another generation weren't willing to let this go and wanted to pursue the matter? Chapter 1964. Looking at the cold faces of the girls, Devon was even more certain that they weren't going to let the matter rest, and wanted to pursue the matter to the end. It was no wonder that Devon would think this way. He clearly wanted to hand Doratzi over, and let Doratzi bear all the responsibility to resolve this matter. However, the group of girls wasn't willing to accept this, and even put on a cold expression. Weren't they intending to continue pursuing the matter? That's why they said Devon was measuring the heart of a gentleman with his own yardstick. The girls didn't accept Devon's suggestion because they wanted to let Darazir off the hook, and let the curtains fall on this matter. Their cold faces made it even easier to understand. Chuju, Mikoto, Yakuya, and Yuxian couldn't stand Devon's actions of abandoning his own son. Ikaros didn't show any emotions. She's always been like this. The pitiful Devon was too paranoid and narrow-minded. He thought that the girls were unwilling to let this matter pass, so he made a decision that he regretted for the rest of his life. If you ladies still feel unsatisfied. Devon puffed out his chest, looking like he was ready to die. Then punch me. As soon as these words came out, the noisy crowd instantly disappeared without a trace. Devon, Uncle Devon? Vea and Kaya didn't expect Devon to make such a decision. Their faces were filled with shock. For a moment, he was at a loss. Punch you? If the others were only stunned, the group of girls looked at each other in dismay. They didn't know what was going on, and they looked at Devon with strange gazes. Asking others to punch him for no reason. What's wrong with him? Could it be that this was the masochist that Yen Master had mentioned before? With that thought in mind, the group of girls looked at Devon weirdly. Even Sis Cannon, who was used to solving problems by force, felt a little uncomfortable. She smiled awkwardly. And no need. How can you not use force? Devon said righteously. Even though you have to bear the consequences of your own actions, Derazir is still my son. I have to bear a part of the responsibility. That sentence. Of course, Devon was just speaking casually. If Devon really had the awareness of being a father, Duratsi wouldn't have been taught to act like a dog. He also wouldn't have been thrown out like a piece of trash to be sacrificed when he got into trouble. Upon witnessing Devon's righteous look, the crowd continued to whisper among themselves. There was a hint of admiration in his eyes as he looked at Devon. Kaya still had an expression of surprise on his face. She didn't know what was wrong with her uncle, but he suddenly became so righteous. Only Wea gave Devon a deep look. He glanced at the group of girls who were scratching their heads, and seemed to have understood something. His eyes flashed with a hint of a smile. He coughed and said to the group of girls, "Since Devon has said so, ladies, please give him a chance." The group of girls looked at each other. In the end, it was Chuju who asked hesitantly, "Really?" "Of course." Diwan nodded heavily with a graceful demeanor. "Ladies, please give me a chance." Hearing this, Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, Yakaina, and the other girls looked at each other. They could see the confusion and helplessness in each other's eyes. "Then let me do it." Yakaina stepped forward. Her eyes shone with eagerness, as if she found this very interesting. But it is indeed interesting. It's not that Yakaina hasn't hit anyone before, but it's the first time someone took the initiative to ask her to do it. The corners of Yijuya's mouth curled up as his eyes lit up. "I won't go easy on you." "No problem." Devon patted his own chest and said, "Don't worry. Please give it your all, miss." At first, Devon thought it would be either Chuju or Mikoto. Now it's a girl he's never heard of. Though he didn't show it on his face, his heart was filled with joy. Hinajiku and Mikoto were quite famous in Silveria World Institute. Everyone knew that Hinajiku had defeated Bizi, the young master of the third most powerful family in the Ailu Empire, the Ladine family, during the grand tournament. The latter even went head-to-head with Princess Sylph of the Ailu Empire's royal family. He's one of the most popular powerhouses in the Spalier World Academy. How could Devon not have heard of him? From Devon's point of view, to be able to defeat Bishi, the young master of House Ladine, the third strongest house in the Ailu Empire, Chuju must be at least a peak rank 7 powerhouse. Mikoto, on the other hand, is a rank 8 powerhouse. Both of them are extremely talented. However, Devon himself is a peak rank 8 powerhouse. Devon felt that with his current strength, even if Mikoto were to attack with her full strength, it would be a lie to say that he wouldn't be affected at all. However, it's still too early for him to be injured, unless Mikoto is a high rank 8 powerhouse. As for Chuju, even if she made a breakthrough after leaving the Spalier World Academy, she should still be weaker than Mikoto. If she were to attack, Devon wouldn't have to fear her at all. But this time, Hinajika didn't do anything, Mikoto didn't do anything. The one who did was a little girl whose name he didn't even know. Devon's heart calmed down. He looked at Yagiku, who was eager to do something, and he just used his mana to cover his body. If it were Chuju or Mikoto attacking, Devon would have used a shield spell to block the attack. But since it was Yakaina who attacked, Devon thought that it would be fine to use his mana to reduce the damage. He didn't want to embarrass his opponent too much. Such underestimation of the enemy and a series of self-righteous thoughts caused Devon to fall into an ice cellar in the next moment. Whoosh! At a certain moment, Yijiyoshi's figure suddenly moved. He raised one of his hands and clenched it tightly. A stream of air surged from it and wrapped around Yijiyoshi's slender fist. It tore through the air and viciously smashed towards Devon's chest. As soon as Yijuya made his move, everyone in the audience cried out in surprise. Even Wea and Kaya were shocked to their feet. This punch has completely exceeded the strength of a rank 8 powerhouse. It's at least a peak rank 8 powerhouse. If even the onlookers could see it, Devon naturally could. Facing such a powerful attack, which was equivalent to his all-out attack, Devon's complexion changed drastically. He frantically mobilized the mana within his body in an attempt to form a shield. However, by this time, everything was too late. Boom! With a deep explosion, the slender fist wrapped in air instantly shattered the mana covering Devon's body and landed solidly on Devon's chest. Devon let out a blood-curdling scream as his body was sent flying. Like a piece of garbage being thrown into the air. He continued to roll until he was 20 meters away before stopping and lying on the ground. PFFF. The intense pain from his chest caused D1 to spit out a mouthful of blood. His face became extremely pale. He raised his trembling finger and pointed at Yijushu as he cried out in disbelief. "You are also a peak rank 8 powerhouse?" The crowd looked at Yijuya with shock in their eyes. This young lady who was at most 20 years old was actually a peak rank 8 powerhouse. Doesn't that mean that as long as this young lady is given some time, she will have a chance to become a rank 9 powerhouse and dominate the Spalier world? Furthermore, if he was lucky, it was not impossible for him to break through to the demigod level and become invincible from then on. Where did this super genius come from? Weiya's face was also filled with shock, not expecting Yijuya to be a peak type 8 powerhouse. Even Kaya's eyes flashed, as he looked at Yijuya seriously. If these people knew that Yakaina wasn't a peak rank 8 powerhouse but a rank 9 powerhouse, what would they think? Why are you looking at me like that? Being stared at like that, Yigeisha's face reddened, and he stuttered as he tried to explain himself. He asked me to hit him. Who knew he's so weak? This girl thought that she was being too heavy-handed. Everyone immediately looked at Devon with strange gazes, causing his face to turn green and white. In the end, he couldn't stand the stimulation, and his head tilted to the side as he fainted. An uproar once again resounded throughout the entire palace. Chapter 1965. The royal city of Feyre Empire was bustling with activity today. As the saying goes, good news never leaves the house, but bad news travels for thousands of miles. Furthermore, all the powerful fighters in the Feyre Empire who could fight on the battlefield had gathered in the capital of the Feyre Empire. If a piece of news were to leak out, how much time would it take for everyone to know? Therefore, in just half a day's time, 2 extremely shocking pieces of news were leaked. The first piece of news was that Durazzi of the Feyre royal family kicked an iron plate. Not only did he fail to take advantage of a young girl, but he was also defeated along with his guards. When news of this spread, everyone in the Field Empire's capital cheered in unison, saying that they deserved it. Many people were aware of Durazzi's existence and actions. The reason was simple, because this guy would go to the streets of the royal city every day to find some good-looking girls. As a prince of a branch family, he often used his status to bully men and take advantage of women, causing others to despise him. It could be said that his reputation was in tatters. In the past, the men who had been bullied by Derazir and the women who had been molested by Derazir could only bear with it because of the other party's status. Now that this scum had finally been dealt with, how could they not be happy? Some of the servants in the palace even used a crystal ball to record the scene of Durazzi lying on the ground, urinating all over the floor. His mouth was full of saliva, and his eyes were bulging out. He looked like an unbearable fool. They then spread it around the royal city. In just half a day, everyone had seen it. It was believed that Durazzi would not be able to raise his head in the royal city in the future. The second piece of news was that Durazzi's father, Devon, was also defeated in one move. As for Devon, the people in the royal city didn't know that he had a vicious and heartless side. Their impression of Devon stopped at the level of leader of the royal family of Fair Empire. They only knew that the current emperor of Fair Empire had a younger brother, but didn't know what he was capable of. However, when the news of today's incident spread, Devon's impression of him became thought-provoking. Knocked down by a single move? Defeated in one move by a young girl who wasn't even 20 years old? Wouldn't that be an incomparably shameful thing? However, there were also rumors that Devon was willing to be punched in order to shoulder some of the blame for his son. That was why he ended up in such a state. It wasn't shameful. Instead, he dared to take responsibility for his actions, and had an extraordinary bearing. Of course, if Devon's son was someone else, the people in the capital would definitely think so. At that time, not only would Devon not lose face, but he would also gain a good reputation. Unfortunately, Devon's son was Durazzi. Stand up for a scum like Durazzi? If this wasn't aiding the tyrant, then it was showing favoritism, right? This leader of a branch of the Faya Empire's royal family wasn't a good person either. As a result, all the rumors about Devon became negative. Due to the effectiveness of the air-restricting domain, the people were no longer afraid of the surprise attacks of the flying magical beasts. The magical beast army also seemed to have realized that they had lost a great advantage, and did not launch an attack during this period of time. As a result, the two rumors that had tarnished the reputation of the Faya Empire's royal family were discussed enthusiastically for the entire day. They did not stop until the sun set and night fell. Thanks to this, the Faya Empire's royal city, which had been filled with tension and heaviness due to the magical beast army's attack, was instantly replaced by a sense of joy. Today, the Faya Empire's royal city was filled with laughter, and the atmosphere was joyous. While the entire Faya Empire's royal city was filled with laughter due to the liveliness of Devon and Durazzi, an incomparably mournful shriek sounded in one of the chambers in the Faya Empire's royal city. Bam! Accompanied by a blood-curdling scream, a figure was flung high into the air like a kite with a broken string in the bedchamber before crashing heavily onto the ground. After rolling a few times, a face contorted in pain was revealed. This face belonged to one of the main characters of today's scandal, Durazzi. However, Durazzi's current state was much worse than during the day. His face, which was originally extremely pale due to excessive debauchery, became completely pale. Not only were his clothes covered in dust, but they were also covered in fist and footprints. The corners of his mouth were full of blood, and blood was also flowing from his nostrils. Tears flowed from the corners of his eyes as he wailed miserably. "It hurts! It hurts! Stop hitting me! It hurts!" This time it was no wonder that Durazzi was so unbearable. He had never been beaten or even yelled at since he was young. In addition, he had always been fed and clothed. He didn't even need to hold a kitchen knife. Naturally, he had never felt the slightest bit of pain. Now even the slightest bit of pain would make him wail loudly. It was unbearable. Seeing Durazzi rolling on the ground in pain, Devon, who was sitting on a chair in front of the palace, clutching his chest. His face was pale, but his eyes were incomparably cold. He waved his hand, and the surrounding air twisted. A gust of wind blew, and the wind gathered into a huge fist. It flew in Durazzi's direction, and heavily smashed into his body. Bam! A muffled sound and a blood-curdling scream rang out once again. Durazzi's body was sent flying just like before. He landed on the ground at the side and howled in pain. Devon was actually torturing his own son. This was something that even the heavens couldn't tolerate. Not only did Devon do it without any pressure, but he also became more and more ruthless. If not, he wouldn't be able to vent his anger. If it weren't for Durazzi, Devon wouldn't have stood up and done something that he would regret for the rest of his life. If it weren't for Durazzi, Devon wouldn't have embarrassed himself and become the laughingstock of the entire Ferd Empire's royal city. Would Devon be able to swallow his anger? Of course not. Thus, when Devon returned, he didn't hesitate to sit on his seat and personally torture his own son. He punched him at least 100 times and kicked him 300 times. All of them were attacks condensed from magic. Durazzi was in so much pain that it seeped into his bones. His screams lasted for an entire hour. Bastard! Bastard! As he tortured Durazzi, Devon spat out words filled with resentment. How dare you treat me like this and humiliate me? Capital of a different era. Don't think that I'll let this go. Indeed, Devon wanted to establish a relationship with the capital of a different era and get them to help Durazzi step down from the throne. It would be best if they could help him ascend the throne and become the emperor of the Third Empire. However, that was only Devon's wishful thinking. He didn't think about the rewards he would have to pay if he succeeded. Not only was he self-righteous, but he was also extremely conceited. Therefore, Devon wouldn't give up on revenge just because he wanted to use the power of the capital of a different era. To Devon, it was only right for him to seek revenge. And that bast asterisk RD Durazzi. Devon recalled how Durazzi didn't stop the group of young ladies from attacking him, and even encouraged them. At first, he was baffled as to why Durazzi would be so kind as to help him. But now, it seemed that Durazzi had more or less guessed that Devon would be humiliated. Devon couldn't help but clench his fists. His face was filled with resentment. I will make you pay the price. Pay the price. Extremely venomous words reverberated throughout the entire chamber, causing Durazzi, who was rolling on the ground in pain, to feel extreme fear. He didn't care about his face, or rather, he didn't have any face to begin with. He crawled on the ground like a worm and crawled under Devon's body. He hugged Devon's leg and began to beg in a sharp voice. Father, I won't do it again. Don't hit me anymore. I'll listen to you. I'll listen to you. Hearing that, Devon coldly snorted. Just as he was about to kick Durazzi away, he suddenly paused. A trace of hatred and viciousness flashed through his eyes. He extended his hand, grabbed Durazzi's collar, and pulled him in front of him. You'll listen to me? Durazzi didn't dare to say no. Snot and tears flowed out of his nose as he nodded rapidly. Devon's lips slowly curled up. A cold and cruel sneer appeared on his face. If you do as I say obediently, not only will I forgive you, I will also let you have a taste of those women who caused you to fall into this state. How about it? Do you want to do it? Durazzi was stunned at first. Then he nodded even faster, causing Devon to laugh out loud. His voice was filled with insanity. Chapter 1966. Many thanks to Thunder, Maple Withering, and for their tips. Faya Empire, Palace. In the middle of the night, in the resting area for guests, two silhouettes silently appeared in front of a rather large building. To be more precise, it should be said that one person had appeared here silently while holding the collar of another person. He raised his head and looked at the pavilion in front of him. His eyes shone with a ruthless and cruel light. The person who was carried out fell to the ground with a plop. Just as he was about to cry out in pain, he was glanced at by a sharp gaze. He shut his mouth, stood up in fear, and asked in a timid voice, Father, can I really play with those women? Of course it's Devon and Durazzi. Devon didn't say anything and tossed a scroll to Durazzi. Durazzi hurriedly caught it. Do as I said and you'll succeed. But if you do anything stupid again, I won't. I won't. Durazzi hurriedly said when he heard Devon's cold voice. I'll listen to you this time. That's good. Devon relaxed and didn't say anything else. He turned around and disappeared into the shadows. Seeing this, Durazzi's eyes flashed with a filthy light. He rubbed his hands and hugged the scroll, as if it was a treasure. With a face full of joy, he ran to the loft in front of him. He directly pushed open the door and walked in. At the same time, Yi Juya was lying on a round table in the middle of his living room, waiting for Shixian to arrive with a bored expression. Shixian, you're so slow. Unlike the Baruba Empire's palace where the girls lived together, Chuju Mikoto, Ikaros, Yakuya, and Shixian were arranged to live in separate buildings. Even though they weren't far from each other, they weren't living together. For the Yakuya sisters who are like twins, this was a bit hard to accept. That's why Shixian said that she would secretly come over at night. She would live together with Yakuya. Bam! At a certain moment, the sound of the door being pushed open and closed came from the entrance. Yi Juya, who had his back to the door, paused for a moment and turned around in confusion. Then Yi Juya saw it. He saw the scroll in his arms. Duratsi slowly walked over with a silly grin on his face. Yijuya couldn't help but be stunned. There was no denying it. Although Yakuya's figure wasn't as good as Ikaros or Shixien's, it was still quite impressive. But it was definitely not bad. Needless to say, it was very difficult to find someone who could surpass Yijuya in terms of looks, and Yijuya's figure belonged to the slender type. She couldn't be considered petite, but she gave people the feeling that she would break with just a little bit of force. Duratsi's saliva nearly flowed out from his mouth as he gazed at Yijuya's peerlessly beautiful appearance and tiny waist. Almost uncontrollably, Duratsi tossed aside Devon's repeated exhortations of using scrolls the instant he saw Yijuya. Instead, he muttered with a greedy and obscene tone, "Little beauty, this prince is coming. Why is it you?" She frowned and shouted angrily. "What are you talking about?" She frowned and shouted. "Thou actually dared to barge into my sacred palace? Get out! Little beauty, don't be angry." Duratsi licked his lips. Seeing that Yijuya was about to teach him a lesson, he finally remembered what he came for and stopped hesitating. "Let's do something fun." Duratsi fiercely tore open the scroll in his hand, and a dazzling light flashed. Ah! Yijuya felt his vision turn white. A strange wave of energy suddenly entered his body and rushed to his brain, causing him to groan. His body froze on the spot, and his mind went blank. His eyes became dazed and he lost all consciousness. After using the scroll, Duratsi's face paled and he felt dizzy. It took him a while to recover. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and looked at Yijuya, who was standing there in a daze, with a look of ecstasy on his face. "Father really didn't lie to me. As long as I use this scroll, this woman will be at my mercy." Duratsi didn't know that the scroll he casually tore open was a scroll made by a demigod rank expert. It is a scroll that can make people fall into an illusion. As long as this scroll was used, the illusion magic attached to it would take effect. Apart from the user, everyone within a certain range would be dragged into a chaotic illusion and lose all perception. The content of the illusion would be determined by the content engraved in the scroll in advance. Thinking back, when he accidentally obtained this scroll from a ruin, Devon was so excited that he danced with joy. But soon he discovered that this illusion magic scroll wasn't as powerful as he had imagined. First, it can't be used on someone stronger than the person who made the scroll. It can't even be used on someone of the same rank. In other words, this scroll wouldn't be effective against demigod rank powerhouses, and it would be difficult for it to even work on peak rank 9 powerhouses. If the target had a certain level of resistance to illusions, it would be difficult for it to work as well. Originally, Devon wanted to use it to deal with Vea, but Vea has magic that can dispel illusions. Even Kaya has magic that can dispel illusions. Thus, this plan can only be aborted. Secondly, the amount of magic required to activate it is so high that it can make one's hair stand on end. It is comparable to the magic of a peak of the 9th rank. God knows, in order to fill up the magic required to use the scroll, Devon fell into a weakened state for an entire month. If not for the scroll automatically storing magic for the user to use, Devon wouldn't have been able to use it. Of course, these drawbacks weren't a big deal. This illusory realm magic scroll was still very formidable. However, the problem was that the strength of the person who used this scroll would drop by an entire level. Yes, 1 rank. And it is forever. This caused the scroll to become completely useless, and was shelved by Devon until today when he thought of it, and took it out for Duratsi to use. Duratsi didn't notice that his pitifully weak strength of the 5th rank is dropping at a frightening speed. It only stopped when he fell to the 4th rank, and almost fell to the 3rd rank. Looking carefully at the contents of the scroll in Duratsi's hand, it reads, "The person I met tonight is Kaya. Devon's scheme has finally been revealed. Using an illusion magic scroll to force Yijuya into an illusion, he will treat Duratsi as Kaya and shift the blame for everything that happened tonight to Kaya, to the direct descendants of the Fea Empire's royal family. This way, Devon will not only take revenge on Yijuya, who made him lose face, but also the direct descendants of the Fea Empire's royal family." Devon didn't think that the people of the capital of alternate generations would let this matter rest. He can also use this opportunity to establish a relationship with the capital of alternate generations and drag them down with him to deal with Fea. 3 birds with 1 stone. Durazzi didn't know about all of this. He only knew that his father had ordered him to do whatever he wanted after using the scroll. Durazzi's greedy gaze swept over the sluggish Yakuya's body. He couldn't wait to take off his pants and yell out loud, "Little beauty, I'm coming." After speaking, Durazzi reached out with his hand and grabbed towards Yakuya's body. Aha! A blood-curdling scream filled with fear, despair, and despair suddenly reverberated throughout the resting area of the Fea Imperial Palace. The scream was so shrill that it made one think of a criminal who was sentenced to death being sliced into 1,000 pieces. It was as shrill as a ghost scream. Not good. When Devon, who was hiding in the shadows outside, heard this voice, his expression changed drastically. He immediately recognized the owner of this voice. The plan has failed. Immediately, an extremely strong sense of unease welled up in Devon's heart. Then, a strange sound came from the pavilion. It was like the sharp whistling sound of a tornado tearing through the air. It also sounded like the wailing of a ghost from the abyss, making one's hair stand on end. He's indeed trash. He can't even handle such a small matter. Devon couldn't sit still anymore. He dashed out of the shadows, but he didn't dash toward the attic. Instead, he dashed toward the outside of the resting area. Devon had no intention of saving Durazzi. Instead, he chose to protect himself. Chi. However, in the next second, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out behind him, causing Devon's pupils to shrink to the size of a needle tip. Chapter 1967. Chi. Almost at the same time, Devon felt a chill in his heart. With a flip of his hand, a sparkling white staff appeared in his hand, and the crystal ball on top of it suddenly lit up. Buzz. Mana fluctuations were transmitted from Devon's body, and a whirlwind suddenly surged behind Devon's back. With a swirl, the whirlwind actually converged into a pair of sparkling wind wings. With a slight flap, the whistling of the wind resounded, and Devon's figure became blurry. A long sword that seemed to be made of crystal appeared behind Devon's back without any warning, ruthlessly stabbing into Devon's shoulder. However, there was only a tearing sound, as if the sword had pierced through the air. Not even a drop of blood was drawn as it pierced through Devon's body. That was actually an afterimage. Oomph. With a cold snort, the long sword made of crystal heavily twisted, and a terrifying force burst out, crushing the afterimage in front of it. Soon after, the owner of the crystal longsword slowly appeared in the air, exposed under the moonlight. It was Chuju. Turning around and raising her head, Chuju held the white cherry in her hand and looked ahead. Over there, Devon, who had gathered wind wings behind his back, was floating at a low altitude of less than 5 meters. Changfeng looked down at the scene of Hinajiku crushing his afterimage, and a drop of cold sweat slid down his cheek. Devon could imagine that if he hadn't decisively used the flight magic that he had hidden, his shoulder would have been pierced. If that was the case, then his shoulder would have been pierced through by the sword earlier. The severity of the injury would definitely cause him to lose his ability to fight in an instant. In addition, when Chuju arrived, Devon only felt a trace of sound, and nothing else. This made Devon very inconceivable thought emerge in his mind. Could it be that this little girl was also a powerhouse at the peak of the 8th step? But wasn't she only at the peak of the 7th step in the Spalier World Academy? Even if she made a breakthrough during the time she left the Spalier World Academy, she would only be at the beginning of the 8th step. If her talent was good, she might reach the beginning of the 8th step. How could she suddenly reach the peak of the 8th step? Originally, Devon still wanted to deceive them and push away the possibility of being exposed. He believed that the royal family of the Fea Empire wouldn't be able to prove that he was the one who instigated it. He definitely couldn't attack him directly. However, this was an inconceivable thought. However, Devon had forgotten about it for a moment. Thus, Hinajika's yellow-green eyes flashed with anger and coldness. While Devon was still in disbelief, Hinajika tapped her toes on the ground. Her figure turned into a stream of pink light, streaking across the sky like a meteor. In an instant, she arrived in front of Devon. She raised the crystal sword in her hand, and like a flash of sword light, she stabbed out with lightning speed. Exclamation point. The sharp tip of the sword enlarged in Devon's eyes, causing his expression to change drastically. It wasn't that Devon was making a fuss over nothing. Instead, Chuju was simply too fast. She was so fast that Devon didn't even have time to raise his staff, cast a spell, or say a single word before he was met with such an attack. Ha! At the crucial moment, Devon could only loudly shout as he roused all the mana within his body and crazily poured it into the wind wings on his back, making the wind wings tremble and swell up due to the excessive amount of mana. Bang! With an explosion, the wings of wind behind Devon instantly exploded, turning into an extremely berserk wave that engulfed the surroundings. Bang! In the next moment, that berserk wave turned into a substantial impact. Not only did it hit Devon, but it also sent him flying with a groan. It also surged towards Chuju, who was thrusting her sword at him. The whistling sound of the surging wave reverberated through the entire space, causing one's scalp to feel numb. Even Devon suffered a self-inflicted blow and was sent flying. His face flushed red, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. However, in the face of this berserk wave, Chuju's expression remained the same. The crystal sword in her hand flashed with a sharp arc of light. Instead of retreating, she advanced and ruthlessly stabbed at the wave of wind before her. Swish! With a clear tearing sound, the shockwave that was rushing towards Hinajuku was sliced apart like a piece of cloth. With the tip of the crystal sword as the center, the shockwave was sliced in half by Hinajuku's sword. The shockwave brushed past Hinajuku's body and blew to the back. What? Devon almost didn't dare to believe his eyes. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. It must be known that this was not an ordinary storm, but a storm born after Devon poured all his magic power into the wind wings condensed due to the use of flight magic like detonating a bomb. Therefore, the storm was also filled with Devon's demonic energy, and its might was extraordinary. Even Devon himself had been injured, so if a powerhouse at the peak of the 8th step had been in his place, they would have definitely been heavily injured. This kind of attack formed by self-detonation was a trump card used by many mages. Devon was the same. How could Devon not be shocked when such a trump card was cut in half by a single sword strike? However, Devon forgot that under Chuju's terrifying speed, the time he spent in shock had led to him almost being in danger. This time, it was naturally the same. Whoosh! With a whistling sound, the pink figure passed through the wave of wind in all directions. With a turn in the air, a dive, and a turn like a Z-bolt of lightning, she flashed behind Devon, who was still flying backwards with a face full of shock. Then, the sharp crystal sword changed from a stab to a slap, and like swatting a fly, it heavily struck Devon's back. Bang! Ah! A muffled sound and a scream sounded at the same time. Devon's figure was like an arrow leaving the bow. He was thrown forward at a speed faster than when he came. Then he hit the air that was as hard as a wall due to the forbidden airspace domain, and fell down in an incomplete parabola. Bang! The roof of an attic was directly smashed by Devon, who fell down. Devon's figure that fell like garbage was also accompanied by a lot of wood shavings. In a burst of crackling sounds, he fell to the ground and was almost buried by the wood shavings. Ugh! Devon dizzily stretched out his trembling hand to support himself from the ground. He struggled to support half of his body. His face was pale and his heart was full of panic. What's going on with that woman in the capital of a different era? How can she have such terrifying speed and strength? Could it be? The moment that could it be appeared in his heart, Devon frantically shook his head as if he was escaping from reality, trying to shake off that absurd thought. At this moment, an extremely weak voice full of fear and pleading entered Devon's ears. Save my father. Save me. Hearing that voice that was weaker than a mosquito, but it made one's heart tremble, Devon subconsciously raised his head with difficulty. Immediately, Devon's pupils abruptly shrunk. This was because, in front of Devon, there was a person whose hands were strangely twisted outwards at an impossible angle. He was struggling to crawl towards Devon while spitting out blood. His eyes were filled with pain and despair. He was crawling while calling for help with a weak voice. Father! Father! Save! 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 Me! It was Duratsi. Duratsi, whose hands had been ruthlessly broken. Behind Doratzi stood Shisian, who was holding the dazed Yijuya. Her pair of half-squinted eyes were still normal, but at this moment, her mercury-like pupils were filled with rage and coldness that would never appear in the past. Her body was also surging with terrifying spiritual energy. Shisian, who wasn't easily angered, finally released her true killing intent for the first time after witnessing Devon and Doratzi's actions against Yijuya. Seeing the anger, coldness, and killing intent surging in Shisian's mercury-like pupils, Devon's heart burst with fear and a shadow of death. At this moment, Devon finally realized. He realized that he shouldn't have provoked this group of young girls in front of him. Of course, Devon also realized this. Today perhaps was the day of his true death. In the next instant, a chain with a diamond-shaped blade appeared in Shisian's hand. Under Shisian's wave, it pierced towards the immobile Devon. Chapter 1968. Bam. Bam. In a hall of the Fea Imperial Palace, Devon and Doratzi were thrown to the ground with two muffled thuds. However, they didn't groan in pain. The reason was simple. Derazir's arms were completely broken, and he had fainted from the pain. His face was covered in tears and snot, and he looked miserable. If Doratzi was said to be miserable, then Devon was said to be inhumane. His clothes had become tattered, without a single piece intact. He looked more like a beggar than a beggar. On his tattered clothes, many bloodstains had coagulated. Through the blood clots on his clothes, what was exposed to the air were hideous scars. At this moment, Devon's face was in a daze. It was apparent that he was numb from the torment of pain. The scars on Devon's body were all sliced open by dusk cords. Raphael. El Nash. Not only Devon, but Derazir's arms were also broken by dusk cord. It was imaginable how much dusk cord hated Devon and Derazir for what they had done. Vea and Kaya stood up abruptly. Their eyes trembled violently, and they shifted their gaze to the two young ladies standing at the front of the hall, Chuju and Mikoto. As the effects of the illusion magic scroll were still active, Mikoto knocked Yakuya unconscious, and Dusk Cord was in charge of taking care of him. Chuju and Mikoto brought Devon and Derazir, who were almost killed by Dusk Cord. However, they were expressionless and their eyes were filled with anger. Seeing the fury in the eyes of the two girls, how could Vea and Kaya not know what Devon and Doratzi had done to anger the girls during the time they weren't in sight? Wea took a deep look at the numb Devon before closing his eyes. What did they do? What did they do? Mikoto forced herself to calm down. She gritted her teeth and answered. They did something that is absolutely unforgivable. It should be said that Devon and Derazir had done something that the young ladies couldn't forgive. The two young ladies didn't expect Devon and Derazir to be so vicious. They were the ones who caused everything, and they had to bear the consequences. The young ladies were only defending themselves, and these two attempted to harm Yakuya. Hinajiku and Mikoto didn't even dare to imagine what would have happened if Shisian hadn't made an appointment with Yijuya to stay together at night, and coincidentally arrived at Yijuya's place, and saw Doratzi trying to touch Yijuya. In a fit of rage, Shisian decisively broke Doratzi's hands before he could even touch Yijuya. When Yijuya woke up and found out that she was touched by another man, what kind of hateful expression would he have? What the young ladies couldn't tolerate the most was someone who harmed the people around them. Not one of them. It was also because of this that Hinajiku, who was closest to Yakuya's residence, immediately attacked Devon without hesitation after learning about the situation from Yushin. And this was also the reason why the kind-hearted Hinajiku and Mikoto would show a cold face to someone who was tortured to such a state by their own people. After hearing the whole story from Hinajiku and Mikoto, Wea was silent, but Kaya spoke with hatred. Illusion magic scroll and flight magic. I didn't expect Uncle Devon to have hidden these methods. Moreover, we didn't know about it. It seems that he wants to use these methods on Father. How do the two young ladies think we should deal with Devon and Derazir? Wea changed the topic and said indifferently. Since the Fea royal family offended you and attempted to harm you, we of the Fea royal family don't mind handing them over to the young ladies. Devon, who was lying on the ground with a numb expression, twitched slightly. If we wanted to deal with them ourselves, we wouldn't have brought them here. Hinajika glanced at the two lying on the ground and turned her head away. They are still members of the Fea royal family. Miss Linya is currently working hard to maintain the seal of the Beast King in the capital of alternate generations. She saved the capital of alternate generations from the hands of the Beast King, and we owe her a debt of gratitude. We will leave this pair of father and son to you. But Mikoto followed up with a tone that sounded both like a warning and reminder. We don't want this to happen a second time. Hearing this, Wea fell silent once more, while Kaya let out a bitter laugh. Even though he hadn't known Hinajiku and Mikoto for very long, Kaya knew their personalities quite well. Knowing that these two girls would speak so bluntly, he knew they must be furious. If Vea's punishment for Devon and Darazir didn't satisfy Chuju and Mikoto, perhaps the capital of alternate generations would have a bad impression of the Fea Empire. Moreover, the Fea royal family was in the wrong in this matter. Kaya didn't want to see this happen. Vea seemed to have the same thoughts. After a moment of silence, he spoke again. As members of the Fea royal family, Devon and Darazir attempted to molest important guests. Their actions can be described as unscrupulous and vicious. They deserve to be executed. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire hall fell silent. Vea's words had clearly stated the punishment for Devon and Darazir. Sentence: the death penalty. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Devon, who was lying on the ground with a numb face, suddenly laughed. His laughter grew louder and louder, louder and louder. In the end, he was laughing out loud. Hearing Devon's maniacal laughter, everyone present frowned. Before they could say anything, Devon's laughter stopped abruptly, and he suddenly said such a sentence. I once found 3 items left behind by a demigod in an ancient ruin. Chuju, Mikoto, Vea, and Kaya were stunned. Of these 3 items, the first is an illusion magic scroll that is effective against powerhouses below the demigod rank who don't have any means of resisting illusions, and the second is a wind-attributed flying magic. Devon revealed a strange smile. The third item is a teleportation crystal that can record sound and images. It can be used to send messages to any coordinates in the Spalier world. Teleportation crystal? Chuju, Mikoto, and Kaya were puzzled. Vea, on the other hand, seemed to have thought of something. Ha 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 ha. Devon burst into maniacal laughter. Vea, do you think you're the only one who has been to the royal treasury? Hearing this, everyone's expression finally changed. Devon has been to the royal treasury? If that's the case, then Devon must have heard the news. The news that the guardian deity wasn't in the Fea Empire. Thinking up to this point, the group finally understood Devon's plan. But just as they realized this, Devon took out a palm-sized crystal ball and poured all the remaining mana in his body into it. Buzz. The next moment, the crystal ball trembled all over and suddenly jumped up. It shot out at a speed that no one present could stop in time. It maintained a low altitude of less than 5 meters and flew through the window into the distance. In an instant, it disappeared without a trace. Ha 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 ha. Devon laughed so hard that the wounds all over his body cracked open and blood flowed out. His expression was unusually sinister. I want the entire Fea Empire to be buried with me. Vea let out a snort. He swung his arm and a wind blade flashed across Devon's throat. Pff. A smear of crimson blood floated into the air, and a bloody wound appeared on Devon's neck. Devon's laughter came to an abrupt halt. His eyes popped out, and he died with remaining grievances. Father. Kaya turned to Vea anxiously. Vea's expression sank. Just as he was about to think of a way to steal the crystal ball, Chuju spoke. Your Majesty. Chuju's eyes glinted. This seems to be beneficial to our plan, right? Vea was taken aback. Then his eyes glinted. R1152. Chapter 1969. Within the borders of the Fea Empire, there was such a vast forest. It was a forest that could nurture all sorts of precious medicinal herbs and provide all sorts of precious food ingredients. However, today this forest was occupied by a group of uninvited guests. A group of demonic beasts. Roar! 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 Amidst the roars of various demonic beasts, every once in a while, a ferocious aura would reverberate in this natural treasure land. Huge magical beasts were moving back and forth in the boundless sea of trees. From time to time, they would reveal themselves, making this forest a true land of death. If one were to observe carefully, they would discover that magical beasts with wings and feathers were frequently attempting to fly into the sky from the huge trees of this forest. However, every time these magical beasts flew 5 meters above the ground, they would be blocked by an invisible solid barrier. No matter how hard they tried, they were unable to break through, causing these magical beasts to anxiously roar. In the next second, they would happily try again. At this moment, a stream of light suddenly flew over from afar. It entered the forest at an extremely fast speed, brushing past the demonic beasts and bursting into the depths of the forest. Roar! 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 The demonic beasts that discovered the stream of light lifted their heads and roared at it. Occasionally, there would be some demonic beasts that chased after the stream of light, but it didn't take long before they were left behind by the stream of light. Of course, not all demonic beasts couldn't catch up to the stream of light. In the vast forest, the number of demonic beasts could only be described as terrifying. They almost filled up the entire forest. Among them, naturally, there wasn't a lack of powerful demonic beasts or powerful demonic beasts that had an advantage in speed. Roar! 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 These powerful demonic beasts ignored the stream of light and charged at the crystal ball that flew out from the depths of the forest, letting out furious roars. During this period of time, the flowing light flew all the way. All kinds of magical beasts followed behind, one after another. Not long after, a long line of magical beasts formed behind flowing light. However, the speed of flowing light was indeed astonishingly fast. Under the charge of the waves of magical beasts, flowing light did not allow any of them to catch up. It continued to fly at a height of less than 5 meters in the air, passing by magical beasts one after another, passing by trees one after another. After flying for nearly an hour in such a reckless and playful manner, Zhang Xian finally stopped. The speed of the flowing light gradually slowed down and revealed its original form. It was a crystal ball the size of a palm, just as the palm-sized crystal ball was slowing down. With the speed of the pursuing magical beasts, it wouldn't take long for them to catch up to this uninvited guest and smash him into pieces. However, the strange thing was that when the speed of the crystal ball slowed down, the speed of the magical beasts also slowed down. Even their roars were lowered, as if there was something terrifying in front of them. After a certain distance, no magical beasts continued to chase after the crystal ball. At this moment, the crystal ball stopped in front of a waterfall. With a spin, it landed on a rock below the waterfall. On the rock, a person was sitting there with his legs crossed. He was naked and allowed the waterfall to wash his body. His eyes were closed and the muscles on his body bulged. He looked very healthy and strong. This was naturally a man. Moreover, it was a man who looked to be in his 30s. He had short brown hair that reached his shoulders, and there was a scar on his face. He looked like a general who had fought on the battlefield, and his entire body was emitting a murderous aura. The man quietly endured the impact of the waterfall. The cold water and the huge impact seemed to have no effect on him at all. The man couldn't even move. Until a certain moment, the man suddenly stretched out his hand and tightly grasped the crystal ball in his hand. Only then did he slowly open his eyes, revealing a pair of eyes that faintly flashed with murderous intent and ferocious aura in the air. Looking at the palm-sized crystal ball, the man frowned. "Isn't this a human thing?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the human thing in the man's mouth began to flash with a rich light, causing the man to slowly narrow his eyes. He was no longer afraid that the strange thing in his hand would harm him, as he quietly observed it. However, after a while, the man's expression changed to one of ecstasy. This was because an image had appeared on the crystal ball in his hand. It was the image of a dazzling national treasury, the national treasury of Faya Empire's royal palace. It was because of this that the man was so ecstatic. No one, that's right. No one. The man knew that. The protectors of the 3 empires of the Spalier world were all in the national treasury of the 3 empires. Since there was no one in the national treasury of Faya Empire, it meant that the protectors weren't there. Could it be? The man couldn't help but have such a thought. The protectors of Faya Empire aren't in Faya Empire's royal palace? Even though it was just an image of an unknown origin, It only proved that there was no one in the national treasury of Fea Empire when the crystal ball recorded it. It didn't prove that the person who was supposed to be in the national treasury would be back in the next second. It also didn't prove that the person was somewhere else. However, the man couldn't help but think that way. Because if that's the case, he could directly charge into the human camp and take down Fea Empire in one fell swoop. Of course, this could also be a trap to lure the man in. However, unlike the suspicious humans as a magical beast, even though the man had the intelligence of a human after transforming into a human, his personality couldn't be compared to humans. Therefore, even if he knew that this could be a trap or a fake, the man still made such a decision. Let's sneak into Fea Empire's royal palace and see what's going on. Yes. Sneak into Fea Empire's royal palace. If the man was alone, he believed that if he wanted to escape, no one could stop him. Not even the protectors of Fea Empire. At that moment, the man smiled coldly and crushed the crystal ball in his hand. Humans, let me see what tricks you have up your sleeves. Night had already quietly arrived on top of the city walls of the Furred Empire. A group of city guards stood there loyally. They were either holding a longbow or a staff in their hands. They silently lined up and looked into the distance. They were constantly circulating their combat aura and mana in their bodies. They kept them in an active state, ready to be used at any time. There was an abnormal pattern to their actions. These loyal city guards did not notice that a figure had unknowingly appeared from a dark corner of the city wall. He raised his head and glanced at these city guards. His eyes flashed with a trace of hostility and murderous intent, as if he wanted to kill these city guards very much. But in the end, the figure suppressed the thought of killing all the humans in front of him. He swayed slightly and arrived at a corner that wasn't easily discovered. He extended one of his hands and placed it on the city wall in front of him. Immediately after, an obscure black mist spread out from the figure's hand and covered the city wall. To be precise, it covered the ripple-like barrier around the city wall. It began to squirm slightly. Chi! With a very soft sound of corrosion, the barrier of the Fair Kingdom was easily melted. When a hole big enough for a person to pass through was formed, the figure retracted the black mist and flashed into the inside of the barrier. Bzzz. At this time, the barrier of Fea Empire's royal palace began to wriggle. The corroded hole slowly returned to normal. Seeing this, the figure sneered. Human barriers are quite high-level, huh? They can even repair themselves. After saying this, the figure looked up and glanced at the city guards. He smiled eerily and turned into a shadow. He moved to the top of the city walls and hid in a dark corner where the city guards couldn't see. With a flash, he charged into the royal palace. Chapter 1970. In the dead of the night, other than the sound of breathing coming from every building in the Fea Kingdom, there was only the faint sound of orderly footsteps echoing in the surroundings. Those were the footsteps of knights patrolling the streets of the Furdian Kingdom's royal city. They were fully equipped with armor, and at least rare-grade equipment at their waists. The knights had solemn expressions on their faces. They had one hand on the armors at their waists, while the other was swinging casually. They were lined up in an orderly manner. The leader of the knights was holding a magic lamp that emitted a faint light. They patrolled the streets in an orderly manner. Among these knights, there was not a single magician wearing a long robe. Compared to the warriors who focused on cultivating battle aura and had strong bodies, the magicians who cultivated magic power and cast spells were undoubtedly weaker. Of course, in the Spalier world, there were many spells that could improve the target's body in a short period of time. However, that was not only temporary. Casting spells meant using up mana. Compared to the warriors who did not need to use combat aura to maintain a strong body, the magicians were at a disadvantage. Therefore, magicians were not very suitable for patrolling jobs that required long periods of time and constant vigilance. Guarding the city on top of the city walls was more suitable for a magician's job. Naturally, in the dead of the night, most of the people assigned to guard the city were magicians. Most of the patrolling work was done by the warriors. Under the illumination of the faint light, the knights paced back and forth in the streets. The rhythmic footsteps and breathing of the resting people echoed throughout the Furdian Kingdom. This scene was unusually serene. Unfortunately, in this serene and quiet night, no one knew that a fatal threat that could instantly turn Royal City, where thousands of people were hidden, into a land of death, had drifted into Royal City as silently as a ghost. This person was none other than the one who had infiltrated the Fire Kingdom. The pseudo-demigod beast king that led the magical beast army to attack the entire Fia Empire. His name was Blackbat. This was the name given to him by the pseudo-demigod beast king, after he was bestowed with the power of a pseudo-demigod, and evolved into a human. It was worth mentioning that the pseudo-beast king that led the magical beast army to attack the Ailu Empire was called Wild Bear. His true form was a peak level 9 stormy cave bear. The true form of Dark Scorpion that led the magical beast army to attack the Baruba Empire was a peak level 9 Bloodwing Scorpion. This way, Blackbat's true form was not hard to guess. A bat. A peak level 9 latent shadow bat. Therefore, to Blackbat, the night was his world. His ability could only be fully displayed in the dark of the night. Unlike ordinary bats, which relied on their small and delicate bodies to move stealthily in black clothes, black bats were magical beasts. Before they were transformed by the power of the false god, the magic they were best at was all kinds of magic related to shadows. Even if they were transformed by the power of the false god, these magic still existed. With the help of the power of a pseudo-demigod, Blackbat turned into a slender shadow. Like a poisonous snake that slithered on the ground, walls, and various buildings, he moved silently. Although he could not be said to be moving openly in the city, he was completely undetected by the patrolling knights. Sometimes he even hid in the shadows, disappearing completely. When he reappeared, he was already in another shadow. Maintaining this speed, Blackbat, who had turned into a slender shadow, moved stealthily for nearly 10 minutes before he arrived at the center of the Fia Empire city, right in front of the palace. This time, Blackbat's destination was the palace's treasury. He wanted to see if the guardian deity was really not in the Fia Empire city. If the guardian deity was really not in the Fia Empire city, Blackbat could directly launch an attack in the Fia Empire city. By then, there would be no need for the magical beast army to act. Blackbat alone would be enough to destroy the entire Fia Empire city. However, what Blackbat didn't notice was that while he was rushing into the palace in excitement, Ikaros, who was in one of the lofts in the resting area of the palace, raised her head. Her eyes were like those of a sci-fi movie. With Blackbat's speed after circling the entire Fia Empire's palace, it took him half an hour to find the palace's treasury. In a hall in the deepest part of the palace, Blackbat's shadow materialized at the end of a corridor. Blackbat's powerful body was exposed to the air as he looked ahead. What appeared before Blackbat's eyes was a door. A huge door. The door was at least 10 meters tall and 4 meters wide. A person standing in front of this door would appear extremely small, even if it was the pseudo-beast king who had destroyed the entire Fia Empire city in an instant. As a magical beast whose original form was a bat, the black bat's body wasn't very large before it transformed into a human. Even though magical beasts were unusually large in size, and peak magical beasts of the 9th rank were even more so, the black bat was one of the rare types of magical beasts that were relatively small in size. Hence, Black Bat couldn't help but be stunned for a moment as he stared at the gigantic door in front of him, even though he had killed countless huge magical beasts in the past. Then he closed his eyes, and the shadow under his feet continued to elongate and extend, covering Black Bat's body. With a circle, he darted towards the door and squeezed into the gap of the door like a paper man. Buzz. However, as soon as Black Bat squeezed through the gap of the huge door, circles of translucent barrier formed by crystals fluctuated abruptly. In the blink of an eye, the barrier enveloped the entire hall and imprisoned the Fia Empire's palace treasury within. Tertori Field of Will. And it was a Tertori Field of Will, cast by 50 Misaka sisters at the same time. Not good. Black Bat, who had crawled into the crack of the door, realized that something was wrong after noticing a trace of abnormality. He also understood that he might have fallen into a trap. He turned his body into a shadow and rushed in the direction of the door at an extremely fast speed. He then slammed into the door heavily. Boom! As a loud sound reverberated, the entire Fia Empire's palace treasury shook. The sound was so loud that it was enough to shatter an ordinary person's eardrums. Even the ground began to rumble. The gigantic door that Blackbat had turned into a shadow shook violently as well. The territory that covered the door started to crack like glass. However, it did not shatter. Instead, Blackbat was knocked back and revealed his original form. His expression was very ugly. After all, this was the combined power of 5,000 of the Misaka sisters who could unleash the power of a Tier 8 fighter. This was the territory that was formed by the combined power of 5,000 of them. Even if Blackbat was a pseudo-demigod, his attack power in his shadow form was definitely not as strong as when he was in his true form. It was normal that he couldn't break through the Tertori field of will, cast by 5,000 Misaka sisters in his shadow form. Blackbat seemed to have realized this as well. A thick black fog surged from his body. Just as he was about to unleash his full strength to shatter the Tertori field of will, a violent whirlwind descended from the sky and landed on his body. Blackbat's gaze turned cold, and he decisively retreated. He stomped heavily on the ground, and with a muffled sound, his body retreated like a bullet fired from a barrel. Boom! The violent whirlwind descended from the sky and landed on Blackbat's original position. With a loud boom, the whirlwind expanded like an explosion, setting off a cloud of dust and turbulence that spread in all directions. Blackbat, who had stabilized himself, finally realized what was going on. There was not even a slightly bigger box in the Fia Empire's palace treasury that was supposed to be filled with treasures of the Fia Empire's royal family. There was only an extremely vast empty hall. Seeing this, how could Blackbat not understand? The items in the Fia Empire's palace treasury had all been moved away. All that was left was an empty hall, waiting for him to jump in. As expected, this was a trap. With this thought in mind, Blackbat calmed down. He opened his mouth slightly and revealed two sharp fangs. Chapter 1971. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew through the vast treasury without warning, carrying away the smoke and dust that filled the air. As the smoke and dust dissipated, several figures of different heights were exposed within the smoke and dust. Blackbat was forced into the interior of the treasury. Tuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, Yagiya, Duskord. Blackbat's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he watched the group of girls appear in front of him. Although demonic beasts were called demonic beasts, since they were beasts, they had their own habits, and most of their personalities were determined by this. Take Baron Bear for example. His true form was a bear, so he had an unusually violent temper. Among the three demonic beast kings, he was the most violent. He had developed limbs but a simple mind. Dark Scorpion's true form was a scorpion. He had a vicious heart, and every time he opened his mouth, he wanted to exterminate humans and turn them into livestock. On the other hand, Blackbat's true form was a bat. His personality naturally leaned toward the cold and bloodthirsty side. If Baron Bear and Dark Scorpion wanted to exterminate humans because of the demonic beast king's order, and wanted the demonic beasts to rise up and become the master of the Spalier world, then Blackbat's desire to exterminate humans was completely out of his own heart. It wasn't just humans either. As long as the bat could see blood and hear the screams of others, it would be very happy and would do anything for this goal. And now, a group of girls was standing in front of Blackbat in broad daylight. They even set a trap for him to jump into. How could Blackbat's murderous intent not be suppressed at all? However, Blackbat's bloodthirsty nature didn't mean he was an idiot. Under such circumstances, he took a deep breath, calmed his emotions, and looked around. He saw that everything in the treasury had been moved away, leaving behind only the walls, ceiling, floor, and entrance. They were all covered by a thick layer of Tori. It made one wonder if even air couldn't enter. Not only that, but on top of that thick layer of Tori, circles of dim light were rippling like water. This was a familiar scene. Blackbat immediately recognized the body of the dim light. Barrier? You guessed right. Chuju, who was holding the crystal sword, suddenly smiled. It's not just the Tori that my sisters have deployed. Outside the palace, Yizichin looked around. There are also 3 Type 9 powerhouses and 333 Type 8 powerhouses from the Fea Empire. Fea's Emperor Wea and Prince Kaya are also outside. Mikoto smoothed out the bangs on her forehead. Her delicate face had the same confident and heroic expression as before. You know the wind of dissolution, right? Blackbat wasn't a very smart person, but he did know that the dissolving wind belonged to the members of the Fea royal family. It was a spell that could dissolve all energy attacks. Coupled with Mikoto's words, Blackbat immediately understood. Other than the Tori and the barrier, the Fea royal family's dissolving wind was also working in this palace. In other words, if Blackbat wanted to escape from the treasury, not only would he not be able to use energy attacks, he would also need to have the pure physical strength to shatter the Tori cast by the 5,000 Masaka sisters who could unleash the power of Tier 8, as well as the highest level barrier cast by the 3 Tier 9 and 333 Tier 8 champions of the Fea Empire. Did Blackbat have such strength? Of course he did. But it wasn't something that could be done in a short amount of time. Blackbat felt that if he could only rely on pure physical strength, he would need at least 100 punches to break these bindings and escape. During this period of time, the human girls in front of him wouldn't just watch from the side. Blackbat wouldn't be stupid enough to give up all his defenses to escape under the watchful eyes of a group of human girls. Trapping me here is useless, Blackbat said coldly. You should understand, right? Of course. Hinajuku raised the crystal sword in her hand and pointed it at Blackbat from afar. That's why we are here. You. Blackbat glanced at the group of girls and spoke in a mocking tone. You think you can stop me with just you? Of course. Of course. Mikoto repeated Chuju's answer. Her brown eyes stared at Blackbat, and a flash of lightning appeared on her forehead. Did you think that we deliberately lured you in and stood here just to trap you here for a period of time, and let you see what we look like? Hearing this, Blackbat's face sank, and a few wisps of black light flashed in his eyes. Where's the guardian of the Fea Empire? Call him out. Apparently, Blackbat thought that the girls had trapped him here to prevent him from escaping. Then the guardian of the Fea Empire would kill him on the spot. Chuju and Mikoto looked at each other after reading Blackbat's thoughts. You've misunderstood. Chuju looked at Blackbat. The guardian of the Fea Empire isn't in the city. Blackbat's eyes narrowed and he laughed. His laughter was cold and bloody. Was this real or fake? Blackbat didn't know. But it didn't matter. Since the guardian of the Fea Empire wasn't coming out, there was no need to think about how to deal with these girls. Kill. 1. Just as Blackbat was about to deal the killing blow, a dazzling light suddenly flickered, setting off a frenzied airflow. Blackbat, who was about to charge towards the group of girls without saying a word, suddenly paused. He crossed his arms and placed them in front of his face to block the blinding light. He narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. Then Blackbat was stunned. The reason for that was because the source of that bright light came from a young girl. A girl with a pair of pink wings. Then, under the bright light, the girl's figure began to change. Unknowingly, the strong light around her turned pink. Pink dots of light were stirred up, as if they were setting off the girl's body. The girl's clothes began to disintegrate under the strong light. Under the cover of the strong light, only some of the curves of her voluptuous and alluring body could be vaguely seen. At the next moment, a pure white feather shirt and a pair of pure white shorts that reached her thighs appeared on her body, covering her voluptuous figure. 2 pairs of pink wings spread out from the girl's back. A pure white halo floated above the girl's head. 2 sets of armor, like shoulder guards and leg guards, separated from her body and floated in the air around the girl. The girl's entire body emitted a holy aura, causing Blackbat, who had no tender feelings for the fairer sex, to be stunned. With this pause, the control of the battle completely changed to someone else. Ikaros, who had entered Pandora mode, slowly opened her eyes. She lifted her head and looked at Blackbat, her lips parting slightly. Arte Mystique, permanent rear-end missile 2. Like a pink flower blooming in this world, Ikaros spread her 2 pairs of pink wings on her back. In the next moment, countless streaks of pink flowing light, enough to cover Blackbat's entire field of vision, shot out, drawing a perfect parabola in the air. Amidst the chaotic and sharp sound of the air being torn apart, they converged in the direction of Blackbat. Die. When Blackbat came back to his senses, He realized that he had been stunned by a human woman, and that she had taken the initiative. He couldn't help but feel angry. A violent black mist erupted from his body, enveloping Blackbat's entire body. With a spin, Blackbat turned into a pitch-black shadow. Like a stream of light, the shadow fearlessly rushed towards the pink stream of light. A black stream of light collided with thousands upon thousands of pink streams of light? If one were to look at this scene from the surface, there was no doubt that there was no suspense. However, the result of this scene was like a lone insect that broke into a hornet's nest. It didn't match the appearance at all. Boom, 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 boom. Accompanied by a series of explosions, the black flowing light that had turned into a shadow charged through the dense pink flowing light. Wherever it passed, all the pink flowing light would explode the moment it came into contact with the black flowing light, turning into flames and dust. Chapter 1972. Whoosh! The pink streams of light that blossomed like flowers flashed across the sky like meteors falling from the sky, crazily attacking the front like a storm. Bang, 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 bang. The black stream of light transformed from the shadow was like a stone that broke into a group of eggs. Amidst a series of muffled explosions, it collided with the storm of missiles, causing them to explode one after another, setting off bursts of smoke and fire. Ikaros, who had entered Pandora mode, wasn't as cold as she was when she was in Sky Queen mode. Instead, she maintained a pure and holy aura as she closed her eyes and spread her arms as though she was praying. Ikaros closed her eyes and spread her arms wide open. Igizii Absolute Defense Circle 2. Instantly, a circle of dense color appeared around her. It was so transparent that one could see Ikaros's pure and holy aura. Like a protective shield, it protected her within. TSK. Almost at the same time, a pitch-black stream of light flew out from the missile rain of Arte Mystique II. His speed suddenly doubled, and with a tearing sound in the air, he arrived in front of Ikaros and slammed into the Aegis II, Absolute Defense Circle 2. Clang! Along with the crisp sound of steel colliding with steel, a shockwave spread out in all directions from the center of the collision. Smoke and dust filled the sky and instantly enveloped half of the Faya Empire's treasury. Bam! Then, a crisp shattering sound came from the center of the shockwave and dust cloud. Small protrusions appeared on both ends of the dust cloud that covered half of the Faya Empire's treasury. It was as if he had spat out something. Two figures flew out from within. They were none other than Ikaros and Blackbat. Ikaros, who was sent flying, had a touch of redness on her face. Blackbat's fist was also dripping with blood. Obviously, the collision just now. Both sides suffered damage. This was an inconceivable thing. One must know. With Ikaros's strength in Pandora mode, Aegis II, Absolute Defense Circle 2, was definitely capable of withstanding the all-out attacks of 3 peak stage 9th stage powerhouses. Furthermore, the Aegis II, Absolute Defense Circle 2, also had the effect of reflecting all damage back. If 3 peak tier combatants of the 9th step really went all out against Ikaros who had activated Aegis II, Absolute Defense Circle 2, the result would be Ikaros would be unscathed while the 3 peak tier 9 combatants would be killed by their own attacks. Looking at the current situation, Blackbat did seem to have suffered a bit of recoil damage, but it was only a scratch on his fist. Ikaros, on the other hand, obviously suffered a bit of damage, proving that Aegis II, Absolute Defense Circle 2, was destroyed by Blackbat. From this, one could more or less see how powerful a pseudo-demigod powerhouse was. Honestly speaking, with Ikaros's strength, there was almost no chance of winning against Blackbat. But don't forget, Ikaros wasn't alone. In the next moment, along with a delicate shout, a burst of rich blue and white lightning flashed in the sealed treasury. Blackbat discovered that when the blue and white lightning flashed, the light above his head seemed to be suddenly blinded. A large shadow suddenly appeared on the ground, causing Blackbat to raise his head and look at the sky. Immediately, a wave of iron sand rushed down like a pitch-black waterfall into Blackbat's vision. "Get down here." Mikoto's delicate voice rang out once again. Following that, the blue-white electric light became even denser, and the pitch-black iron sand wave crazily rampaged. It was as if a pitch-black mountain was pressing down, heavily crashing down. If it was someone else, even a peak Tier 9 combatant wouldn't be able to ignore such a powerful attack. But not only did Black Bat ignore it, he even sneered. "That's all you got?" As his voice faded, a cluster of pitch-black fog suddenly erupted from Hay-Bat's body. It was like an arrow that had been released from a bow as it suddenly soared into the sky from Hay-Bat's body. Like an ant that had collided with an elephant, it violently collided with the iron sand wave that was charging down. Then something strange happened. Tsk. Amidst the sound of water being poured on fire, all the iron sand waves that came into contact with the black gas seemed to have disappeared into thin air. They were crushed into nothingness amidst a series of sizzling sounds. At this moment, two completely different voices entered Hay-Bat's ears. His expression stiffened as he turned his head and looked in a direction not far away. There, Yi Juya and Shi Xian were standing side by side, holding different weapons in their hands. Their bodies were wrapped in purple-blue restraints. Their hands, legs, and necks were all shackled. Broken chains were still attached to the shackles. Yi Juya and Shi Xian stood side by side, holding different weapons in their hands. Yeju Shi's right shoulder sprouted a pair of inanimate steel-like wings. A gauntlet appeared on his right hand. He held a huge spiked spear with a sharp top and rounded bottom. Whirlwinds swirled around the spear, making whooshing sounds. Yeju Xian's left shoulder sprouted a pair of inanimate steel-like wings. A gauntlet appeared on her left hand. She held a chain with a diamond-shaped blade in front of it. The chain moved up and down, creating gusts of wind. The spiritual equipment, and angel, unique to elves, appeared on the Bawu sisters' bodies at the same time. Mikoto and Ikaros silently appeared on the left and right sides of Yeju Shi and Yeju Xian. The four young ladies exchanged glances with one another. Their eyes flashed with a strange glint as they uttered similar words. "Let's end this quickly." Violent energy ripples swept across the entire treasury of the Faya Empire's imperial palace. Yeju Shi and Yeju Xian each extended one of their hands and held each other's hands. Violent spiritual energy radiance gushed out from their bodies, illuminating every corner of the battlefield. Whoosh! Ikaros extended her hand forward. A ferocious-looking longbow full of barbs appeared in her hand. A cluster of purple-black flames ignited on the bow and gradually elongated into a flaming arrow that was knocked on the bow. Beep beep beep. Not to be outdone, Mikoto's entire body erupted with dazzling blue-white electric arcs. Violent electric arcs danced around her slender body and became increasingly violent. In the next second, all the electric arcs gathered on Mikoto's outstretched hand, a token that was inverted on her thumb. Not long after, the iron-like wings on the right and left shoulders of Yeju Shi and Shi Xian merged together, twisting and transforming into an iron-like longbow. Yeju Xian's chain spiraled around the bow and transformed into a bowstring that flickered with a metallic luster. Yeju Shi's huge spear was knocked on the bowstring transformed from the spirit pendulum, and placed in the middle of the bow transformed from the wings. The bow spun rapidly. Then, Yakushi stretched out his left hand, while Dusk Cord stretched out her right hand and placed it on the bow. Covered by the armor on her hands, her shackled hands placed on the bowstring made of chains from both sides. With a tug, she pulled the bowstring to its limit and aimed ahead. Ikaros also knocked an arrow on her bow and aimed at Black Bat. An inexplicable glint flashed in her eyes. Mikoto, on the other hand, extended her hand that was holding the coin towards Black Bat's direction. Lightning flashed across the surface of her hand, and the coin on her thumb turned into a tiny white. Seeing this scene, Black Bat's pupils shrank. His face that was filled with disdain finally turned serious. Chapter 1973. The wind was howling. Heaven and earth were shaking. Lightning was flashing. His eyelids were twitching. Looking at Ikaros, who was pointing her gigantic longbow, Mikoto who had lightning arcs flashing all over her body, Black Bat couldn't help but raise his guard. Black Bat knew that these four girls were about to use their strongest moves. Black Bat didn't know if these moves would cause him to lose his absolute advantage, but he knew that no matter if these moves were a threat to him or not, it was impossible for him to dodge. There was no other reason other than there was no place to dodge. Although the treasury of the Faya Empire's royal palace was vast enough to hold a castle, with 4 powerhouses of at least the 9th rank using their strongest attacks, even 10 castles would be destroyed in an instant, right? Therefore, regardless of whether Black Bat chose to dodge or not, if these attacks landed in the Faya Imperial Palace's treasury, the aftershocks would still sweep Black Bat away. Long. Wind. Go in. In other words, Black Bat didn't know if these attacks would threaten him or not. If he didn't dodge, he would be hit. If he dodged, he would still be hit. Just a bunch of human women. Black Bat's sharp fangs poked out of his mouth, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Why would I need to dodge? After saying that, Black Bat abruptly propped himself up, and a burst of black and red mist immediately gushed out from every part of his body. Like spiraling ghostly shadows, the mist began to hover around Black Bat amidst a series of sharp GG noises. As a result, the ghostly shadows flew at an extremely fast speed like black flags, circling back and forth around Black Bat's body in the form of a protective barrier. It kept spinning around Black Bat's body. Black Bat didn't see it. When he chose to defend with all his might, that is, he didn't evade, nor did he rush forward to take the initiative before the girls could unleash their attacks, including Ikaros. Mikoto, Ikaros, and Mikoto's eyes lit up. Hurricane Rider Raphael, Sky Racer Elkanaf, Apollo Apollon, Railgun Super Railgun. The next moment, shouts that seemed to come from the edge of the sky reverberated throughout the Faya Empire's imperial treasury. This caused the world to fall silent for a moment. This silence seemed to last for a second, but also for a minute. It seemed like a moment, but also like an eternity. When it completely disappeared, a chaotic energy ripple that no one could ignore shook the area. Under the influence of the chaotic energy ripples, the entire space within the Faya Imperial Palace started to vibrate. Xiao. A series of neatly superimposed sharp sonic booms sounded together, causing the space to vibrate from afar to near. Immediately after, a silver stream of light that stirred up layers of wind waves, a purplish-black flame that was so hot that even the air was distorted, and a dazzling orange beam of light cut through the space at the same time. They were like 3 meteors that fought to be the first to burst out, shooting straight ahead. Kacha. The silver light that created waves, the purplish-black flame that was so hot that it distorted the air, and the dazzling orange light that was dazzling caused the space to crack. This caused the already shaking area to shake even more violently. The energy ripple and the sharp sonic boom that reverberated in the area became even more intense. What followed was a flash of the 3 terrifying attacks. Looking at the 3 attacks that caused the space to crack and almost shatter, Black Bat's eyes were dyed with the black mist and looked extremely sinister. He reached out his hand. Gigi. The ghostly shadows that were revolving around Hey Bat let out a mournful cry. They paused for a moment, and then gathered on Hey Bat's outstretched hand. Gradually, they turned into a whirlpool of dark clouds that was held in front of Hey Bat like a shield. Xiao. The silver light that created waves, the purplish-black flame that was so hot that it distorted the air, and the dazzling orange light collided with the dark cloud-like whirlpool under the gazes of Mikoto, Ikaros, Yagiya, Yuxian, and Hey Bat. Boom. A loud sound that was 100 times louder than a sudden thunder turned into a substantial sound wave that was terrifying enough to make one's mind go blank. It suddenly exploded in the Faya Empire Palace's treasury. Kaboom! The Faya Empire Palace shook without any suspense. The gravel and dust on the ceiling fell down continuously. This made one feel as though the treasury could collapse at any time. It made one's heart tremble. Circles of energy ripples once again reverberated wildly, spreading in all directions. However, this time, the energy ripples spread out with the vortex in front of Black Bat as the center, mixing with the violent shockwaves of the wind and waves as they spread out. To be more precise, it should be said that it spread out from the center of the silver light that rolled up layers upon layers of wind and waves, the purplish-black flames that were so hot that even the air was distorted, the dazzling orange light beam, and the dark cloud-like vortex. Wong. The dark cloud-like whirlpool in front of Hey Bat was trembling violently. The silver light that landed on it created waves of wind and desperately tried to drill into it. The purplish-black flame also attacked the whirlpool in front of it. The orange light shook again and again as it tried to break through the sturdy barrier in front of it and land on its master's body. As the silver light, purplish-black flame, and orange light collided with the whirlpool, waves of wung-wung sounds and circles of energy ripples spread out. The aftershocks were starting to take effect. Heibat, who was holding up the whirlpool and blocking the attacks of Mikoto, Ikaros, Yakuya, and Yushin, was surrounded by black mist. His face was alternating between black, white, red, and green. A vicious glint appeared in his eyes. It was obvious that he was giving it his all. Under Blackbat's all-out defense, the silver stream of light, purplish-black flame, an orange beam of light that constantly battered the shield like pitch-black vortex began to weaken. Their might also gradually faded. Seeing this, Heibat's eyes flashed with mockery. Although he didn't expect these human girls to be able to use attacks of this level, and if he didn't defend with all his strength, he might have been injured, but this was the end of it. With attacks of this level, it would be difficult for them to injure him. It would be even more impossible for them to kill him. Blackbat could already foresee the expressions of shock, fear, and despair on the faces of those human women when they saw their strongest attack being blocked. However, when Blackbat turned his gaze to the group of girls, he saw a hint of joy in their eyes. Yes. Heibat couldn't help but be stunned. While Heibat was still stunned by Mikoto, Ikaros, Yakuya, and Yushin's performance, an extremely soft sound of something breaking through the air came from behind Heibat. Heibat's pupils shrank when he heard this sound, and he was shocked. He finally remembered. There were more than 4 girls here at the beginning. There was one more. A pink stream of light soared into the sky and swept in the direction of the energy ripples that were colliding intensely. In the blink of an eye, it appeared behind the startled Blackbat like a flash of lightning. Looking up at Heibat's defenseless back, Chuju's yellow-green eyes flashed with determination. She raised her weapon and pierced it towards Heibat's back. Too naive. Feeling the chill from behind, Blackbat roared angrily. The black fog that was surging wildly around his body suddenly gathered behind him, forming a solid barrier. Although he used most of his strength to block the silver light, purplish-black flame, and orange light, Heibat was still a pseudo-demigod. He couldn't be ambushed so easily. Unfortunately, if Heibat looked carefully, he would have noticed. At this moment, Chuju wasn't holding a crystal sword, but a crimson spear. Chapter 1974. Swish. Like a scarlet flash, the crimson long spear flashed past with a speed that was comparable to lightning. It ruthlessly pierced towards the black fog that permeated the air. Clink. Amidst a light and agile sound, the crimson spear that fiercely pierced through the black mist seemed to have crashed into a steel wall, causing sparks to fly. Blackbat, who was diverting most of his attention and strength to block the 3 attacks in front of him, noticed this and sneered in his heart. But in the next moment, that sneer froze in Blackbat's mind, which suddenly went blank. Buzz. The crimson spear that pierced the steel-like black fog was suddenly jolted away. A burst of scarlet light flashed all over, and reverberated like a ripple. Bang. The black fog that had spread out from Blackbat's back suddenly became sluggish. With a crisp muffled sound, all of it disappeared as if it had been crushed. What? Blackbat's pair of pupils that were surging with a cold glint a moment ago slowly shrank to the size of a needle tip. His sneer also froze on his face. In his mind, a bell-like warning was ringing frantically. But it was all too late. The crimson spear wiped out the black fog with irresistible force. Before it could dissipate, the crimson spear once again turned into a scarlet flash amidst bursts of sparks. Amidst a shrill sonic boom, it tore through the air and mercilessly landed on the defenseless back of the man. Blackbat, who used most of his attention and strength to resist the 3 strongest attacks released by Mikoto, Ikaros, Yakuya, and Dushin, didn't have the chance to retreat. The moment his last line of defense was broken, the most crucial result was already destined. Puchi. When the crisp tearing sound entered everyone's ears, crimson blood also sputtered in all directions and sprinkled on the ground. All sound between heaven and earth disappeared. Ugh. The muscles on Blackbat's face completely froze. A pair of eyes that were originally filled with blood, ferocious, and murderous intent violently trembled. His expression gradually became lax. But under the control of his master, he lowered his head and cast his gaze on his master. In the next second, Black Bat saw it. On the part of his chest. To be more precise, it was on his heart. A section that was completely crimson. The tip of the spear covered in blood was sticking out from there. Not only did Chuju's spear effortlessly break through Black Bat's last line of defense, it also pierced through his body. Black Bat's heart. Fatal wound. Staring at the tip of the scarlet spear that protruded from his heart, Black Bat's eyes trembled even more intensely. In the end, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth as he spat out a few words. No. Can impossible? No. Nothing is impossible. That's because the red spear in Hinajika's hand is the fantasy killer that Wu Yen has been hiding for a long time because she rarely gets a chance to use it. It was the fantasy killer that could erase all abilities that didn't exist in common sense. Naturally, this ability that didn't exist in common sense also included Black Bat's false god's power. Thus, no matter how strong Black Bat was, when he used his false god's power to form a defense against the fantasy killer, he was destined to lose. The fantasy killer was also the method that Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, Yagiya, and Yushin used to kill Black Bat. All the preparations, all the planning, all the attacks, all the methods were used to pave the way for Chuju, who didn't have any abilities to use this attack. Although the process was exceedingly tortuous, with Divan, Daratsi and other unexpected incidents, in the end, Hinajika still managed to successfully unleash her spear, establishing the victory of the weak against the strong. Bizazi. The fantasy killer that pierced through Black Bat's heart trembled once more. The ability to erase all abilities that didn't exist in common sense came into effect once more. All the false god's power in Black Bat's body was instantly erased, leaving behind an empty body. Bam! As the pseudo-divine power circulating in Black Bat's body was completely eliminated by the fantasy killer, the power of the black fog derived from the pseudo-divine power also began to dissipate. The shadow that formed the dark cloud-like vortex trembled and shattered with a bang. As a result, the silver light that stirred up layers upon layers of wind waves, the purple-black flames that were so hot that even the air was distorted, and the dazzling orange beam of light were no longer obstructed. They shot out explosively without slowing down, landing on the Black Bat in front of them. No. Black Bat's desperate roar echoed throughout the Fear Imperial Palace's treasury, but it couldn't change the fate of death as it was met with the attacks of Elkanaf, Apollon, and Railgun. Bam! The violent shockwaves and scorching heat waves spread throughout the treasury of the Fea Empire. The first to bear the brunt of the shockwaves was Black Bat, who was struck by Elkanaf, Apollon, and Railgun. Ah! The violent impact and fire waves completely engulfed Black Bat's body. Black Bat, who had lost all of his strength and had his heart pierced, couldn't fight back at all. Amidst a series of shrill screams, Black Bat's fragile body was smashed into pieces, leaving not a single limb behind. Holding Fantasy Killer, Hinajika rushed to Black Bat's back and pierced his heart with her spear, erasing his strength and killing him instantly. She was the second person to be affected by the shockwave. Her expression changed drastically as she turned into a flash of light and retreated as fast as she could. However, no matter how fast Chuju was, it was too late for her to dodge the shockwaves caused by Elkanaf, Apollon, and Railgun. Fantasy Killer could erase the power of supernatural abilities, but it couldn't erase the secondary phenomenon caused by supernatural abilities. For example, Fantasy Killer could erase the flames caused by supernatural abilities and magic, but it couldn't erase the temperature of the red-hot soldering iron caused by the flames caused by supernatural abilities and magic. Although the temperature was caused by the flames caused by supernatural abilities and magic, it was a secondary phenomenon. Fantasy Killer couldn't erase it. Fantasy Killer could only affect the supernatural abilities directly. Therefore, the secondary phenomenon of the shockwaves caused by supernatural abilities could be erased, but the shockwaves and flames caused by them couldn't be erased. Hinajiku could only retreat with all her might. She watched as the shockwaves and flames spread towards her. Gritting her teeth, she waited for the impending pain. At this moment, an anxious voice rang out. Dual Variable Wing System. Deactivate. Variable mobile armor system. Deactivate. Armor reduced by 60%. Rotation performance increased by 550%. Accelerate. The moment his voice fell, a sharp piercing sound mixed with the vibration of the air suddenly reverberated in this space. The sound almost drowned out the sound of the impact of the wind and the waves of fire. Chuju quickly turned to the direction where the sound came from. Ikaros, who was carrying Mikoto, Yakuya, and Zaizan in her arms, came into sight. Her speed was even faster than Chuju's. Hinajika didn't have the time to express her feelings. She quickly reached out her hand towards Ikaros, and just happened to grab Mikoto's hand from Ikaros' embrace. Aegis 2, Absolute Defense Circle 2. Deactivate. A translucent crystal barrier surged out from Ikaros' body and turned into a protective barrier, enveloping the group of girls. Shockwaves, and flames engulfed the girls almost at the same time. Chapter 1975. Faya Empire, Royal City. Around a hall in the deepest part of the palace, a dense crowd of people surrounded the hall in the middle, their bodies flickering with various kinds of light. Surrounding them were the Misaka sisters, who were wearing circuit suits and equipped with CR units. A total of 5,000 Misaka sisters were present, forming an army with the largest number of people. They stood at the periphery and surrounded the palace. Their slender hands were raised in the direction of the palace, and traces of mana could be seen rippling around them. It was not the magical energy used by mages in the Spalier world, or any other world. It was a type of energy used to activate the manifestation device. This type of energy was called magical energy. The Misaka sisters were using the CR units on their bodies to generate magical energy. They then used the magical energy to create an RY random field. The entire palace was covered in a thick layer of RY random field. Standing in front of the 5,000 Misaka sisters was a group of people of different ages, appearances, height, and genders. They were either wearing armor or long robes. Although these people were different in appearance compared to the Misaka sisters, the combat aura and magical energy that surged from their bodies were similar to the magical energy that the Misaka sisters were emitting. The similarity here referred to the strength. Obviously, these people were different in appearance compared to the Misaka sisters. However, in terms of individual strength, they were definitely not weaker than any of the Misaka sisters. However, in terms of numbers, there was a huge difference. At most, there were 300 to 400 of them. Compared to the 5,000 Misaka sisters, there was a huge difference. However, these people raised their hands in the direction of the palace. Their combat aura and magical energy surged from their hands and formed a rippling barrier. It covered the area around the RY random field and strengthened the RY random field. As for the innermost circle, in front of the group of Misaka sisters, warriors, and mages, Weya and Kaya were seated at the head of the table, which was closest to the palace. At this moment, the two of them also raised their magic staffs, continuously pouring their mana into them. The crystal ball at the tip of their staffs glowed brightly. It turned into a circle of strange turbulence. It spun and channeled into the RY random field and the barrier that covered the palace. Needless to say, this was the specialty of the Faya Empire's royal family. It was the wind of dissolution that could dissolve all energy attacks. There were a total of 5,000 Misaka sisters who could exert the power of the 8th stage at their full power, as well as 3 9th stage powerhouses and 333 8th stage powerhouses to create a barrier, as well as Weya and Kaya's wind of dissolution, that could dissolve all energy attacks. Even a demigod powerhouse would not be able to enter the palace. He would not be able to enter. Of course, that was referring to the human demigods. Magical beasts were generally physically stronger than humans. Therefore, even if he wasn't a demigod, Blackbat had the ability to break through. Because they knew this, Weya and Kaya's expressions were solemn from beginning to end. They didn't say a single word and focused on casting dissolving wind. They were doing their job faithfully. Boom. At a certain moment, the palace that was covered by layers of RY random field, wind of dissolution, and the barrier created by the 3 Tier 9 powerhouses and 333 Tier 8 powerhouses shook violently. Apart from the Misaka sisters who were always calm, everyone was shocked. At the scene, everyone was shocked by this shock and started to clamor. Weia's and Kaya's expressions changed as well, and they hurriedly shouted, "Increase your strength by 1 level." Hearing this, the 3 powerhouses of the 9th stage and 333 powerhouses of the 8th stage finally calmed down. Their dochi and mana became even denser and more violent, causing the barrier to become even more sturdy. Not only did the 3 Tier 9 powerhouses and 333 Tier 8 powerhouses do the same, but the Misaka sisters also activated the magical power generation device to speed up the production of magical powers. Then they infused the magical powers into the RY random field, making the RY random field even more solid. Boom. However, under these circumstances, the hall still began to shake violently. An extremely strange feeling surged into everyone's hearts, causing their expressions to change. In the senses of everyone present, the violently trembling palace seemed to have turned into a cage, imprisoning a ferocious beast within. And now, the beast seemed to be about to break free from its cage and see the light of day again. This sent chills down everyone's spine. Kaya opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. But before he could say anything, Weia's expression suddenly changed, and he cried out loudly, "Get down!" Almost at the instant Weia yelled, the palace that was enveloped by the layers of RY random field, wind of dissolution, and the barrier created by the 3 Tier 9 powerhouses and 333 Tier 8 powerhouses stopped shaking. Then it exploded abruptly. Boom! Along with an earth-shattering explosion that resounded throughout the entire Fea Imperial Palace, the RY, Domain of Will, and barrier that shrouded the palace exploded under the sudden impact. As though it had transformed into a bomb, it set off a circle of strong wind waves and dense flames that spread in all directions and attacked the surroundings. Under Weia's timely command, the 3 Tier 9 powerhouses and 333 Tier 8 powerhouses fell to the ground almost instantly when the palace exploded. Weia and Kaya were also caught off guard and fell to the ground. In an instant, cries of alarm echoed along with the earth-shattering explosion. The Misaka sisters were the only ones who didn't listen to Weia's order and didn't get caught off guard. Instead, they leaped into the air in unison and charged toward the gust of wind and fire with the help of the thrusters on their backs. Once again, the light of RY, territory at will, shone and rippled out from their bodies. Buzz! Amidst the turbulence in the air, the Misaka sisters' RY, willful territory, overlapped and formed a brightly colored RY, willful territory. It opened and closed like a giant mouth, engulfing the strong wind and the intense flames that were gushing at them. Boom! The violent airwaves and flames collided with the RY random field. Kacha kacha! The RY random field, formed by the 5,000 Misaka sisters, began to crack. Perhaps it was because he had used up most of his strength when he exploded the palace, but this time, the violent shockwave and fire did crack the RY, Domain of Will. But they weren't able to break the RY, Domain of Will. It didn't take long for the RY, Domain of Will, to dissipate. At this moment, the people lying on the ground lifted their heads with lingering fear. They saw a translucent barrier made of crystals flying toward them and landing on the ground. Boom! The translucent barrier made of crystals shattered instantly. Inside, Hinajiku Mikoto, Ikaros Yukino, and the other girls were all sitting on the ground. They were all panting, and their eyes were filled with exhaustion. The entire place fell into silence. They looked up at Weia, Kaya, the Misaka sisters, and the powerful beings of the Fea Empire. The girls exchanged looks and smiled. Apart from Ikaros, the rest of them raised their hands and made a V sign. Oh! In the next moment, shocking cheers rang out from the Fea Empire's palace and lasted for a long time. Chapter 1976. Behemoth Forest, the capital of a different generation. Ah! On the top floor of the Heart of Generations, a gap appeared out of thin air in the middle. An extremely shrill scream suddenly reverberated from within. Coupled with the ferocious and terrifying eyeballs in the gap, the atmosphere became extremely horrifying. Taking a closer look, the scene that was unfolding in the middle of the Heart of Generations hall was the scene of Black Bat's figure being engulfed by the Haku sisters, Elkanaf, Ikaros Apollo and Mikoto's railgun. The scene of Black Bat's figure being devoured by the Haku sisters Elkanaf, Ikaros Apollo, and Mikoto's railgun. Sitting on the sofa in front of the gap, and watching the scene reflected in the gap, as though watching a TV, Purple held a paper fan in one hand and habitually covered the lower half of her face, covering the parts below her nose. With a smile flashing across her eyes, she stood up. Buzz! A crack suddenly appeared in front of Purple like a door. Under the gaze of those ferocious and terrifying eyes, Purple walked into the gap and disappeared from the hall of the Heart of the Generation. Ooh! A gust of wind mixed with traces of fighting aura and magic power drifted past the area. A gust of dust and gravel blew through this space, blowing past the swaying green leaves. The wind blew past the spotless platform, as well as the big tree that stood in front and behind the platform, emitting a soft green light. In the middle of the platform, a palm-sized transparent whirlpool was spinning. The whirlpool was covered with a circle of dim light. There was a person standing in each of the 5 directions around the whirlpool. The remnant aura and magic power that was mixed in the wind came from these people. After the group of girls left the capital of a different era, they split up into 3 groups and headed to the Ailu, Baruba, and Fea empires respectively. It had been 5 days since they dealt with the 3 beast kings. In the span of 5 days, Zhang Xian had become the leader of the group. Garen, Mura, Lena, Cynthia, and Magnubi, the 5 demigods of the Spalier world, had been guarding this place with legendary armaments. They didn't rest for a single moment to maintain the effect of the seal, trapping the beast kings in the space created by the guardian tree sapling. As the 5 days passed, the 5 demigods of the Spalier world, who were still able to find the time to chat with Wu Yan, had long become indifferent. What was left were 5 pale-faced guardians of the seal, whose eyes were filled with exhaustion as they squeezed every ounce of energy from their bodies. They tried to prolong the Beast King's time. However, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Garen, Mura, Lena, Cynthia, and Magnubi were like arrows at the end of its flight. Even the light of the Do-Chi and magic energy that was originally comparable to a torrential flood had become much dimmer. This caused the Do-Chi and magic energy to not be completely used. A portion of them was separated and mixed into the surrounding wind. It was natural. From the time the Beast Kings were sealed to Wu Yan's departure, to the time when the group of girls came out from the lake, the entire journey to the 3 empires added up to 7 days. About 7 days had passed since then. 7 days wasn't a long time, but it wasn't short either. However, it was enough for Garen, Mura, Lena, Cynthia, and Magnubi, the 5 demigods of the Spalier world, to use up all their energy. Not only did he have to continuously strengthen the seal by activating the legendary armament, but he also had to guard the Beast King within the seal. How could the amount of combat energy and mana he had to consume during this period of time be calculated? In the past 7 days, Garen, Mura, Lena, Cynthia, and Magnubi, the 5 demigods of the Spalier world, had each taken potions to recover their aura, magic power, and stamina no less than 10 times. That was how they managed to hold on until now. However, as everyone knew, if one took too many potions, the human body would develop a corresponding immunity. Now the demigods of the Spalier world wouldn't be able to recover much if they took more potions. In addition, they had been guarding the seal for 7 days without any rest since the Beast Kings were sealed. Their mental and spiritual fatigue was much more serious than their physical fatigue. It was already their limit to hold on until now. Compared to the 5 demigods of the Spalier world, Lena, Cynthia, and Magnubi, the Beast Kings had been resting and accumulating energy for the past 7 days in order to break the seal. What would happen in the end? Was there a need to say? Garen, Mura, Lena, Cynthia, and Magnubi, the 5 demigods of the Spalier world, were naturally aware of this. However, they continued to squeeze out the remaining aura and magic power in their bodies to strengthen the seal and delay the arrival of the disaster. Buzz! Right at this moment, pitch-black cracks filled with malevolent eyeballs appeared in the space in front of the platform, instantly attracting the attention of the group of demigods. However, The group of demigods didn't have the energy to divert their attention, so they could only watch in silence. Violet leisurely walked out of the gap, with a paper fan in her hand, and arrived in front of the seal. She didn't even look at the group of demigods around her. Instead, she fixed her gaze on the seal in front of her and broke into a smile. Your 3 subordinates won't be able to see you again. As soon as he said that, the whirlpool that was spinning suddenly stopped, and the group of demigod powerhouses around him were startled. Soon after, they were overjoyed. If it weren't for the fact that they had no energy left, they would have cried out. Violet didn't seem to have any intention of explaining. Instead, she flipped her hand and a cube-shaped enchanted field the size of a palm appeared in her hand. Inside the cube-shaped enchanted field, 2 strange black lights wriggled and crashed into the enchanted field like earthworms. They were the pseudo-god powers captured from Wild Bear and Dark Scorpion. We can only retrieve 2 of them. The other one has disappeared with its master. Holding the enchanted field that imprisoned the black lights, Violet said with a sarcastic smile. You've lost. As soon as she finished her sentence, a violent black mist rose from the vortex like leaking gas and diffused from the transparent vortex. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At the same time, the transparent vortex began to tremble violently. Not only did it continuously leak out strands of black mist, it also emitted a soft beast-like roar. The roar was filled with anger, proving the extent to which its emotions had been stimulated by Violet's words. Oh no! The 5 demigods from the Spalier world, Jarlin, Mura, Linya, Cynthia, and Magnubi shrunk their pupils and sulked. They couldn't help but curse inwardly. They desperately urged their battle chi and magical powers to strengthen the seal with the support of their legendary armaments. Buzz, buzz, buzz. But it was a pity that Jarlin, Linya, Cynthia, and Magnubi didn't have much battle chi and magical powers left in their bodies to begin with. As a result, more than half of the battle chi and magical powers left in their bodies, the stabilized seal trembled violently again. Jaren, Mura, Linya, Cynthia, Magnubi, and the other demigods paled. Even Yukari had a grave expression on her face. They knew it. The seal couldn't trap the Beast King anymore. Boom. Boom. Finally, in a muffled bang that seemed to resonate in everyone's head, the spinning transparent vortex exploded abruptly, bringing along a shockwave that spread in all directions and struck Jarlin, Linya, Cynthia, and Magnubi. PFFF. The 5 demigod rank powerhouses immediately raised their heads and spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their bodies were sent flying and heavily fell off the platform, crashing into the ground around the platform. The realm of being and non-being. Purple pointed at the paper fan in his hand, and the shockwave that swept over directly disappeared without a trace under the effect of an inexplicable force. However, in the next moment, a powerful hand shot out from the shockwave in front of Z and grabbed his neck. Chapter 1977. Whoosh! As the shockwaves rolled up and down several times, the ferocious shockwaves also reverberated throughout the entire platform, spreading out like circles of substantial ripples. Cough, cough, cough. Under the platform, Garland, Mura, Linya, Cynthia, and Magnubi were lying on the ground in different postures. Their faces were pale, and blood was dripping from the corner of their mouths. They raised their heads with difficulty and looked at the platform. When they saw what was happening on the platform, their faces turned even paler. On the platform where the shockwaves gradually calmed down, a majestic figure covered in black mist stood tall at the spot where the vortex used to be. His hand reached forward and grabbed Violet's neck tightly, lifting her up in the air. His eyes and face were filled with coldness. After 7 days, the Beast King finally broke through the seal left behind by Jaren, Mura, Linya, Cynthia, and Magnubi, the 4 demigods of Silveria, and the guardian tree sapling. The Beast King reappeared in the world once again. The moment they sensed the decayed, dark, murderous, cold, and violent aura from the Beast King, Jaren, Mura, Linya, Cynthia, Magnubi, and the other demigods from Silveria felt their hearts tremble. They couldn't help but shudder. This was the Beast King. A pseudo-god Beast King. Less than half a step away. A Beast King that could become a peak god beast. Slap. The paper fan that belonged to Violet slipped from her hand and fell to the ground. Ugh! Violet, who was held by the neck by the Beast King, didn't make any unnecessary resistance. She only held the Beast King's hand that was on her neck and suppressed the unsightly expression on her face due to suffocation. She looked at the Beast King in front of her. On the surface, she looked relaxed and even smiled, but in her heart, she was quite surprised. Violet was not surprised that the Beast King had the power to take her down instantly. The pseudo-god Beast King was invincible in this spalier world where there were no gods. There was a huge gap between each level in the demigod level. Only the level 96 purple was above level 99. It wasn't strange that they couldn't fight back in front of a level 100 Beast King. In the previous battle, if the Beast King hadn't held back a bit of his strength, he would have died. He intended to intimidate everyone. Garen, Mura, Linya, Cynthia, Magnubi and the other 5 demigods from the spalier world came to help. Violet alone wouldn't even have the chance to deal with the Beast King. Therefore, Violet was not surprised that she was taken down by the Beast King in an instant. What was truly surprising was that Z discovered that while the Beast King was holding her captive, the demonic chi that was constantly flowing in her body seemed to be under his control. No matter how hard she tried to urge it, it was still like a tortoise crawling. Not to mention using her realm power. She couldn't even use her demonic chi to strengthen her body. The true power of a Beast King could be seen from this scene. However, the look of surprise only flashed across Z's eyes for a moment. The Beast King could not see it at all. All he could see was Z forcefully suppressing her suffocation, while maintaining a relaxed smile on her face. What I hate the most is your expression that seems to be in control of everything. The Beast King said coldly as he slowly tightened his grip. Finally, a pained expression appeared on Purple's face. Don't tell me you think you can fight me just because you took care of those 3 pieces of trash? Me? Fight you? Amethyst forced out a smile with great difficulty. Under the suffocating feeling, he spoke word by word. You're wrong. The one who can fight you is not me. Not you? The Beast King sneered. You mean there is someone who can fight me? Violet smiled bitterly and didn't say anything else. The current situation didn't allow her to say anything else. The suffocating feeling was getting stronger. Yakumo Violet, even if there is such a person, you won't be able to see it. The Beast King's eyes glinted as he looked at Violet, who was gripped by his neck and lifted in the air. He then turned to look at the enchantment that Violet had been holding in her other hand, which contained the power of the false god, and sneered again. But I have to thank you for delivering the demonic chi to me. It just so happens that I used up some of my strength to break free from the seal. It's a good chance to replenish it. After saying that, the Beast King stretched out his other hand and pointed at the enchantment that imprisoned the false god's power in Violet's hand. Boom. Just like that, the boundary that imprisoned the pseudo-god power was destroyed by the ordinary finger. The pseudo-god power flew out and was caught by the Beast King. With a tremble, the pseudo-god power drilled into the Beast King's body and became an insignificant part of the trillions of pseudo-god power in the Beast King's body. Even though it was only a negligible portion, an abnormal flush still appeared on the Beast King's face in the instant that the quasi-god's power entered its body. The black mist surging around its body became slightly denser, and its aura also became slightly more powerful, replenishing all of the power that the Beast King had expended to break free from the seal. Jaren, Mura, Linya, Cynthia, and Magnubi, the 5 demigod powerhouses of the spalier world, couldn't help but reveal a look of despair. The Beast King wasn't someone they could deal with in the first place. Now the 5 of them had basically lost their battle strength and Purple had been captured by the Beast King. As long as the Beast King launched an attack, the 6 demigod powerhouses of the spalier world would undoubtedly die in the Beast King's hands. By then, without the protection of the demigod powerhouses, the humans of the spalier world would be like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They would be at the mercy of the demonic beast army. The situation was set, ha 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 ha. It seemed that even the Beast King had the same thought. He glanced at Jaren, Mura, Linya, Cynthia, and Magnubi, the 5 demigod powerhouses of the spalier world, as well as Purple who was being lifted in midair by the neck. He couldn't help but burst into maniacal laughter. However, at this moment, Purple, who was being lifted in midair by the Beast King, suddenly opened her eyes. She gritted her teeth and frantically circulated the demonic chi in her body. Humph! Purple let out a muffled groan when she forcefully circulated the demonic chi that was suppressed by the Beast King. However, Purple ignored it and continued to extract demonic chi. She pointed her finger at the Beast King's direction. Buzz! The black mist surging around the Beast King's body rolled. The Beast King's maniacal laughter came to an abrupt halt. He widened his eyes and shuddered involuntarily. Boom! An explosive sound rang out from the Beast King's body without any warning. The Beast King's skin was torn apart by this explosive sound, and blood splattered everywhere. This time, it was the Beast King's turn to spurt out a mouthful of blood. A look of agony surfaced in his eyes. He couldn't help but loosen his grip on Purple's neck, allowing Purple to land on the ground and retreat with difficulty. Cough, cough. Purple clutched her neck and gasped for fresh air while coughing incessantly. You! The Beast King clutched his chest. Blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth, and the skin all over his body. The black mist around his body rolled as though it had gone berserk. The Beast King let out a series of painful groans. He glared at the coughing Purple and snarled. You tampered with the pseudo-god's power? Yes. Purple continued to clutch her neck. She revealed a carefree smile once again and said sarcastically, otherwise, why would we come here in broad daylight to provoke your anger, and force you to break the seal by force? While the Beast King was enraged, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. No wonder Yakumo Yukari used the deaths of the 3 Beast Kings to provoke him. It turned out that she wasn't trying to vent her anger. She knew that it wouldn't take long for him to break the seal, so she simply infuriated him and forced him to break the seal. This way, he would definitely lose some of his strength. Of course, Yakumo Yukari didn't just want him to lose some of his strength. Her true motive was to bring the pseudo-god's power that she had tampered with to him, so that he could absorb it to replenish his strength. Then, Yakumo Yukari could trigger the hidden dangers in the pseudo-god's power, and make him suffer. That was indeed the case. Now, because of the 2 pseudo-gods' power that Purple tampered with, the pseudo-god's power in the Beast King's body went berserk. It was as if it wanted to break free from the Beast King's control. The Beast King's expression changed drastically. He clenched his teeth and glared at Purple. Yakumo Yukari, you win. With that, the Beast King leaped into the air and transformed into a ray of light that shot towards the horizon. It did not take long for him to disappear from everyone's sight. Chapter 1978. Seeing the Beast King's silhouette gradually disappear from the sky above the capital of Otherworld, Jaren, Mura, Linya, Cynthia, and Magnubi, who were lying on the ground around the platform, finally snapped back to reality. They struggled to get up and made their way to the platform. Miss Z. The pale-faced Cynthia clutched her chest as she helped Z, who was also clutching her chest, up. Are you okay? I'm fine, Violet said with a bitter smile. I'll be fine after some rest. That was the truth. Violet did not suffer any injuries. The reason why she looked pale was because she had forcefully mobilized her demonic energy, and was caught off guard by the Beast King's attack. Her entire body was in great pain from the forceful mobilization of her demonic energy. She would recover after some rest. However, due to the forceful mobilization of her demonic energy and the Beast King's suppression on Violet's demonic energy, the realm of illusion and reality around the capital of alternate generations had disappeared. Everyone could vaguely hear the roar of the demonic beasts, and the sound was getting further and further away. Come to think of it, the demonic beast army must have realized that the Beast King had left the capital of alternate generations, and was recovering from the realm of illusion and reality. Long after the wind came out, it chased after the Beast King and left. Fortunately, the demonic beast army did not ignore the Beast King, and attacked the capital of alternate generations directly. With the current state of Violet, Garen, Mura, Linya, Cynthia, and Magnubi, the 5 demonic beasts from the Spalier world, they would not be able to turn the tide. It was hard to say if the 5,000 Misaka sisters would be able to stop the demonic beast army's attack. Jarlin spoke in relief when he thought of the current state they were in. Fortunately, the Beast King did not attack us just now. It's not that he didn't attack us, it's that he couldn't. Yukari stood up with Cynthia's help. She felt the pain in her body lessen a lot, and her complexion couldn't help looking better. Now the demonic divine energy in his body should have gone berserk. Most likely, the trillions of fake god powers would all attack him at the same time. At that time, even if he can deal with us, he will definitely not have a good ending. This was the disadvantage of relying on external forces. If the Beast King had followed the rules and advanced all the way, then his realm was stable. His strength was also stable. Even if Purple had thought of a way to help the Sound Beast King, the Sound Beast King would at most suffer some injuries, which would not be a big deal. In fact, the two pseudo-god powers that Purple had tampered with didn't do much damage to the Beast King. Instead, they caused all the pseudo-god powers in the Beast King's body to go berserk, forcing the Beast King to leave. Under such circumstances, if the Beast King wanted to stabilize all the pseudo-divine power in his body, it would definitely take some time. Once again, Purple relied on his extraordinary wisdom to fight for precious time. Garen, Mula, Linya, Cynthia, and Magnubi, the 5 demigod-level experts of the Spalier world, couldn't help but look at Purple with admiration. She was holding her chest and smiling from the beginning to the end. In the beginning, the reason why they were able to seal the Beast King was because, to put it bluntly, if it weren't for Violet's meticulous planning, the sealing tools left behind by the 4 gods wouldn't have been able to be buried in the Beast King's body. It wouldn't have been effective, and the Beast King wouldn't have been sealed. If the Beast King had not been sealed at that time, with the Beast King's terrifying pseudo-god power, he would only need 1 or 2 days to deal with the group of demigod-level experts, and the Spalier world would be his. Now, when the Beast King was about to break free from the seal, and bring an unparalleled disaster to the Spalier world again, Purple stood out bravely and took the risk again. She stimulated the Beast King to break free from the seal, consumed some of his strength, and sent 2 pseudo-god powers to the Beast King for him to absorb. Perhaps, Purple had already expected that the Beast King would absorb the 2 pseudo-god powers to replenish his strength. Thus, it was yet another series of schemes, one after another, and one after another, luring the Beast King into a corner. This time, he had managed to gain precious time for the second time. In other words, Purple had saved the Spalier world twice. Miss Purple. Jarlin, Mura, Linya, Cynthia, Magnubi, and the other demigod-level experts from the Spalier world suppressed their injuries and bowed to Purple solemnly. Thank you very much. Hearing this, Purple smiled calmly as if she had already expected that Jarlin, Mura, Linya, Cynthia, and Magnubi would do this. There is an old saying in my little guy's hometown. No egg can remain intact when the nest is overturned. If the Spalier world really becomes the world of demonic beasts, we won't have an easy time either. Therefore, I'm not completely helping you. The Beast King's threat is just prolonging for a while. Missy, you've done enough. Linya comforted her. Without Miss Purple, the Spalier world would have already become the world of demonic beasts. The time that Miss Purple has bought is very precious to us. That's right. Mura and Magnubi nodded solemnly. We still need Miss Purple's help to deal with the Beast King. My help? Violet chuckled and shook her head. No, you don't need my help anymore, and you don't need my help anymore. Jarlin, Mura, Linya, Cynthia, Magnubi, and the other demigod-level experts from the Spalier world were stunned. Don't you feel it? She didn't mind Jaren, Mura, Linya, Cynthia, and Magnubi's reactions. Instead, she put on a sincere and beautiful smile and looked at the heart of the generation. Her amethyst-like eyes shone with an indescribable splendor. That familiar aura that I haven't felt for a long time. Ailu Empire, Palace. Inside a palace, Shokuho Misaki, Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, Takitsubu Riku, and Astria were discussing the aftermath of the demonic beast army's retreat with Carter and Sylph. All of a sudden, they stopped what they were doing and turned to look in a certain direction. This feeling. Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku clutched their thumping hearts. Their eyes shone brighter and brighter. Oh. Astria was so excited that she couldn't even speak properly. She cheered out loud. Huh. Shokuho Misaki's eyes glowed brightly. A dazzling smile appeared on her beautiful face. She stroked her long hair and murmured, "Looks like it's time for us to return." Baruba Empire, Floating Plaza. Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, Origami Miku, and Yoshino were watching the images of the Baruba Empire rebuilding the palace and capital of the Baruba Empire on Fraxinus Command Center. Their hearts skipped a beat. It was as if a similar heartbeat was resonating with them from afar. The elven girls who were doing their own things froze for a moment. Kotori. Kurumi's tone was impatient for the first time. Toka, Origami Miko, and Yoshino also turned their heads and looked at Kotori. This feeling. Could it be? That's so slow. Kotori grumbled. Then she stood up and declared loudly. That's so slow. Start the engines. Take off at full speed. Our destination is the otherworldly capital. Faya Empire border. Hinajuku Mikoto, Ikaros, Yuki Cord, and the rest of the Misaka sisters stood in front of a glowing magic formation with Ka. They watched as Ka removed the last magic formation of the gravity field, and felt their ability to fly restored. They smiled. However, in the next moment, the smiles on the girls' faces froze. With a swoosh, they all turned their heads and looked into the distance. Ikaros's expression that had never changed before suddenly changed. Her eyes rippled and her figure turned into a ray of light, shooting towards the horizon. Kaya was shocked. Just as he was about to say something, Hinajuku, Mikoto, Yagiya, and Ikaros all leaped into the air. Other than Hinajuku, who was in Mikoto's arms, the rest of them used their flying abilities to chase after Ikaros. Only one sound was left, which drilled into Kaya's ears. We're going back. Behemoth Forest, otherworldly capital. Beside the window on the top floor of the Heart of Generations, a man was standing there. His back was straight and his head was slightly raised, looking at the sky outside. The black coat on his body was fluttering in the wind, making loud noises. His bangs moved up and down with the wind, and his wine-red pupils rippled with an incomparably deep light. The corners of his mouth slowly rose, carrying a steady, powerful, and confident arc. The next moment, a familiar voice reverberated in this space that belonged only to him. Looks like I'm not too late. Chapter 1979. Phew. Standing by the window, he took in a deep breath of the wind blowing against his face. Taking in the familiar scents and scents, Wu Yan let out a carefree sigh from the bottom of his heart. It's been 7 days since Wu Yan left the Spalier world, which means it's been 700 days since he started the Demigod Path quest. It's been 2 years. 2 years. For Wu Yan, it's been a long time. Although Wu Yan spent 3 years in the Sword and Saber Dominion world, Wu Yan had the gentle and virtuous Asuna by his side, and the cheerful and cute Yui by his side. But this time it's different. It's not that Wu Yan didn't care about the completion of the Demigod quest in the other dungeons, but at least he wasn't in a hurry. Aside from completing the quest, he would also spend time with the storyline characters and talk about love. It's not that he wasn't happy about it. This time, in order to complete the Demigod Path and return as soon as possible to deal with the Beast King, Wu Yan spent all his time running around, let alone flirting with the storyline characters. He even had to squeeze out time to sleep. If he didn't have Natsuki, Nagisa, Kanon, and Agurola by his side, Wu Yan's temperament would have changed a lot during these 2 years. He would have become quiet and cold. Of course, the hard work wasn't in vain. After 2 years of hard work, Wu Yan finally completed all the quests on the Demigod Path. 5 rings. A total of 5 rings. That is to say, in these 2 years Wu Yan ran through 5 dungeons and completed all 5 segments of the Demigod Path quest before he finally completed the Demigod Path quest. In addition to the previous 4 rings, Wu Yan completed a total of 9 rings of the Demigod Path quest. Finally, when he completed the 9th ring of the quest, he received a notification. He received a notification that the system could no longer upgrade the effects of the items that could help him advance to demigod rank. In other words, at this moment, Wu Yan can take out the quest items he collected from the 9 dungeons and synthesize them into items that can help him ascend to the demigod rank. No, it should be the item to upgrade to the peak of demigod rank. Thinking of this, Wu Yan smiled again. His eyes emitted a cold light. Although he had just returned, the sapling was Wu Yan's noble phantasm. As the owner of the noble phantasm, Wu Yan could feel that the space created by the sapling had been destroyed. The Beast King had broken out of the seal. However, the Beast King didn't attack when it broke out of the seal? After thinking about it, Wu Yan understood. Yui must have contributed to this. The Beast King? Wu Yan hid his expression and glanced at the platform through the window. I won't let you be smug for long. After saying this, Wu Yan turned around and walked back to his room without saying goodbye to Yui, who was still on the platform. After entering the room that he hadn't seen for 2 years, Wu Yan closed the door tightly and sat down. He raised his hand and waved at the space in front of him. Buzz! Suddenly, a circle of crimson ripples appeared in the space in front of him. It slowly expanded as if something was being spat out. Under the tremor of the crimson ripples, items and props emerged from within and gently fell to the ground. Among these items, there were 3 drops of blood of the last descendant of Avalon's Holy Dragon royal family in different growth states obtained from the world of Star-Carving Dragon Knight. 7 class cards obtained from the world of Magical Girl Ilya. 1 million Eve's hearts obtained from the world of Ingenious Girl Will Not Get Hurt. And the blood essence of Lingmeng, Yui, Yuanxiang Hui, and Jui obtained from the Fantasy Village. Apart from these items, the rest were items that Wu Yan had obtained in the past 2 years to complete the 5th round of the Demigod Path mission. Among them, some were items with strange shapes and effects. Some were parts of rare beasts, some were ordinary-looking things, some were strange unknown liquids, and some even looked like stones. These were all items that the Demigod Path mission required to collect. They were also items that could be synthesized to advance to the demigod rank. Sitting on the ground, Wu Yan stared at these strange items. After a while he closed his eyes. System. Request to complete the Demigod Path mission. Synthesize the reward item. Beep. User has completed the Demigod Path mission. Synthesize the reward item. Request in progress. Request complete. Synthesize the reward item. Listening to the cold and emotionless voice that rang directly from his mind, Wu Yan spat out a word expressionlessly. Yes. Synthesize the reward item. Begin synthesizing. As soon as the system's voice fell, the various items on the ground that were collected according to the requirements of the Demigod Path mission floated up into the air. Whoosh! Following a gust of wind, the items floating in the air suddenly burst into flames and were enveloped by flames of various colors. Tsk. The green flames were silent, had no temperature, and did not emit any strange aura. However, under the roasting of the flames, the strange items from various dungeon worlds burned like pieces of paper. In the end, all of them turned into thick, ash-like light. Wu Yan discovered that the color of the light became brighter and brighter under the roasting of the flames. In the end, the color was so bright that it hurt his eyes. Moreover, the color was getting closer and closer to the color of the flames that were roasting them. Not long after, they were completely identical. Hum 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 hum. It wasn't until every mission item was burned to ashes by the flames of various colors, and the light became the same color as the flames, that the flames wrapped in the light suddenly trembled. With a spin, they converged towards the center and collided with each other. Boom! With a muffled sound that was neither too loud nor too soft, all the flames that were wrapped in dense light collided together. Like different colored liquids, they intertwined with each other, twisting and fusing together. After a while, they actually turned into a ball of transparent flame. At the same time, the ash-like light also intertwined, twisted, and fused with each other in the transparent flame as though it was smelted by the surrounding flames. It spun like a dewdrop. After an unknown amount of time, the transparent flame started to dissipate under Wu Yan's watchful eyes. The flame and the quest items that Wu Yan had painstakingly collected from the various dungeon worlds disappeared without a trace. The only thing left behind was a dewdrop. A dewdrop that was clearly transparent, but emitted a rainbow-like radiance. Beep. Item synthesis successful. Ding. Obtained Demigod's Dew Perfect. Demigod's Dew Perfect, a synthesized item rewarded after completing the Path of Demigod mission issued by the system. Special item. Cannot be exchanged. Effect. Has the effect of raising the user's level to 90. If the completion of the Path of Demigod mission increases, the grade of the item will also increase. The level that can be raised after using the item will also increase. The perfect grade means that the item can be raised to the peak of the level. The user will be raised to level 99 after using the item. Requirement. Requires the user to be at least level 89. There is a risk of self-explosion if the user is below level 89. The effect will be reduced if the user is above level 89. The item is exclusive to the user, Wu Yan. Other than Wu Yan, it will not be effective. The transparent dewdrop that was emitting a rainbow-like radiance floated in midair, dazzling Wu Yan. He could not help but reach out his hand. The demigod's dew perfect seemed to have a mind of its own as it gently floated into Wu Yan's hand and landed in his palm. It was clearly a dewdrop, but when he held it, Wu Yan felt as though he was holding a gem. Looking at the demigod's dew perfect, lying obediently in his hand, he could not help but smile. It was a smile as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. It had been around 3 years since the Path of Demigod mission was issued. Wu Yan had finally completed the Path of Demigod mission and obtained the opportunity to reach the pinnacle of demigod. Chapter 1980. Demigod Pinnacle. Now that the conditions for the birth of gods had been lost, they were truly the strongest existences in the countless planes. Of course, that didn't include the Beast King, who relied on the power of a false god to reach the false god rank. After all, in the long history of Silveria, the Beast King was the only one who managed to reach the demigod rank. Even in the future, there shouldn't be another demigod rank that was unique to the demigod rank. Apart from the special Beast King, the item that allowed him to become the strongest existence in the world was lying obediently in his hands. Wu Yan wasn't excited at all. His heart was filled with endless emotions. A tool that could allow one to reach the pinnacle of demigod in one fell swoop. If an outsider were to find out that Wu Yan is the only one who can use this item, they would go crazy with jealousy. This includes Garen, Mula, Linya, Cynthia, Magnubi, and the other demigods of Silveria. To be able to obtain such an item, how could he not be excited? However, no matter how heaven-defying this item was to others, Wu Yan only had one feeling, and that was to sigh. For no other reason than the fact that this item is something he worked hard for 3 years or so to obtain. It's not something that just fell from the sky. It's not something that can be exchanged from the system. The system only gave Wu Yan an opportunity, and Wu Yan grasped it very well. Instead, he turned it into a real opportunity. All of this could not have happened without the help of the group of girls who were Wu Yan's summoners. Especially Yukari, who had been supporting Wu Yan ever since the Demigod Path mission began, helping Wu Yan analyze the pros and cons of the mission. If it wasn't for the support and expectations of the group of girls, perhaps Wu Yan really could not help but give up halfway in the face of some difficulties and synthesize demigod dew long ago, allowing himself to advance to the demigod level, but he would not be able to reach the heavens in a single step. He had become a peak demigod. So, Beast King, I will not allow you to harm the people around me. Wu Yan murmured these words that were filled with determination. His gaze was fixed as he raised his head. He placed the demigod dew perfect in his mouth. He swallowed it into his stomach. Almost at the same time as the demigod dew perfect entered his mouth, the dewdrop that was as bright as a gem turned into a slightly cold surging stream, like ice water, and rushed into Wu Yan's body. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Along with the slightly cold clear stream, it flowed into his body. Wu Yan's body actually began to emit a trembling sound, causing Wu Yan's mouth, which had yet to be closed, to tremble slightly, almost scraping his teeth. This was because it was not just a slightly cold clear stream, but the energy contained in the clear stream was so strong that it rushed into Wu Yan's body like a substantial impact, constantly impacting his body. Fortunately, Wu Yan's body was not only full of vitality due to the bloodline of the true ancestor, but it was also quite resilient, and his physique was also very strong. Otherwise, it was very likely that the surging powerful energy would cause his skin to crack and bleed, and he would end up like the Beast King who was rioting with the power of a false god. Wu Yan closed his eyes and a strong suction force came out of his body. The suction force landed on the cool demigod dew perfect. It's like a tug of war. The suction force is trying to pull the energy out of the demigod dew perfect. With the pull of the suction force, the slightly cold clear stream suddenly became turbulent, and the shockingly rich energy was like a shock wave, continuously attacking Wu Yan's body, causing Wu Yan to tremble. However, while these shocks were hitting Wu Yan's body, on the other side, the slightly cold clear stream of energy began to slowly leave the cold clear stream under the pull of the suction force, and began to flow under the control of Wu Yan's mind. How did it flow? Naturally, it began to flow according to Wu Yan's highest level of magic power cultivation method. During this period of flow, Wu Yan could faintly feel that his meridians, bones, blood vessels, and even his cells were madly devouring the energy that flowed according to the magic power cultivation method. As the energy pulled out from the cold clear stream of energy was devoured by his organs, tissues and systems, everything in Wu Yan's body was undergoing an extremely shocking speed of strengthening. Wu Yan didn't know what this energy from the demigod dew, perfect, is, but now he has a better idea of what it is. Like the miraculous pool water, the demigod dew perfect seemed to have an extremely special transformation effect. However, unlike the mechanical transformation, sublimation, strengthening, and purification of the miraculous pool water, the energy from the demigod dew, perfect, also contained a vigorous vitality. Devouring this energy was like soaking one's body in a hot spring. Not only was it warm, but it was also very lively. If there was someone present, they would definitely notice that after swallowing the demigod dew perfect, Wu Yan's body was currently emitting rings of extremely mysterious energy ripples. He was like a butterfly that was about to break out of its cocoon. Everything in his body was undergoing changes. As these changes progressed, everything in Wu Yan's body was also strengthening, purifying and deepening, causing Wu Yan's aura to become stronger and stronger. Gradually, even the boundless magic power in Wu Yan's body was not to be outdone. It began to absorb the energy of the demigod dew, perfect, and underwent a transformation. Thus, in the next second, a cold, emotionless, mechanical voice echoed in Wu Yan's mind. Ding. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 90. Ding. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 91. Ding. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 92. Ding. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 93. Ding. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 94. Ding. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 95. Ding. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 96. Ding. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 97. Ding. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 98. Ding. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 99. The moment the last system notification ended, the energy that was surging in Wu Yan's body also stopped. The demigod dew perfect, that had been devoured by the cells in Wu Yan's body also dissolved into the last bit of energy, and flowed into his magic power. Buzz. A monstrous pressure surged from Wu Yan's body, but retracted back into Wu Yan's body in the next second as though nothing had happened. Wu Yan opened his eyes slowly. The pair of burgundy pupils had disappeared, only to be replaced by a dazzling golden color. That was a state that would only appear when Wu Yan utilized the true ancestor's bloodline to the limit, and his emotions burst forth to the limit. But now, even though his heart was as calm as an ancient well, the true ancestor's bloodline didn't react in the slightest. Wu Yan's eyes were still this dazzling golden color, which meant that Wu Yan had developed the true ancestor's bloodline to the limit. This was the pinnacle of the demigod realm. Phew. Wu Yan let out a deep breath. He didn't need to look at his body to know how powerful the power in his body was. To put it bluntly, even if Violet, Youxiang, and Yonglin were to stand in front of him, Wu Yan would still have the ability to rush up and defeat them all. But this wasn't enough. It was impossible to defeat a demigod beast king with only the pinnacle of the demigod realm. System. Wu Yan didn't have time to savor the taste of being promoted to the pinnacle of the demigod realm. Create equipment according to all aspects of my body. Beep. The system has obtained all aspects of the user's body data. According to the user's requirements, the system will create the most suitable equipment for the user. The required points are as follows. D-grade equipment requires 1,000 equipment points, item points, and ability points each. C-grade equipment requires 10,000 equipment points, item points, and ability points each. B-grade equipment requires 100,000 equipment points, item points, and ability points each. A-grade equipment requires 1,000,000 equipment points, item points, and ability points each. S-grade equipment requires 1,000,000 equipment points, item points, and ability points each. Please make your choice. Chapter 1981. As mentioned before, the pinnacle of demigod was the limit of every life form. No matter what kind of existence this life form was, as long as it could cultivate, break through, and level up, it could only reach the pinnacle of demigod at most. It was impossible to reach any higher with just one's cultivation alone. It was the same for Wu Yan and his group of summoning girls. Due to the system, Wu Yan and his group of summoning girls could gain experience points as long as they could fight, accumulate experience points, and level up. However, this kind of level up would stop at level 99 pinnacle of demigod. Even the system could not continue to absorb experience points to level up. In order to become a true and invincible divine level expert that surpassed the pinnacle of demigod, one had to fulfill the following two conditions. 1. Reach the pinnacle of demigod. 2. Absorb the power of God and obtain the opportunity to break through. Wu Yan had reached the pinnacle of demigod. In that case, if he wanted to advance to divine level and become a true expert, Wu Yan only lacked one thing: the power of God. The system had also said that the so-called power of God referred to a kind of sharpness that naturally formed equipment with great power possessed. As it was naturally formed and did not have any signs of life, it did not belong to the category of life forms and had been nurtured by the equipment with great power. This kind of sharpness without any signs of life had the property of breaking the limits of life forms, allowing the life form to step into the realm of God and advance to divine level. This kind of natural formation. There were equipment with great power that contained the power of God in the system. However, how could those equipment compare to equipment that was tailor-made for him? Although Wu Yan wanted to advance to divine level, he did not want to casually exchange for an S-grade mythical armament just to advance to divine level. Since he wanted to do it, shouldn't he do it to the best of his ability? Some people wanted to say that since the power of God was naturally formed, the sharpness of equipment with great power would be sharpness. Equipment with great power was a kind of sharpness in itself. Could an S-grade equipment created by the system also contain the power of God? The answer: of course it could. According to the system, S-grade mythical armaments were naturally formed equipment, and the so-called creation by the system was just a modification of an S-grade mythical armament that could originally be exchanged from the system. It was just a modification that was more suitable for the user. That's why Wu Yan decided to forego the exchange and forge instead. However, looking at the words equipment points, item points, and ability points required, Wu Yan's pair of bright golden eyes became absent-minded. He reached out his hand and clicked on the system list. Character: Wu Yan. Equipment points: 477,000 item points, 537,000 ability points, 466,000 summoning points, 121,000 level 99. After 2 years of experience in 5 instance dungeons, excluding the summoning points, Wu Yan's equipment points had reached 4,770,000 points. His item points had reached 537,000 points, and his ability points had reached 466,000 points. However, crafting an S-grade mythical armament required 1,000,000 equipment points, item points, and ability points. The difference was like heaven and earth. At that moment, Wu Yan let out a bitter laugh. After pondering for a while, a torrent of mana suddenly rushed out from his body, and turned into a knight's robe that was burning like flames. It covered his body. System. Wu Yan said in a deep voice. Can I use the S-grade mythical armament as a bridge to upgrade the paladin equipment? Isn't Wu Yan's paladin equipment the most suitable equipment for Wu Yan himself? If the system could use the S-grade mythical armament that originally needed to be modified as a material to upgrade the paladin equipment, it should be able to reduce some of the points consumed, right? Unfortunately, beep. The possibility of upgrading the paladin equipment is 100%. It requires 9 million equipment points, item points, and ability points. Hearing the system prompt, Wu Yan almost suffocated. 9,000,000 equipment points, item points, and ability points? Previously, when he was forging the paladin equipment, he spent 10 million equipment points, item points, and ability points. While forging the S-grade mythical armament required 10 million equipment points, item points, and ability points. Upgrading the paladin equipment required 9 million equipment points, item points, and ability points. Isn't that equivalent to offsetting the 1 million equipment points, item points, and ability points used to forge the paladin equipment? Sigh. After a slight sigh, Wu Yan could only accept his fate and took out his ring of gold. There were still 5 demigod-level magic crystals in the ring of gold. 5 demigod-level magic crystals should be able to exchange for a lot of ability points, right? Immediately, Wu Yan took out the 5 demigod-level magic crystals and handed them over to the system. Ding! Obtained 5 million ability points. 5,000,000 ability points? That's 1,000,000 ability points for a demigod-level magic crystal? Now that he had enough ability points, he was still lacking in equipment points and item points. After giving it some thought, Wu Yan activated the Gate of Babylon and looked at the 5 gigantic machines in the depths. They were mechanical monsters that had 6 mechanical legs that looked like giant iron nails and 2 tentacle-like hooks. They looked like spiders, and there was a red dot shining on their heads. Their bodies were covered in armor. Behind these 5 spider-like mechanical monsters, there was another one that was also covered in armor, but it was twice the size of the other 5. It had the same mechanical limbs, but its body, which was the center of the body, was larger. Its head was not placed at the front of the body, but like a 3-pronged crown, it protruded from the top of the body. It was a large mechanical monster with a long and slender gun barrel similar to a launcher installed at the top of the body. They were the god-slaying weapons that Wu Yan had obtained from the Bloodlust Strike world. They were the Nalakuvra and the Nalakuvra's Queen Machine. Wu Yan had planned to place these machines in the capital of alternate generations like the saplings of the Guardian Divine Tree to protect the capital of alternate generations. Who knew that the Misaka sisters would be able to unleash the power of level 8? Therefore, these Nalakuvras were placed in the Gate of Babylon. Now it was time for them to contribute to Wu Yan. Without hesitation, Wu Yan handed over the god-slaying weapons that many warmongers in the Bloodlust Strike coveted to the system. Ding. Obtained 3 million equipment points. Ding. Obtained 5 million item points. 3,000,000 equipment points and 5 million item points. The legendary god-slaying weapons lived up to their name. Now that he had gathered all the item points, his equipment points had reached 77,000 points. He was only 130,000 equipment points away from upgrading his Holy Knight equipment. By then, Wu Yan would be able to absorb the power of God and obtain the opportunity to level up to the celestial level. Equipment points. Item points. Wu Yan gritted his teeth and handed over all the equipment and relics in the Gate of Babylon to the system. Among them were the Nietsu no Shana, meteor shower, and many other iron sand that had been turned into relics. After losing all the equipment in the Gate of Babylon, the Gate of Babylon had to rely on the quantity and quality of the equipment to increase its power. In the end, Wu Yan decided to put all the equipment that he could not hand over into an infinite space ring and handed over the Gate of Babylon to the system. Gathering here and there, after 5 minutes, Wu Yan finally got all the points he needed. Character, Wu Yan equipment points, 9011000 item points, 10370000 ability points, 9660000 summoning points, 121000 level, 99. Phew! Wu Yan let out a sigh of relief when he saw all the points on the system list. System, upgrade the Holy Knight equipment. Beep. Upgrading the equipment. Upgrading the target Holy Knight equipment. Deducting 9000000 equipment points, item points, and ability points. Upgrading commencing. In the next moment, the Holy Knight outfit that was burning fiercely seemed to have been doused with gasoline. With a whoosh, the burning phenomenon became even more violent. However, Wu Yan did not care about the burning Holy Knight equipment on his body, because he felt it. In the Holy Knight equipment, a strange energy suddenly appeared out of nowhere, causing his organs, tissues, cells, and even mana to tremble slightly, sending out a signal of desire. Chapter 1982. The Holy Knight outfit on his body was still rolling and fluctuating like a raging flame, but Wu Yan didn't feel it at all. The inexplicable power that suddenly appeared from the Holy Knight outfit made every cell, every bit of magical power, and every inch of skin in his body tremble and become restless. This kind of feeling was as if he had encountered an extremely high-grade tonic. Thus, Wu Yan instantly understood. This inexplicable power that came from the Holy Knight outfit was the power of God. Moreover, as the level of the Holy Knight outfit continued to increase, the power of God also increased bit by bit. In the end, it turned into streaks of white light that wandered back and forth. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Every cell, every bit of magical power, and every inch of skin in his body trembled more and more frequently with the increase of the power of God. However, Wu Yan suppressed the desire and impulse in his heart to absorb the power of God, and immersed his mind into the Holy Knight outfit. In the Holy Knight outfit, Wu Yan seemed to have seen another world. It was an endless, pure white world that stretched as far as the eye could see. In such a world, streaks of extremely dazzling white light were like streaks of pure white meteors that wandered back and forth aimlessly. This scene was like the stars in the universe, containing an incredible feeling. And looking at these streaks of white light that wandered back and forth like pure white meteors, another scene immediately emerged in Wu Yan's mind. That was what he saw on the high cliff in the behemoth forest back then. Endless, dense, strange black lights that wriggled like worms. It was a scene that made one's scalp tingle. Taking a closer look, these streaks of white light that wandered back and forth like pure white meteors were extremely similar to the shape, appearance, and scale of the strange black lights. But that wasn't strange. After all, these white lights were the power of God that all-powerful people dreamed of. As for the power of the pseudo-gods, it was a power developed by the four gods by using the fragments of the mythical armament that contained the power of the gods as research. The original purpose was also to be able to replicate the power of the gods and mass-produce endless power of the gods. In that case, the shape, appearance, and scale of divine power and false divine power were roughly the same, so there was nothing special about them. The difference was, when the meteor-like white light flowed, it was extremely pleasing to the eye. It was as if a real meteor was flying through the sky, making those who looked at it feel comfortable. On the other hand, the false god's power was like a worm, wriggling in the air. It was extremely disgusting. In addition, the aura emitted from the meteor-like bright white light was so grand and vast. However, the strange black light was cold and vicious. The difference between two forces that had the same origin but were completely different could be easily seen with a little comparison. Moreover, the power of God could help one break through the limits of life. When one reached the God level, the false god's power could change the form of life, turning one into a monster and forcibly increasing one's strength. It was obvious which of the two was stronger and which was weaker. When the meteor-like bright divine power in the Holy Knight armor filled the entire white world, the system's notification rang in Wu Yan's mind. Ding! Grade upgrade successful. A grade Holy Knight armor upgraded to S grade. Ding! Holy Knight armor upgraded to S grade. Increasing the effect of aura creation. Without any damage to the Holy Knight armor, it will continue to create aura. Absorbing aura will have the effect of upgrading from level 99 to level 100. The more aura it absorbs, the higher the success rate of upgrading. Listening to the system's notification, this time, Wu Yan finally couldn't hide the excitement in his heart and clenched his fist tightly. The mythical armament had the effect of nurturing the power of God, and the power of God could help pinnacle demigod experts break through the limits of life and advance to the God level. Of course, the power of God could only play the role of a ticket to the God level. Whether one could step through the door to the God level still depended on the efforts and actions of the absorber. In this aspect, it required the absorber to have a certain level of aptitude and talent to break through. How about Wu Yan's aptitude and talent? Wu Yan didn't know about this. He was able to reach the pinnacle demigod level all the way by relying on the system's ability to absorb EXP to level up. If he cultivated on his own, other than his own magic power and some magic, Wu Yan didn't try anything else. Naturally, he didn't know how his aptitude and talent were. However, Wu Yan believed that he would definitely succeed in breaking through. Where did this confidence come from? Wu Yan also didn't know. It was a kind of confidence that had no basis, and was just a feeling in the unseen world. Driven by this confidence, Wu Yan didn't hesitate. He slowly released the magic power in his body and poured it into the holy night outfit that was burning like flames around his body. He turned the magic power into a ribbon that wrapped around one of the dazzling meteor-like power of God in the vast white world, and pulled it into his body. Bang! The moment the power of God drilled into his body, Wu Yan suddenly heard a roar in his mind as if something had shattered. His golden pupils began to slacken, and he looked like his soul had left the world. In fact, Wu Yan's consciousness was indeed no longer clear-headed. In a trance, he was pulled up by a suction force and pulled into a wonderful space. This was a space that resembled the universe. Even though there weren't any sun, moon, or stars, it was filled with specks of starlight. Wu Yan quivered and came to his senses. A trace of confusion flashed across his face. But when he felt the feeling of harmony in the surrounding space and the state of his soul leaving his body, Wu Yan suddenly understood. This space was the deepest part of his soul. In other words, the place Wu Yan came to was the place where his soul was stored. His current form also existed in the form of a soul. Why was he suddenly pulled into the deepest part of his soul? At this point, Wu Yan seemed to be somewhat at a loss and also somewhat enlightened. He knitted his brows and entered a mysterious state. Ding! At this moment, a strange sound suddenly reverberated in the space of the deepest part of his soul. It rippled like water and attracted Wu Yan's attention. It wasn't until this moment that Wu Yan discovered it. In the deepest part of his soul, at the forefront, there was a luminous sphere that was as round and eternal as a star. 2 halos revolved around it. It was a sphere with a diameter of 1 meter. If it were someone else who saw such an inexplicable thing in the depths of their soul, they would definitely be scared out of their wits. However, Wu Yan's eyes lit up and a trace of palpitation emerged on his face. System. System. That's right. System. The only thing that existed in the depths of Wu Yan's soul, and integrated with his soul without any gap, was the system. In other words, this luminous sphere that was as round and eternal as a star with 2 halos revolving around it was the system that changed Wu Yan's fate. Out of the blue, Wu Yan's body uncontrollably floated towards the glowing sphere that is as round as a star. It's surrounded by 2 light rings. It's about 1 meter in diameter. He reached out his hand and placed it on top of the glowing sphere. Buzz! A ripple that seemed to be gratified, joyful, and sentimental reverberated around the glowing sphere. It felt like a pet that had been waiting for its master to come to its side, or a servant that had finally completed its mission. It trembled with excitement. Boom! In the next moment, the system that had integrated with Wu Yan's soul and changed Wu Yan's fate expanded and exploded into countless light spots. Looking at this scene, Wu Yan was stunned and couldn't come back to his senses. However, when he saw the light spots that exploded, his mouth slowly widened. This was because there were many familiar things in those light spots. Shana of the Mesa, Meteor Knight, Treasure of the King, even the resplendent breath, and other equipment and items that he had seen in the exchange list of the system were in those light spots. Some of the light spots didn't have any equipment or items. Instead, they had some images, some of which demonstrated various abilities, and some of which were images of strange worlds. The images that demonstrated various abilities were naturally the abilities that could be exchanged in the system. The images of the strange worlds were the dungeon worlds. In these dungeon worlds, the storyline characters were reflected in the images and had light spots on them, representing the summoned characters. Then, the equipment, items, abilities, summoned characters, and light spots that represented the dungeon worlds that made up the system all swarmed into Wu Yan's body. Wu Yan slowly closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 1983. I'm back. Astria rushed into the Heart of Generations hall with Shokuho Misaki, Kinuhata Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku following behind her. They rushed into the hall like a school of fish. Shokuho Misaki, Kinuhata Sayai, Frenda, Takitsubu Riku, and Astria noticed Yukari wasn't the only one in the hall. Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, Yakuya, Yuzin, Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, Origami, Mikoto, Shiki, and the other elven girls were there as well. All the girls who went to the three empires were gathered here. You're all back. Shokuho Misaki looked at Mikoto and Kotori with a surprised expression. Did you guys come back by airship as well? That's right. It would be great if that's the case. Mikoto didn't have the time to argue with Shokuho Misaki. She glanced at Ikaros, who was standing in the corner of the hall, staring at the entrance of the hallway. Ikaros rolled her eyes. We flew back as fast as we could to catch up to Ikaros. When we were almost out of energy, we were almost there. How can a normal airship compare to my Fraxinus? Kotori didn't beat around the bush. If we traveled at full speed, we would have made it back in time. We wouldn't even need a day. Then where's Master? Astria asked in a stuttering tone. Yay. Why isn't Master here? Master. He's not out yet. Yukari, who was sitting on the sofa and sipping on her black tea, said with a smile. It should have been a day since I locked myself in my room after coming back, right? Master? Shokuho Misaki, Kinuhata Sayai, Frenda, Takitsubu Riku, and Astria finally understood why everyone was gathered in the hall. They also understood why Ikaros was staring at the entrance of the hall. It seems like the girls are all waiting for Wu Yan. Master. Astria looked at the entrance of the hallway and muttered. When will Master come out? Who knows? Who knows? Yukari looked like she didn't care, but upon closer inspection, one could see that there was a trace of anticipation in her gem-like eyes. But wait for him to come out. Maybe you won't be able to recognize him. Of course, she wasn't referring to Wu Yan's physical appearance. She was referring to the changes in his body. She didn't get to see how Wu Yan looked like after 2 years in the dungeon. She didn't know if Wu Yan successfully completed the Demigod Path quest. But she didn't see Wu Yan when she came back. She didn't want to see him. Yukari was confident. Wu Yan won't disappoint her. He wouldn't disappoint all of his summoned characters and everyone in Fantasy Village. The girls seemed to understand what Yukari meant, and they didn't say anything else. Instead, they started discussing their trip to the Empire. Yukari also told him about how the Beast King had broken out of the seal, and how she had tampered with the false god power, causing the Beast King to suffer a great loss. Looks like we're back to square one. Shokuho Misaki sighed. Once the Beast King recovers, he will lead his demonic beast army to attack the capital of otherworldly demons like he did before. This time the Beast King won't give us the chance to seal him again. Kotori held a lollipop in her hand. Her red eyes were filled with helplessness. Besides, we don't have any way to seal him. The 5 demigods of Silveria are exhausted and won't be able to recover in a short time. They won't be able to help at all. Should we ask for help from the 3 empires? Kurumi tilted her head. The Beast King will take care of us first before dealing with the 3 empires. Even if we don't count the Beast King, it won't be easy to deal with the entire demonic beast race. The group of girls did not treat the magical beasts as a threat when they went to the 3 great empires to provide reinforcements. Instead, they focused on dealing with the 3 fake Beast Kings leading the magical beast army. Aside from the three demonic beast kings, the demonic beast army that attacked the Ailu Empire, Baruba Empire, and Fea Empire suffered very few casualties. Now that the three false beast kings had been eliminated and the beast king was freed, he would definitely gather the magical beasts scattered across the three empires while he calmed the raging power of the false gods within his body. Gathering the power of the entire magical beast race, he would attack the capital of other worlds. When that time comes, the capital of alternate generations would have to face an army that was several times stronger than the magical beast army that had attacked the three great empires alone and posed a major threat to each of them. Even though the girls were all at the 9th level, the number of 9th level demonic beasts in the demonic beast race is definitely greater than the capital of otherworldly demons. The number of demonic beasts in the demonic beast race is uncountable. They could easily drown the entire capital of otherworldly demons. It would be difficult to deal with the entire demonic beast race with just 20,000 Masaka sisters. Of course, if the demigod Yukari can deal with the low, mid and high-level demonic beasts, then the demonic beast race can multiply by several times. The problem is, can Yukari deal with the normal demonic beasts? Maybe the Beast King will take down Yukari before that? If they want to win, they must ask for help from the three empires. The three empires that were saved by the girls won't refuse. They won't dare to refuse. After all, the three demonic beasts are still recovering in the capital of otherworldly demons. However, Yukari said so. The demonic beast race is nothing to be afraid of. Yukari glanced at the surprised girls, then pointed her fan at Shokuho Misaki. You're wrong about going back to square one. Don't forget, Ziyuran said after she smiled. Compared to last time, we have an extra trump card. A trump card that is countless times stronger than the Beast King. A trump card that is omnipotent. Hearing Yukari's words, the group of girls was stunned at first, then they smiled bitterly, feeling slightly dissatisfied. Their dissatisfaction was directed at themselves. There was no need to doubt the identity of the omnipotent trump card mentioned by Violet. Now Violet's trust in this trump card was unprecedentedly high. The group of young ladies who had accompanied him for as long as Violet, and were even closer to each other than he was to Violet, began to lose confidence in him. Didn't this mean that they trusted that person less than Yukari? At the thought of this, the group of young ladies began to feel dissatisfied with themselves. Plans, strategies, coping skills, and everything that is derived from the word intelligence can produce unimaginable results when used. However, that is still the case of the weak defeating the strong. As if she didn't see the girl's silent expressions, Amethyst said slowly with a gentle voice. If we are the stronger side and the other side doesn't have the ability to use intelligence, why should we give up what is close at hand and seek what is far away? That one sentence once again showed the absolute trust in Violet's heart. Without a doubt, Yukari believed that this time, she would be the stronger side. That's right. Shokuho Misaki calmed herself down and smiled. I believe in him. The group of girls nodded heavily, including Ikaros and Origami. All of them said the same thing in unison. We believe in him too. Yukari smiled in satisfaction. Just as the girls collectively affirmed their trust in their hearts, a rather emotional and amused voice echoed in the Hall of the Heart of Generations. By the way, I'm a very emotional person. This is a reunion after so long. Can you not make me feel like crying? When the voice entered the girls' ears, they froze. Their hearts skipped a beat, as if afraid that this was an illusion. They slowly turned around and looked at the entrance of the hall. In the next moment, what was imprinted in the eyes of the group of girls was the figure that occupied their entire hearts. It was as if he had settled down there forever, and they could no longer shake him off. Also that familiar gentle smile that made people want to cry. Looking at that smile, the girls' hearts skipped a beat, as if they were melting. Yen. Little Yen. Master. Oniai-chan. Many of the girls threw themselves into that familiar warm embrace, causing the man who was hugging them to smile. A smile that was unusually gentle. Chapter 1984. Yukari couldn't help but smile when she saw Wu Yen hugging the girls. She silently used the system's perception to look at Wu Yen. She tried to obtain information about Wu Yan. However, in the next second, Z was stunned. He had already used the system's sensing ability, but the ability that he could use freely before and could use with a single thought did not respond to purple for a long time. It was as if it had disappeared. Yukari wasn't the only one who noticed this. The other girls who didn't throw themselves at Wu Yan also noticed this. They looked at each other in confusion. The girls hugging Wu Yan noticed something else. Astria looked at Wu Yan blankly. Your eyes. The group of girls subconsciously focused their attention on Wu Yan's eyes. Then they noticed something. Wu Yan's pupils regained their color. Yes, they regained their color. It wasn't the wine-red color of a true ancestor's bloodline. It wasn't the dazzling golden color of a true ancestor's bloodline. It was the original color of Wu Yan's pupils, black. Black hair and black eyes. This was before he exchanged for the bloodline. This was Wu Yan's original appearance when he was still a human. Of course, the system's perception ability wasn't the only thing that changed. Wu Yan's pupils regained their original color. The girls with sharp senses were surprised. Wu Yan gave off a different vibe. How should I put it? Take Chuju and Mikoto for example. These two girls were the first to fuse with Wu Yan's life force and become his summons. When they first met Wu Yan, they thought he was an ordinary person who was easy to get along with. After Wu Yan exchanged for the bloodline and became a true ancestor, he started to give off a strong and mysterious vibe. But now, that strong aura, that mysterious, and even that ordinary feeling was all gone. Right now Wu Yan is giving off a weird vibe. And it was extremely strange. There wasn't any aura leaking from him, and there was nothing special about him. However, there was a kind of charm that made people unable to move their eyes away from him. If there was a way to explain it, it would be that Wu Yan's presence became stronger. It wasn't just a little strong. With Wu Yan's current state, no matter how ordinary his appearance was, there was nothing special about him. No matter how mediocre he was, or if he was thrown into the crowd and had plastic surgery on his face, he would be the center of attention when he walked out of the crowd. Wasn't this feeling strange? Little Yan. Yukari's tone became hesitant. She couldn't express the thousands of emotions in her heart. It became a meaningless question. You succeeded in your breakthrough? Wu Yan took a deep look at Yukari who was frowning, and then looked at the girls who were staring at him. He didn't say anything and only smiled, but it made everyone's heart skip a beat. Although it was only for a moment, the girls felt the weak aura released by Wu Yan. That trace of aura was extremely weak, to the point that it was weaker than a level 1 novice who had just started cultivating. But when they were locked onto by this weak aura, including Yukari, all the girls felt as if they had been thrown into the universe, facing the vast universe with a sense of wonder and powerlessness. What's going on? The group of girls were all at a loss for what to do with each other's feelings. Yukari was the only one who looked at Wu Yan with a smile on her face. After a long time she asked, I almost couldn't recognize you. Is that so? Wu Yan shrugged. He was as carefree as ever. But I'm still me. Is that so? A smile appeared on Yukari's face, but the words she spoke were overbearing. Do you think you haven't changed at all? Of course not. Wu Yan scratched his cheeks. His starry eyes had a hint of a smile. I just changed back. Changed back, changed back. Yukari murmured. With her extraordinary intelligence, she seemed to have guessed something and her expression turned serious. Is it related to the disappearance of the system? The system disappeared. The group of girls cried out in alarm. Didn't you say that no matter how magical the system is, it's still a tool, an item? Since it's a tool, an item, it will be controlled by its master sooner or later. Wu Yan looked at Yukari with a faint smile. How can you say that he's disappeared? I see. I see. Yukari's expression changed imperceptibly, but it turned into a relieved smile. What are you all talking about? Mikoto couldn't hold it in any longer. She stepped forward and yelled. Don't say anything I don't understand. Yeah. Chuju was also dissatisfied. Explain, what's the meaning of the system's disappearance? We really can't sense the system anymore. Shokuho Misaki frowned and looked at Wu Yan. Did the system really disappear? Didn't I tell you there's no such thing? Wu Yan pointed at his chest with a grin when he saw the confused and dissatisfied looks on the girls' faces. Isn't the system right here? Hearing this, the group of girls became even more confused. You mean? Kotori said with uncertainty. You became the system? You only got half right. Wu Yan laughed and stopped teasing the girls. His lips slowly curled into a grin. To be more precise, the system has completely fused with me. Fused with you? The group of girls looked at each other in dismay. The system was originally in Wu Yan's body. It's connected to his soul, right? Does Wu Yan mean that the system didn't fuse with him before, that it still exists? It's what I said, don't overthink it. Wu Yan patted the heads of the 4 girls beside him. He walked out of the girls' encirclement and sat down on the sofa. The girls didn't know what happened to Wu Yan, but even if the system disappeared, they can still feel that their life forms fused with Wu Yan are still the same as before. In other words, even if the system disappeared, the girls are still Wu Yan's summons. Knowing this, the girls relaxed and gathered around Wu Yan, who was sitting on the sofa, treating him as their backbone. The other girls were puzzled by the strange conversation between Wu Yan and Yukari, the system, and Wu Yan's transformation. Only Ikaros didn't say anything. Just like before, she stuck close to Wu Yan and obediently served him a cup of tea. Red tea. Wu Yan turned around and looked at Ikaros' indigo eyes that wouldn't move away from him as long as he was there. Looking at the strong emotions of attachment, love, and even infatuation in her eyes, he felt warmth in his heart. He reached out and stroked Ikaros' silky hair. Did you miss me? Ikaros blushed slightly. This is an expression that only appears in front of Wu Yan, but she nodded her head heavily. The attachment, love, and infatuation in her eyes grew stronger. She believed that no man would be able to speak harshly to an angelic girl who was looking at them with such a gaze, including Wu Yan. Thus, Wu Yan condensed all his emotions into a single sentence. I missed you too. Wu Yan looked at the group of girls around him and said in a nostalgic tone. I missed you guys a lot. That one sentence completely melted the hearts of the group of girls, and also caused a trace of bitterness to appear in their hearts. The girls didn't know how Wu Yan spent the past 2 years in the dungeon world. But when it comes to missing him, even if the ratio of time is incomparable, the amount of time they missed him is definitely not less than Wu Yan's. At this moment, this group of people who are destined to accompany each other for the rest of their lives are much closer to each other. Chapter 1985. The next morning. Today, the capital of a different era in a corner of the giant beast's forest did not conceal its presence as it usually did. Instead, it removed all barriers and defensive measures, brazenly exposing itself under the sun and presented itself before everyone's eyes. At this moment, a total of 20,000 Masaka sisters equipped with circuit suits and CR units, lined up neatly in front of the fortress-like sturdy walls on both sides of the gate of the capital of alternate generations. Like soldiers, their postures did not change at all. They were rather neat. In front of the Masaka sisters, a line of girls stood in front of them. Under Yukari's lead, they slowly walked forward and raised their heads to look at the sky. There were at least 100 large airships slowly flying towards them. At a closer look, these airships were mainly divided into 3 groups. There was a distance in between each group. At the front of each group was a golden airship that was twice the size of the other airships. Including the golden airship, the decks of all the airships were filled with people. Looking at the scale, each airship carried at least 10,000 people. With over 100 airships added together, there were at least 1 million people. Moreover, it could be seen from the aura that was faintly fluctuating from these 1 million people. These people were at least Tier 5 powerhouses. A legion of at least Tier 5 powerhouses. If this group of people were to charge into the Spalier world, it was believed that it would not be a problem for them to sweep through the entire Spalier world. Of course, there was no need for them to do so, because these airships were divided into 3 groups. They were the airships of the 3 empires that controlled the entire Spalier world. Those 3 airships were more than twice the size of the other airships and were entirely golden in color. They were the airships exclusively used by the royal family. Looking at the airships of the three empires slowly flying over, Yukari and Yukari all landed in the behemoth forest. All of them landed in the giant beast forest. Yukari led a group of girls and many of the Misaka sisters to wait quietly. She did not say anything. Not long after, a large group of people walked in the direction of the capital of a different era with orderly footsteps. He was exposed to the sight of all the girls. This large group of people was also divided into three groups, with some distance between them. On the left were the Ailu royal family, the Lori family, the Saito family, and the Ladine family. They were led by Carter, Sylph, Lewang, Bu and Yak. In the middle were the Baruba Empire's royal family, the Mama family, the Vance family, and the Mani family. They were all part of the Baruba Empire's group. Leading them were Gutta, Jaffer, Kaluan, Will, and Jebi. On the right was the Fia Empire's royal family, the Wine family, the Sen family, and the Remy family. They belonged to the Fia Empire. Leading them was Weya, Kaya, and three other old men. At this moment, the royal families of the three empires that controlled the entire Spalier world, as well as the three great families under them, were all in the same state. The 12 top powers of the continent had all gathered in the capital of alternate generations. When the 12 top powers of the Spalier world arrived in front of the capital of alternate generations, other than the leaders of the three empires, everyone else stopped. Everyone else stopped in their tracks. Under the lead of Kite, Gutta, and Weya, the rest of them came before Violet, took off their crowns, and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Lady Violet. The three great emperors bowed to a young girl in the prime of her youth. This scene fell into the eyes of those who knew the identity of the young girl in the prime of her youth. But it was only natural. It was all because of this young girl in the prime of her youth. He was one of the demigods who stood at the pinnacle of Silveria. In the Spalier world, the strong ruled supreme. As long as one possessed absolute power, they would be above the royal family and the empires. Didn't the Ailu, Baruba, and Fia empires' guardian deities not show up no matter what happened? They only showed up when the royal family's foundation was in danger of being destroyed to protect the royal family's foundation. Other times, no matter how fierce the war was, they didn't even show up when the demigod Beast King was born. Didn't you see that when the three great empires were facing the threat of the magical beast army's invasion, and facing the threat of extinction, the three great emperors all discovered that the guardian god wasn't in the palace at this critical moment, yet they couldn't bear any resentment towards the guardian god? This was the might of the demigods who stood at the peak of the Spalier world. They were existences that were above the royal family and the empires. Therefore, not to mention bowing to Z, even if the three emperors all knelt down and kowtowed to Z, the surrounding experts who were dispatched by the three empires wouldn't reveal any strange expressions. Violet looked at Carter, Gutta, and Weya, as well as Sylph, Jaffer, Kaya, and the rest of the 9 great families who bowed to her. Her expression was still calm as she spoke casually. Thank you for your hard work to come to the capital of alternate generations. On behalf of the Master of the Capital of Alternate Generations, I welcome all of you. Hearing these words, the eyes and expressions of the crowd, who were originally calm, changed. Welcome us on behalf of the Master of the Capital of Alternate Generations? In other words, one of the demigods who stood at the peak of the Spalier world wasn't the Master of the Capital of Alternate Generations? At the thought of this, everyone looked at each other in dismay. Their hearts were filled with shock. Could it be that there was someone who was even more powerful than a demigod in the capital of alternate generations? Even Carter, Gutta, Weya, and the other leaders who already knew who the owner of the otherworldly capital was couldn't help but be dazed for a moment. They probably didn't want to believe that this demigod powerhouse before them would serve someone else as his master. Of course, everything seemed normal on the surface. Thank you for coming out personally, Lady Violet. Carter's expression turned serious. The guardian deity personally contacted us yesterday and asked us to bring most of our experts to the capital of alternate generations. Since it's an order from the guardian deity, we naturally have to obey. I've also heard from the guardian deity that the capital of alternate generations has helped the guardian deity a lot. The Baruba Empire owes the guardian deity a debt of gratitude. Guda nodded heavily. If there's anything you need, Lady Violet, please don't hesitate to ask. As long as it's within our capabilities, Guda and the Baruba Empire will definitely not decline. Please lead the way, Lady Violet. Wea bowed respectfully again. The guardian deity said that we'll know the purpose of our visit once we meet the master of the capital of alternate generations. Violet nodded indifferently and glanced at everyone around her. The upper echelons of the 3 empires and the 9 great clans will follow me. The rest of you stay here. With the demigod's command and the 3 emperors' words as a foundation, how could the experts from the 3 empires and the 9 great clans dare to disobey? At that moment, everyone's expression brightened as they responded loudly. Yes. Violet turned around and exchanged glances with the group of girls. After seeing them nod, she extended her hand that was holding a paper fan and pointed forward. Wang. At once, a gigantic gap filled with ferocious eyeballs appeared in front of the gate of the capital of a foreign era under everyone's gaze, appearing in this space. Follow me. Violet walked forward without turning her head. Her gentle voice turned into a breeze and drifted to the surroundings. My lord has been waiting for you for a long time. Led by Kite, Guda, and we, the faces of the upper echelons of the royal families of the 3 empires and the 9 great clans froze. Under the lead of Purple and the group of girls, they walked into the huge gap that stood in front of them like a door. In the next moment, apart from Violet and the group of girls, the group of about 100 people walked into the gap and disappeared from this space. When the upper echelons of the 3 empires and the 9 great clans gradually regained their vision from the pitch-black darkness, they discovered that they had arrived at a rather vast open space. There was a platform in front of the open space, and right in front of the platform stood a magnificent tree that emitted a soft green light. On the platform, in front of the tree, several figures stood there and entered everyone's sight. Chapter 1986. After leading the Spalier World executives to the front of the platform, Chuju Mikoto and the other girls left the executives behind and walked to the left and right sides of the platform. Over there, the Thunder King, Dar, and Feifei were excited to discover that Lulu was there as well. She greeted the 3 of them discreetly, but it was as if she was attending a very formal banquet. She was a little restrained, and only when the group of young ladies stood with her did she settle down and put on a well-behaved appearance. Yukari also left the Spalier World executives behind and walked to the platform to meet with the figures standing on the platform. Who were the figures on the platform? Jarlin, Mura, Linya, Cynthia, Magnubi, the 5 demigods of the Spalier World. However, seeing the 5 demigods standing at the peak of the Spalier World, the Spalier World executives who were supposed to be excited and respectfully saluting were all speechless. Many of them were even shocked. This was because Jarlin, Mura, Linya, Cynthia, Magnubi, and the other demigods of the Spalier World were divided into 2 groups and stood in front of the sapling like the girls standing on the left and right sides of the platform. After Yukari met with the 5 demigods of the Spalier World, she also walked to one side. She stood together with Linya and Cynthia. Of course, this alone wasn't enough to shock the executives of the Spalier World. What really shocked the executives of the Spalier World was that in the middle of the 2 groups of demigods, there was a figure standing in front of the sapling with his back facing everyone present. Wasn't this enough to explain a phenomenon? This meant that the person standing in front of the guardian tree sapling and being protected by 6 demigods was the one with the highest status in this place. An existence that even demigod-level powerhouses would lower their heads and support? Is there such a thing in the Spalier World? The Spalier World executives were completely at a loss. As for those who recognized the identity of the figure, Kate, Guda, Wea, Jaffer, Kaya, Feifei, Bingling, and Bishi were all stunned. Even Sylph's cold and emotionless eyes couldn't help but tremble. Without giving the high-level officials of the Spalier World too much time to be at a loss and shock, the figure slowly turned around, exposing his full appearance in front of everyone. Black hair, black pupil. Naturally, it was Wu Yan. Those present were not the upper echelons of the 12 top forces. They were existences who could truly speak for themselves in their respective forces. They were the next-generation decision-makers of the 12 top forces who had studied in the Spalier World Academy. On top of that, he was the fiancé of Princess Sylph of the Ailu Empire, and the youngest Type 9 powerhouse in history. Who wouldn't recognize Wu Yan? Therefore, when they recognized that the person who was supported by all the demigods of the Spalier world, and the person with the highest status here was Wu Yan, many of them cried out in surprise. In front of the Spalier world executives' expressions of disbelief, shock and horror, Wu Yan smiled calmly as if he was hosting a banquet. Welcome everyone to the capital of a different era. The Spalier world executives reacted one after another. Doubts, shock, and confusion filled their hearts. The executives of the Spalier world wanted to say something, but they were intimidated by the demigods of the Spalier world. They stood on the platform obediently, as if they couldn't make a decision. Since their status was lower than the demigods, they didn't dare to act rashly. But if they didn't ask, they wouldn't understand what was going on in front of them. Therefore, even the executives of the Spalier world, who had seen a lot of things, couldn't help but show a trace of bewilderment on their faces at this moment. Even the younger generation started to make noise. Seeing this, Garen, Linya, and Magnubi, who were the guardians of the 3 empires that dominated the entire Spalier world, frowned and snorted coldly. This shocked the younger generation and they all shut their mouths. The whole place suddenly became quiet. Only the executives of the Spalier world were left. Their expressions were very uncertain as they stared straight at Wu Yan, who was standing on the main seat, as if they wanted to see something. Under everyone's gaze, Wu Yan had a faint smile on his face. After everyone quieted down, he looked at the demigods of the Spalier world. To be more precise, he looked at Garen, Linya, and Magnubi. The 3 guardian deities immediately understood. Jarlin was the first to step forward and say something that shocked everyone. From now on, the Ailu Empire will fully obey the orders of the ruler of the capital of Otherworldly, Sir Wu Yan. We will fight against the demonic beasts together. This one sentence sent the executives of the Ailu Empire's royal family, Lori family, Saito family, and Ladine family into a state of incomparable shock. At this time, Magnubi also stepped forward and announced, "From now on, the Baruba Empire will fully obey the orders of the ruler of the capital of Otherworldly, Sir Wu Yan. We will fight against the demonic beasts together." Lord Guardian God. The Baruba Empire's royal family, the Moma family, the Vance family, and the Mani family's upper echelons all looked at Magnubi in shock. For a moment, they were all speechless. However, Linya seemed to think that the shock wasn't enough. She also stepped forward and said something that stunned the rest of the Fea Empire's royal family, Wine family, Sen family, and Remy family. From now on, the Fea Empire will fully obey the orders of the ruler of the capital of Otherworldly, Sir Wu Yan. We will fight against the demonic beasts together. Silence. A deathly silence. The executives of the Spalier world who stood in front of the platform could only stare at the 3 guardian gods, Linya, and Magnubi in shock. They couldn't believe their ears. It took a long time for them to recover from the shock. To the 3 empires, the guardian gods were the ones who could decide the direction of the empire. Their authority was even higher than the 3 emperors. Therefore, if the 3 guardian gods' words were true, it meant that from now on, the entire human race of the Spalier world, including the people of the 12 major factions, would follow the lead of the capital of Otherworldly. In other words, Wu Yan would become the leader of the entire world. He would lead the humans of the world to fight against the demonic beasts. No one was surprised by the fact that everyone in the world was gathered to fight against the Magical Beast clan, and no one would resist. After all, if they didn't do so, they wouldn't be able to fight against the entire Magical Beast clan. Since it was a war between humans and magical beasts, and the Magical Beast clan had already turned out in full force, the humans naturally had to unite to fight against them. However, why was the capital of a different era the primary target, and the orders of its master as the standard? Could it be that other than Lord Z, the 5 demigods of the Spalier world had to follow the lead of a young man who wasn't even in his 30s? The crowd didn't know about this, but those who didn't like Wu Yan to begin with couldn't accept this fact. Lord Guardian God. Bolu of the second family of the Ailu Empire, the Saito family, stood up first. His face was filled with shock and anger. If the lords want to choose a person who can lead the entire Spalier world to fight against the demonic beasts, then we have no objections. But no matter how you look at it, this person shouldn't be him. That's right. Yak also stepped forward. His face was filled with disbelief. Can he really lead us to victory against the demonic beasts? My lords, please allow me to doubt this. The third person to step forward was the young master of the Baruba Empire's Moma family, Isaac. He wanted to court Kotori, Kurumi, Toka Origami, Mijio and Yoshino but failed. Instead, he vomited blood and fainted. What right does he have to be the leader of the entire Spalier world? Isaac glared at Wu Yen, who was standing at the head of the platform. His face was filled with anger and jealousy. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Finally, the proclamations of the three guardian gods caused a huge commotion. A single stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Chapter 1987. Nowadays, if you were to go to any city in the Spalier world and ask a random person on the street who was the most talented person in the Spalier world, 100 out of 100 people would answer with 2 words. Wu Yen. Wu Yen was really famous. This wasn't to praise Wu Yen, it was the truth. Everyone in Silveria knew that the princess of the Ailu Empire, Sylph, was the most talented student in Silveria World Institute. She was even more talented than the princes of the other 2 empires. She was the strongest student in Silveria World Institute for a few years now. Everyone knew that she was the most talented person in Silveria. Even though the Spalier World Academy's ranking was disrupted by the sudden appearance of the girls, Sylph's reputation was still as high as ever. Now, the girl who was the most talented person in the new generation half a year ago had become someone else's fiancé. How could her fiancé not be famous? After the trip to the domain of gods and the news of Wu Yen becoming the youngest person in history to reach the 9th tier spread, the Spalier world's powerhouses were in an uproar for quite some time. It would be unreasonable if he wasn't famous. Because of this, Wu Yen became a legend in the hearts of the young powerhouses. Many people looked up to him with admiration and jealousy at the same time. Obviously, Boru, Yak, Isaac, and many of the Spalier world's higher-ups were the latter. Now the target of their jealousy was once again able to reach the heavens. He left them far behind, and even became the leader of the Spalier world's demigod powerhouses. What would these narrow-minded people who had a grudge against Wu Yen do? It was impossible for them to watch the target of their jealousy ascend to the heavens. Moreover, the Spalier world's higher-ups who had no grudge against Wu Yen and weren't familiar with him were also doubtful of whether such a young person could lead humanity to victory after becoming the leader of the Spalier world. Therefore, the situation became chaotic. Boru, Yak, and Isaac represented the higher-ups who had a grudge against Wu Yen to some extent. They were narrow-minded. Those who didn't want to see Wu Yen climb to the top were openly opposing him. Buddha, Wea, Jaffer, and Kaya represented the higher-ups who didn't have a grudge against Wu Yen but doubted Wu Yan's abilities. They frowned and whispered from time to time. They decided to watch from the sidelines. Kite, Sylph, Lei Wang, and Feifei represented the higher-ups. Those who were on good terms with Wu Yen were shocked by the declaration of the 3 guardian gods. However, they were also overjoyed that Wu Yen was regarded as their leader by the demigod powerhouses. They chose to stand firmly by Wu Yan's side. Thus, the higher-ups of the Spalier world, numbering around 100, caused a commotion. Some of them even started a war of words, causing the situation to become rather chaotic. Seeing the situation getting more and more chaotic, to the point where even the fluctuations of impetus and mana were starting to take effect, Wu Yen, Violet, the 5 demigod powerhouses of the Spalier world, and the group of young ladies were unexpectedly calm. When it was about time for a big fight to break out, an extremely heavy aura gushed out from Violet and the 5 demigod powerhouses like a violent storm. Although the pressure coming from the group of demigod experts soared into the sky, everyone present still felt their bodies become heavier, and their legs almost turned to jelly. They couldn't help but be shocked, and only then did they remember that they almost fought in front of demigod experts. and cold sweat broke out all over their bodies. I am merely announcing this as the guardian of the Ailu Empire's royal family. Jarlan didn't even bother to explain himself. Instead, he replied coldly, "If anyone in the Ailu Empire thinks my decision is inappropriate, they are free to withdraw from this war." Withdraw? Everyone present was stunned. Withdraw? Is this a joke? This was a moment of life and death for the entire human race. In a battle against the magical beast clan, who didn't wish to have more people on their side. If the demigod powerhouses were forced to withdraw, the war would be lost and the humans of the Spalier world would be plunged into an abyss of suffering. Even the demigod powerhouses would be cursed for eternity. How could the people present not suspect that Garen was joking? However, reality proved that Jarlan wasn't joking. In the name of the guardian god of the Baruba Empire's royal family, I hereby announce this to everyone, Magnubi declared. If anyone from the Baruba Empire is unwilling to support my decision, they are free to withdraw. I second the motion. Linya's soft but firm voice reached everyone's ears. In the name of the guardian god of the Fea Empire's royal family, my decision is unanimous with the other two guardians. The Spalier world's upper echelons finally calmed down after hearing Linya's words. The demigod powerhouses wouldn't joke about the Spalier world's future. If they weren't confident, they wouldn't have said something like withdrawing. So why would the demigod powerhouses make such a decision? It was simple. That was, even if all the forces that did not agree with the guardian god's decision were eliminated, the guardian gods still had a way to defeat the magical beast clan and obtain victory in this war between the races. And this method could very well be in the hands of the owner of the capital of alternate generations, Wu Yan. Otherwise, why would the demigod rank powerhouses respect a young man whose strength was far below theirs, who wasn't even 30 years old, as the leader of this battle? Thinking up to this point, everyone present looked at each other in dismay. Looking at the group of demigod powerhouses' calm and unperturbed expressions, almost everyone was certain of their own thoughts. Then could they really withdraw? The answer was obviously no. If the demigod powerhouses really did have a way to defeat the magical beast clan, then the powerhouses who participated in this war that concerned the survival of mankind in the Spalier world and obtained victory would definitely leave their names in the annals of history and be worshipped by the future generations. And those who withdrew from this war, even if they wouldn't be despised, they wouldn't receive any benefits. Could this be tolerated? Of course not. Lord Guardian Deity. At that moment, Burrell could only grit his teeth and speak as if he was remonstrating. This matter concerns the safety of mankind. The Saito family will not allow the magical beast clan to invade our Spalier world. However, as the leader of mankind in the Spalier world, if he can't convince everyone, how can we fight this war? That's right. Yak quickly agreed. We are also worried that this leader is not up to the task of leading mankind in the Spalier world to victory against the magical beast clan. Please understand our concerns, my lords. No matter what, I can't think of a reason for him to be our leader. Isaac was even more direct. It could be said that he was like a newborn calf that was not afraid of a tiger. He did not know what would happen if he angered a demigod powerhouse, so he directly mocked him. I think that all of you should carefully consider the issue of candidates. Kate, Sylph, Lei Wang, Feifei, and the others who were on Wu Yan's side were enraged. Even Garen, Mura, Linya, Cynthia, Magnubi, and the other demigods from the Spalier world had cold expressions. Just as they were about to say something, a voice echoed in their ears. Have you had enough? The group of demigods from the Spalier world all shut their mouths. Everyone present also looked at Wu Yan, who was standing in front of the guardian tree sapling. Not convinced? Lifting his foot, Wu Yan walked forward step by step under the bowing of the surrounding demigod powerhouses. He walked to the front of the shocked senior executives of the Spalier world and said condescendingly, I don't expect you to submit. Those who are willing to follow me can stay. Those who aren't can leave. I don't need trash who only know how to make a fuss. His words completely infuriated Bolu, Yak, Isaac, and some of the arrogant and haughty people. Chapter 1988. Don't get too cocky. Isaac, who was already hostile towards Wu Yan due to some inexplicable reasons, clenched his fists and shouted with a face full of anger. Do you think you're the master of the Spalier world? The master of the Spalier world? Wu Yan glanced at Isaac and he shifted his gaze away as if he lost interest in Isaac. I have no interest in becoming the master of the Spalier world. Even if I did, there's no place for you among the people who should oppose me. No place for me. Isaac was stunned. What do you mean by that? Do you want me to make myself clearer? Wu Yan suddenly smiled. There was no mockery or sarcasm in his smile. It was more like he was telling the truth. Then I'll make myself clearer. Do you think you have the right to voice your opinion? What? What did you say? The anger and jealousy in Isaac's heart exploded at the same time. But he couldn't find any words to refute. Who was Wu Yan? Even if he didn't become the master of the Spalier world, he's not the fiancé of Princess Sylph of the Ailu Empire. He's still the master of the otherworldly capital. Not only does he have many Tier 8 Misaka sisters under his command, he also has a group of Tier 9 girls under his command. Such a faction. Not to mention the Moma family that Isaac belonged to. Even the entire Baruba Empire might not be able to compare to the capital of a different generation. It was clear at a glance who was superior and who was inferior. Not to mention, Isaac is only the young family head of the Emoma family. He may have the right to speak, but he can't represent the opinions of the entire family. He is the master of the capital of alternate generations. Presumably, the Emoma family wouldn't choose to become enemies with Wu Yan over a young family head. In fact, Isaac was the only one who was against Wu Yan becoming the master of the Spalier world, due to personal reasons. Both the patriarch of the Emoma family, Kaluan, and the current patriarch, Mans, chose to remain neutral. Seeing Isaac's resolute opposition, their faces were filled with dissatisfaction. Now, they saw Isaac offending Wu Yan. His expression became even more unsightly. Isaac, Kaluan spoke in a cold voice. Don't forget, the one standing in front of you is not the master of the Spalier world. He's also a Tier 9 powerhouse. This sentence was like a basin of cold water that was splashed on Isaac's heart. A Tier 9 powerhouse. Even the Emoma family, which Isaac was so proud of, only had one super expert. Although he is the young patriarch of the Emoma family, Isaac is only at the peak of the 7th step. Wu Yan can crush him to death in a matter of minutes. Even just one person is enough to make the entire Emoma family fear him. Kaluan was reminding Isaac not to get into trouble. Otherwise, if Wu Yan wants to take his life, no one can save him. However, Kaluan, Isaac, and all the higher-ups of the Spalier world did not notice that when Kaluan said that Wu Yan is a Tier 9 powerhouse, the 5 demigods of the Spalier world on the platform looked at each other. Strange and bitter smiles appeared in their eyes. A Tier 9 powerhouse? If that's the case, they wouldn't have chosen Wu Yan to be their leader. Looking at Isaac's ashen face and the fear in his eyes, Wu Yan couldn't be bothered to look at Isaac anymore. Instead, he looked at everyone present. You should all know that our real enemy is not the Magical Beast clan, but the Beast King. Hearing this, the higher-ups of the Spalier world fell silent. Yes, although the Magical Beast clan has a large number of people, and they have more demigods of each rank than humans, the Magical Beast clan has a fatal weakness. Their peak combat power is insufficient. The Spalier world has 5 demigods, including Purple. That is a total of 6. And in the Magical Beast clan, other than the Beast King, there is not a single demigod. The only 3 newly trained demigod Beast Kings are still half-baked. They were killed by the group of girls with various tricks. They are not a threat at all. The only real threat to the Spalier world is the Beast King of the demigod realm. Regarding the existence of the Beast King, and its promotion to the demigod realm, all the higher-ups of the Spalier world naturally know about it. Naturally, they also know that if the Beast King is not dealt with, then the Spalier world's disaster will really come. In other words, as long as the Beast King is dealt with, then everything will be fine. This is what Wu Yan wants to express, and what he wants to say is related to this. Can any of you deal with the Beast King? Wu Yan pursed his lips and looked at Isaac. You can deal with the Beast King? Isaac couldn't help but shrink his neck and take a step back in fear. Wu Yan looked at Yak. You can deal with the Beast King? Yak's face stiffened, he couldn't say a word. Then, Wu Yan looked at Bolu and smiled contemptuously. Or can you deal with the Beast King? Borel's face turned ugly. In other words, none of you can deal with the Beast King? Wu Yan retracted his smile, and his gaze turned calm. Everyone could feel the pressure and heaviness coming from him. Since none of you can deal with the Beast King, then who gave you the confidence to stand up against me? Wu Yan's voice wasn't impassioned, it wasn't cold either. However, the higher-ups of Silveria felt their hearts skip a beat. They lowered their heads subconsciously. They didn't dare to meet Wu Yan's gaze. So, Sylph looked at Wu Yan with a pair of icy blue eyes. She looked at Wu Yan with a gentle gaze that no one else could see. She spoke in a clear and cold voice. You're right. You have a way to deal with the Beast King? Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard Sylph's words. Be it the opposition, neutral, or supporters, their eyes lit up. If you believe me. Wu Yan didn't explain further, he just smiled at Sylph. That's why I stand by my words. Those who are willing to follow me can stay. Those who aren't are free to leave. Those who are dissatisfied with me can also suggest a way to deal with the Beast King. As long as it works, I will respect him as the leader. However, if all you do is make a fuss, then I will give you a chance to be convinced. Wu Yan raised his hand, and the girls lined up on both sides of the platform stepped forward. They stood in front of the platform, and lined up in front of the higher-ups of Silveria. So many devastatingly beautiful, charming, adorable, and heroic young ladies lined up in front of him, causing many men to reveal infatuated, or unnatural expressions. The women were also envious and jealous, and Isaac was almost drooling. However, in the next moment, the emotions in their hearts turned into shock. If there's anyone who's not convinced, you can step forward now. Wu Yan's nonchalant voice entered everyone's ears. As long as you can defeat any one of my companions, the position of leader will be yours. The entire place was deathly silent. If it was before the magical beast clan invaded the Spalier world and attacked the three empires, many people who were confident in their own strength would have stepped forward. Many of the older generation powerhouses who felt that they were being looked down upon would be furious. However, after the incident with the three fake Beast Kings, these people from the 12 top forces all knew that every single one of these charming girls was a powerhouse of the 9th level. Who would dare to say that they could defeat these girls? Not to mention the current patriarchs, higher-ups, and the younger generation powerhouses of the 12 top forces, even Carter, Gada, Weya, and the other powerhouses of the 9th level were uncertain. In the end, they had no choice but to admit that even if they went up personally, they were not certain of victory. Isaac's heart was filled with hatred, but he was dispirited when he realized that he did not have the right to speak. Status was secondary. In terms of basic strength, Isaac could not even compare to the girls by Wu Yan's side. What right did he have to stand out and oppose Wu Yan? Since no one has stepped forward, I'll take it that you have nothing to say. Wu Yan's expression was still calm. He did not care about the reactions of the higher-ups of the Spalier world, and turned around. According to my calculations, the Beast King will need at least 3 days to calm the rioting pseudo-divine energy in his body. The Beast King broke free the day before yesterday. At this time tomorrow, the Beast King should lead the magical beast army to attack our capital of alternate generations. Everyone present shuddered. Tomorrow. Wu Yan raised his head and looked at the sky. His dark eyes that were like stars shone with a cold light. I will end all of this. Chapter 1989. After a day of chaos, the city of otherworldly demons was finally on the right track. Since the city of otherworldly demons was the Misaka sisters' territory, they were naturally tasked with guarding the city of otherworldly demons. Under the arrangement of Chuju, Mikoto, Shokuhu Misaki, and Kotori, the Misaka sisters went about their tasks in an orderly fashion. The elites from the Ailu, Baruba, and Fea empires were led by Carter, Guda, and Weya. Each of them was assigned to guard the city and joined in the preparations for tomorrow's big battle. which made the capital of Otherworld very lively. Of course, the excitement wasn't all good. When the rebellious people heard that the one leading the Spalier world against the beasts was the owner of the city of otherworldly demons, Wu Yan, who graduated from the Spalier World Academy a few months ago, a lot of trouble was stirred up. However, even Bolu and Yak, the two old patriarchs of the Saito and Ladine families, had run into a wall. What could these small fries do? On the same day, those who wanted to cause trouble were severely punished by the higher-ups of their respective factions. Those who wanted to cause trouble for the Misaka sisters had their arms and legs broken by the Misaka sisters, and were thrown back to their respective factions' residences. Not only did they not cause any trouble, but they also brought a lot of trouble to themselves and their factions. After a whole day of fighting and messing around, not only did they not succeed in finding trouble, but they also brought quite a lot of trouble to their own forces. The upper echelons of the 12 top forces finally understood. They had always thought that the capital of alternate generations relied on them to fight against the Magical Beast clan. In fact, if not for the endless Magical Beast army, their existence would have been completely dispensable. But now, the ones in charge weren't the 3 empires. It wasn't the 9 great families, it was the city of otherworldly demons. Without the city of otherworldly demons, not to mention the demigod beasts, just the number of class 9 demigod beasts far outnumbered the humans would be enough. If the demigod beasts of the Spalier world didn't make a move, then it would be enough to wipe out the entire Spalier world. Needless to say, the class 8 demigod beasts of the beasts far outnumbered the Spalier world. Without the help of the 20,000 class 8 Misaka sisters, the Spalier world wouldn't be able to deal with the beasts. So, the city of otherworldly demons was the trump card that the 12 factions of the Spalier world relied on to deal with the beasts. After understanding this point, many of the higher-ups settled down, and the number of troublemakers decreased significantly. This proved that those troublemakers had the guts to cause trouble under someone else's instructions. However, there were also some people who didn't like Wu Yan from the bottom of their hearts. But they were rendered speechless by Wu Yan's casual words in the morning. So they continued to cause trouble behind his back. In the end, these people were all dragged out by Chuju, Mikoto and a group of girls before the sun went down. Their arms and legs were broken, and thrown back in front of the residences of their respective factions. They lost all face. Among these people, there were the old patriarchs of the Saito family and the third family, Ledin family, Bolu and Yak. The young patriarch of the Baruba Empire's number 1 family, the Moma family, Isaac. When he was dragged out, he kept asking for justice. He made a ruckus and accused Wu Yan of abusing his power for personal revenge. He was thrown out of the city of otherworldly demons by the furious girls. He was also sent back to his family by the disappointed Kaluan and Mans. Come to think of it, when the war between the Spalier world and the beasts comes to an end, Mans would probably reconsider whether the position of the next patriarch of the Moma family should belong to Isaac. After all, Isaac wasn't Mans' only son. When night fell, the fortress-like sturdy walls of the capital of otherworldly generations were filled with patrols and sentries. On the streets of the capital of otherworldly generations, there were also powerhouses from the 12 top factions spontaneously forming groups, each of them preparing for battle. In the sky above the city of otherworldly demons, groups of Misaka sisters were moving back and forth with the help of thrusters. They formed a beautiful scenery in the sky that made the people of the 3 empires gasp in amazement. One must know that the most troublesome creatures of the beasts were the flying beasts. They had the advantage of flying, and were extremely difficult to deal with. Now that there was an army of Misaka sisters that could fly freely in the sky, the beasts would no longer have the advantage of flying beasts. This war would be much easier than when the 3 empires faced the beasts' army. Just as the group of girls, Misaka sisters, and the powerhouses from the top 12 factions in the city of otherworldly demons were preparing for tomorrow's battle, Wu Yan, as the highest decision-maker, left the city of otherworldly demons and came to the behemoth forest. As if he was taking a stroll, Wu Yan slowly walked through the giant trees of the behemoth forest. As he strolled, he looked around. His expression was calm and nostalgic. When he came to an open space, the calmness in his expression was completely replaced by nostalgia. This open space was many times smaller than the open space where the city of otherworldly demons was located. It could barely fit a swimming pool. However, to Wu Yan this was a very special place. This was because when he first came to the Spalier world, Wu Yan descended on this open space. If Wu Yan's fate was completely changed after he came to the Spalier world, because of the existence of the system, then this open space was the starting point for Wu Yan's fate to change. Here, Wu Yan welcomed the first step to changing his fate, and received the system's response. After that, he used this open space as his base and trained in the behemoth forest for about a month to improve his strength. Recalling that it was only a little over a year ago, Wu Yan couldn't help but follow his not-so-vague memory. With this open space as the starting point, he walked around the behemoth forest, going through every place he went in that month. Finally, Wu Yan came to a lake. To Wu Yan's surprise, there was already another person at the lake. Lulu. Lulu, who was standing at the edge of the lake, got a fright when she saw Wu Yan. Her eyes lit up when she realized it was Wu Yan. She excitedly yelled at him. "Yan, what are you doing here?" Wu Yan hurriedly went up to her, and he reproached her. "Although I don't know where the Beast King led the magical beasts to hide, the only place where they can hide is the behemoth forest. Aren't you afraid of encountering magical beasts?" "I'm not afraid." Lulu puffed out her chest and proudly waved a scroll. "This time, Grandpa gave me a self-defense tool. If I encounter a magical beast, I can tear it apart and obtain a shield that can last for half an hour. It's as strong as a 9th grade powerhouse's shield. Grandpa will notice it too, so nothing will happen. You're the one with the most twisted logic." Wu Yan rolled his eyes. He stood beside Lulu and looked at the crystal-clear lake. He couldn't help but smile. "Then why did you come here in the middle of the night?" "I just wanted to take a look." Lulu stopped smiling and looked at the lake in a daze. She spoke with a face full of nostalgia. "That's where I met you, yes?" Wu Yan nodded, his voice softening. "Not only did I meet Lulu here, I also met my first friend in this world. At that time you were still a very, very weak person. You couldn't even compare to my guards at the first or second stage." Lulu smiled happily at first, but then her face became gloomy. "But now, you're a powerful person that even the guardian deity is willing to follow. It feels like you're so far away from me." Hearing the loneliness in Lulu's voice, Wu Yan chuckled and reached out to hold Lulu's hand. "But why do I feel like Lulu is very close to me now?" Feeling the warmth from his hand, Lulu blushed, but she didn't break free. Instead, she gripped his hand tightly and her beautiful eyes were dazed. "Hey Yan, I understand." Wu Yan interrupted Lulu's lovey-dovey words. He reached out and pulled her into his embrace. "Because I feel the same way." Hearing this, Lulu smiled. Her smile was full of happiness. Under the moonlight, by the lake, a man and woman hugged each other for a long time. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.